I didn't hear. One, two.
Okay. Thank you.
Test, test, test.
1, 2.
Yeah, it's just kind of low volume.
Test. 1, 2. I'm not hearing much of anything right now. Test of the microphone.
Today, the first and oldest committee in Congress, the Committee on Ways and Means, begins consideration of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, historic legislation to bring lasting tax relief to workers, to our families, and to our job creators throughout this nation. Before we begin, we all recognize the terrible tragedy, the shooting at First Baptist Church in Sutherland Springs, Texas. All our hearts are heavy, and our prayers go out to the families and the loved ones of the 26 victims, as well as the 10 Texans fighting for their lives as we convene today. Our prayers are with you. It has been more than 3 decades since America's tax code was reformed under President Ronald Reagan. It was the most sweeping overhaul in American history. Today we face a monumental challenge of our own, coming together to fix a tax code that has become just as broken, complex, as unfair as the one Ronald Reagan and Congress overhauled in 1986. Our journey to a tax code built for the growth of jobs and paychecks that leapfrogs America back into the lead worldwide has been a long one. Our committee has dedicated a substantial amount of time, of energy, and work to the pursuit of one landmark goal: delivering comprehensive tax reform to the American people. We've held over 40 hearings on nearly every aspect of our nation's tax laws: the helpful, the harmful, and the horrendous. We've had 3 different committee chairmen: Dave Camp, Paul Ryan, and now myself. And over this time, we've engaged in substantive discussion with nearly 60 different committee members, Republicans and Democrats, men and women, progressives and conservatives. All of our efforts have led to this moment, to this one moment: committee action on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Today, we stand on the doorstep of delivering the most sweeping tax overhaul in more than 30 years. But make no mistake, this day and this historic legislation is not about us. It's about providing long overdue relief to American workers, families, and job creators. It's about making America's economy stronger than ever by delivering more jobs, fairer taxes, and bigger paychecks across this nation. Under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, a middle-income family of 4 making $59,000 per year will see a tax cut of nearly $1,200. This means you get to keep more of what you earn to spend and save and invest however you see fit. And under this bill, we're also going to get jobs and paychecks growing again. According to independent estimates from the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act will lead to nearly 4% higher GDP over the long term. It will increase wages by over 3% and boost after-tax incomes by more than 4%. And this bill will create nearly 1 million full-time American jobs throughout this country. Here's exactly what this means for the American people. It means middle-income families will see their after-tax incomes go up by an average of roughly $2,600 nationwide. From coast to coast, the era of stagnant wages is over. In California, middle-income families will get an estimated boost to their paychecks of more than $2,900. For my constituents in Texas, more than $2,500. In New York, over $2,700. This growth of jobs and paychecks comes directly from the bold reforms included in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Under this bill, we deliver the lowest tax rates in modern history for American businesses of all sizes. We take strong action to stop American jobs from moving overseas, and at the same time, unleash investment right here in our communities. And we give American businesses and workers a tax code that will help them to compete and win anywhere in the world, but especially here at home. From top to bottom, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is the most transformational tax reform bill since President Reagan reformed the code in 1986. But for me, this bill is far more than a collection of pro-growth tax policies. This is a restoration of basic freedoms that all Americans deserve, but only special interests now get to enjoy under today's broken tax code. This is freedom from a tax code so complex that for everyday Americans, you have to spend hours or even days on filing your taxes. We're seeking a tax code so fair and simple, 9 out of 10 Americans will be able to file their taxes using a simple postcard-style system. Can you imagine a tax code where each of us knows what each other's deductions are because we have exactly the same ones? This is liberation from high tax rates that punish hardworking Americans while Washington special interests get a pass. And it's permanent relief from having to navigate and rely on a maze of credit and deductions just to reclaim income that was rightfully yours in the first place. This bill is more than just fundamental reform. It's a fundamental departure from a tax system of special interests, by special interests, and for special interests. With this bill, there will be real simplicity, real fairness, and real freedom for every American. In closing, I want to thank every member of this committee on both sides of the aisle who've contributed to making this day possible. I could not be more proud to be here with you, and I can only hope for a spirit of bipartisanship over the days ahead. I also know that 435 members of the House have great ideas, and some had priorities that are not ultimately included in this bill. Let me assure you, this is the beginning of the tax reform process. We intend to work to improve this bill at every step in the process, and I continue to welcome your input. I can also assure you this is not the last tax markup of the Ways and Means Committee will ever hold. I look forward to working with all of you on additional policies to help our families and grow our economy. Having said that, this is our moment to make transformational tax reform a reality for the American people. Let's seize it in a bold way that they deserve. And at this time, I recognize the ranking member for any opening comments he may have. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we certainly share the empathy that you've offered on behalf of those victims yesterday in Texas. Mr. Chairman, I believe the bill before us today is a bad idea for millions of Americans, particularly those in the middle class. The legislation, which was crafted solely by the majority party behind closed doors, and which was not made public until late last week, puts the well-connected first while forcing millions of American families to watch as their taxes will go up. That's not what the American people asked us to do, and it's not something that we intend as Democrats to support. In 2001, Republicans offered a tax cut of $1.3 trillion. In 2003, Republicans offered a tax cut of an additional $1 trillion, and in 2005, they offered a repatriation tax holiday. Each time, they promised job growth. However, they took us to the casino each time without a win. So why do we think that we'll have a win with this proposal? Their offering today is based upon the following premise: maybe. Maybe there will be 3% growth. Maybe there will be 3.5% growth. Maybe there will be more investment. But we can also say, based on the three examples I've just cited, maybe not. We have 1 million new veterans we need to care for, and our military is committed around the world, and we can't afford another gamble. Since my first day as ranking member, I've called upon our colleagues here to work together on real reform for real people. I agree with my Republican colleagues that our tax system is far too complicated, contains far too many loopholes, and holds back American businesses from competing in the global economy. However, I do not agree that in enacting tax reform we should be giving more benefits to the well-off and the well-connected with the hope that it might trickle down. There is not a single mainstream, respected economist in this country that will argue that tax cuts pay for themselves. History has proven it does not work. The last time the House worked on a successful tax reform measure, as cited, the process was indeed quite different. The tax reform bill in 1986 was written in a bipartisan manner from start to finish. It unfolded over years, starting in '82, with countless opportunities to examine the legislation and to make substantial changes. That included 30 hearings on the bill and testimony from 450 witnesses, The markup alone lasted for 26 days. This is a missed opportunity. I truly believe that instead of the closed process that the Republicans used in developing this legislation, if we instead worked together on a bipartisan basis, which included an open debate, we would have and could have developed a bill that was better for our economy, American business, and indeed middle-class families. There are things that everyone on this dais can agree on. President Obama noted and offered a change in the corporate rate along with Secretary Lew. This could be negotiated, and we're missing that opportunity. We need a tax code that is far less complex, and we need a tax system that encourages innovation and growth. That, Mr. Chairman, should have been the starting point for good faith bipartisan negotiations. The middle class in America, they're struggling. For years, they've watched as their wages would stagnate and their hours were cut, and it was my hope in passing tax reform that we might take those Americans who feel forgotten and left behind into consideration and build a tax code founded on fairness. This legislation does not do that. The legislation we are marking up today lets the American people down at every step of their lives, from birth through retirement. It fails to provide the needed improvements to the tax code that could assist a hopeful young family in trying to keep their head above water, the student trying to do the right thing by getting an education, the factory worker at the end of a long career just hoping to have enough dignity in which to retire. We believe that instead of pulling down the ladder of opportunity for those in the middle class and the millions who aspire to it, we should be expanding that opportunity to make sure everyone has a fair shot. The legislation is flawed. It will hurt the teacher who spends his own money to buy school supplies for their students, the young parents who want to know the joy of adopting a child, students trying to responsibly pay back their student loans, the wife trying to afford her husband's Alzheimer's care, and the janitor who wants to retire with dignity so he can spoil his or her grandchildren. And let me remind my colleagues the consideration that we have today also just a week ago was going to go after America's retirement savings plans to offset the tax cuts they propose. And eventually I'll remind all that if this doesn't work, we'll be back to those very issues and include Medicare and Social Security as well. I worry that this impact will have a huge influence on our housing market. It scales back the tax benefit of buying a new home. It will inevitably lead to lower home values. It eliminates the new markets tax credit, advanced funding, and private activity bonds, which, by the way, are issues I have championed during my career. That's why groups like the National Association of Home Builders oppose this legislation. Mr. Chairman, we can no longer accept the status quo. I hope that we'll have an opportunity to make America get rich and richer and create more wealth and more opportunity for all. We cannot afford to only care about deficits when there's a Democratic president, including Bill Clinton and Barack Obama. I hope at this time, Mr. Chairman, that we can set aside this bill and start again in a bipartisan manner for a new approach to tax reform that provides real reform to real people and gets the economy growing again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Before we get started with consideration of H.R. 1, I'd like to announce that pursuant to Committee Rule 19, it's my intention to roll votes on any amendments on which recorded vote is requested. I will endeavor to give members ample notice for when postponed votes will be called. We'll now proceed to consideration of H.R. 1, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. This time, I offer an amendment in the nature of substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with the green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I'll now turn to Tom Bartold, the Chief of Staff for the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of substitute. I would ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation. Mr. Bartold.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Doggett.
I would respectfully offer a motion pursuant to Clause 4A of the House Rules, moving to postpone consideration of this bill until next Tuesday, November the 14th, and would ask respectfully to be heard on my motion for 5 minutes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Doggett. I know you feel, even though the American public has waited 31 years for this day, I know you feel passionate about this. So the gentleman is recognized to speak on his
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I felt passionately about it once before. We have a history on this. The last time that I asked for this committee to give us just one additional week to give thoughtful evaluation of major legislation, that motion was defeated by the majority, and the majority adopted a bill that President Trump himself declared was a mean bill, to use his words. And certainly the President was correct that the House health care repeal, taking away coverage from millions of people, was mean, very mean. But I believe today, with this legislation, you've gone much further, and that the damage that would be done to our economy and to our families is much more far-reaching. The motion that I'm presenting at this time requests simply that we reconvene next Tuesday after you have had an opportunity to notice the first public hearing on this bill in its history. Our objective is insight, not delay. Incredibly, for this legislation of such magnitude, after so many years, as you indicate, this plan has never had a single public hearing, nor does any member of the Trump administration have the courage to come and sit at that desk and answer questions about this bill. Indeed, no expert witness has been given the opportunity to explain this bill's deficiencies, nor, much as with the rush to get a bill approved on health care without a CBO score, has there been an opportunity for thorough independent evaluation in the rush to justice over one weekend that we've had this bill. I don't know of a time in the history of this committee when it has ever attempted to enact legislation of such breadth with such shallow analysis. And of course, despite our efforts, we still lack the tax returns of President Trump and his 500-plus entities that might show how he and his family will personally benefit. If that were not enough, we have a new and unexpected development yesterday. And that is, thanks to a free press and investigative journalism, the release of the first information about the Paradise Papers concerning offshore tax avoidance in Bermuda and other island tax havens. These are explosive revelations that once again sound the alarm about the inequities of our tax system and disturbing amounts of tax avoidance. When the privileged avoid their taxes in Bermuda or the Caymans or somewhere else, it's individuals and small businesses and domestic businesses that end up having to pick up the tab. Now, since the Panama Papers were released about similar avoidance last year, we've tried on several occasions to get this committee or the subcommittee to take action, including investigatory hearings. Unfortunately, we have been denied that opportunity. These new reports from yesterday raise new questions about a number of Trump allies, his billionaire buddies, and multinational corporations that have so much to gain from today's bill. Clearly, they won't be submitting their taxes on a postcard. They may be submitting their taxes in a way that allows them even more tax avoidance than today. I think, for example, of the data that shows that last year, 18 times as much money was reported as profits in Bermuda by American corporations than the entire gross domestic product of the country. Trump's top economic advisor, who's been the apparent White House lead on this bill, Gary Cohn, according to one of the reporters who presented this information, has been the president of so many offshore firms that they barely fit on the new graphic explaining this. And having Mr. Offshore involved in writing this new international corporate tax provision gives us good reason to need to explore in at least one public hearing whether this bill is just creating new loopholes or is really creating jobs only for tax attorneys and CPAs. Mr. Chairman, I would just say that like the rush-through Trump immigration policy, the health care repeal disaster, we need to learn from this experience, that this bill needs some vetting. In the President's word, it needs extreme vetting to find out all aspects of it. If you don't have anything to hide further about this bill, a week and one public hearing will not impair your efforts. It will afford an opportunity for the American people to understand. Trust me, it'll be great, just isn't a plan. We cannot afford to trust this bill when no administration witness will come before the committee. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr.
Move to postpone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Doggett. The questions on the motion to postpone. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the
Mr.
motion is
Chairman.
not agreed to.
On that, I would request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, no. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, no. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, no. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, no. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, no. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, no. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, no. Ms. Black? No. Ms. Black, no. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, no. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, no. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, no. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, no. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, no. Mr. Curbello? Mr. Curbello, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, yes. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, yes. Mr. Doggett?
Aye.
Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Thompson?
Aye.
Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Blumenauer?
Aye.
Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind?
Aye.
Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell?
Yes.
Mr. Pascrell, yes. Mr. Crowley? Aye. Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, yes. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, aye. Chairman Brady? No. Chairman Brady, no. Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will report the vote.
16 yeas, 24 nays.
There being 16 ayes and 24 noes, the motion proponent is not agreed to. Mr. Bartold, you're recognized to provide the technical description of the amendment nature substitute. And as again, I ask our members to hold their questions until after his presentation. Mr. Bartold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. You have before you several documents prepared by the staff of the Joint Committee on Taxation, JCX 50, which describes the underlying legislation, and JCX 48, which describes the modifications made by the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. We also have as supplemental information our revenue analysis and our distribution analysis in JCX 47 and 49. There are many changes in this legislation, and I will try to give an overview of a number of the important points. On the individual income tax, H.R. 1 would change our system to provide that there be 4 tax brackets of 12%, 25%, 35%, and 39.6% applicable to ordinary income. In general, the tax rates applicable to capital gains and qualified dividend income would remain unchanged. Another significant change is that the legislation would nearly double the standard deduction to be effective in 2018 for married joint filers, $24,400, head of household, $18,300, single filers, $12,200. Personal exemptions would be repealed. The alternative minimum income tax for individuals would be repealed. In addition to the rate schedule that I described above, the legislation would provide a special rate, a special maximum rate applicable to income earned by certain pass-through business entities, such as partnerships, S corporations, sole proprietorships. This maximum rate would be a rate of 25%. It would not apply to the provision of professional services. It would not apply to the provision of financial services. The maximum rate would apply after a safe harbor calculation that in which a taxpayer calculates their income as they otherwise would under present law, 70% of which would then be treated as labor income and taxed at ordinary income rates, and 30% would be deemed as a capital source income and taxed at the maximum rate of 25%. This provision would also allow taxpayers whose circumstances may warrant it to prove that they to prove out of that safe harbor. In addition, a significant change made by the legislation is it increases the present law child tax credit, expands it to a value of $1,600, and in addition creates a separate tax credit for the taxpayer's spouse, and non-child dependents, individuals who would be non-child dependents under present law. That separate credit is a value of $300, and I should note that under H.R. 1, that separate credit expires after 5 years. The legislation also modifies the American Opportunity Tax Credit and Section 529 education savings plans, while repealing several other education provisions of present law. In terms of deductions, it retains an itemized deduction for mortgage interest, although modifying the deduction so that it's applicable for new mortgage, in the case of new mortgages, not in excess of a $500,000 initial mortgage amount, would deny the interest deduction of present law for home equity loans and for second homes. Retains the itemized deduction for charitable contributions, retains the itemized deduction for real estate property taxes, although capping its value at $10,000. In general, the other itemized deductions would be repealed under the legislation, as would be a number of exclusions and above-the-line deductions provided by present law. The legislation would double the present law exemption equivalent amount of the estate and gift taxes. Under present law, approximately in this year, that exemption amount is worth just under $5.5 million, so the doubling would make the exemption amount approximately $11 million. That would apply to individuals who die before 2024. After 2023, the estate and generation skipping taxes would be repealed, and the gift tax, which would be retained, would be modified to have its rate reduced from 40% to 35%. With respect to business income and business taxpayers, the corporate tax rate would be lowered from its present law statutory rate of 35% to 20%. The alternative minimum income tax applicable to corporations would be repealed. Bonus depreciation under present law would be expanded to be, instead of a 50% first-year deduction, it would be a 100% first-year deduction. That would be applicable to the year through the year for property placed in service through 2022. Section 179 expensing, which under present law permits amounts by qualified businesses of up to $500,000 to be expensed. That limitation would be expanded to $5 million. That provision also would be applicable through property placed in service through calendar year 2022. The legislation would expand certain small business relief, such as relief from accrual accounting methods and certain inventory methods for any business that has annual gross receipts of $25 million or less. The legislation would place a new limitation on net interest expense that may be claimed by business enterprises of any type. The limitation would generally apply only to interest that is in excess of 30% of the business entity's adjusted taxable income. There's an exception for real estate enterprises and for small businesses. The legislation would repeal the existing Section 199 domestic production activities deduction. It would repeal pretty much all business credits, retaining the research credit, retaining the low-income housing tax credit. The legislation would terminate the authority to issue private activity tax-exempt bonds, and it would repeal advance refunding of all tax-exempt bonds. It would modify the calculation of life insurance company reserves, and it would modify certain discount rules for property and casualty reserves. With respect to cross-border business enterprises and investment, the legislation would provide a 100% dividend exemption system. That is, it would convert the present law worldwide tax system to a territorial tax system. This is as only applicable to active income. The safeguards in terms of passive income would generally be retained. In connection with the change from a worldwide tax system to a territorial tax system, there's a provision that for transition that provides a deemed repatriation of earnings held offshore that have been untaxed, unrepatriated. H.R. 1 also provides certain base erosion protections. It provides a new interest stripping rule, which changes present law to look at a comparison of interest expense relative to income in the United States compared to interest expense relative to worldwide income of multinational enterprises. It would create a regime that would include certain defined high return income as part of a subpart F inclusion at half the ordinary rate. What that means is that for this defined high return income, there would be current taxation at effectively a 10% tax rate. And in addition, it would provide an election to certain taxpayers of related to, I should back up, forgive me for the stumble. In the case of taxpayers who have greater than $100 million annually in cross-border related party payments, it would impose either an excise tax on those payments or let those taxpayers elect to be taxed as if they had effectively connected income. That would mean that they could elect to be taxed on a net basis where certain foreign costs are allocated to the income that's earned in the United States. The legislation would also make several changes to rules applicable to tax-exempt organizations. But Mr. Chairman, that provides sort of my high-level overview of the many significant changes proposed by H.R. 1. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the members might have for more details or for further explication.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions about the amendment of the nature substitute? Mr. Neal, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartholow, could you please describe the distribution table you provided to us on the bill that we're acting on today?
Yes, Mr. Neal. The distribution analysis that we provided is in JCX 4917, and this is the standard analysis that the staff has prepared for the committee. We actually have available on our website a detailed explanation of what goes behind it. What we try to do here is we look at what changes affect individuals, what changes affect business, but we look at the economic principle that ultimately businesses don't pay taxes. Those taxes are borne somewhere else. So there's an incidence assumption based in it, which we think is consistent with a substantial amount of empirical economic literature. Beyond that, I think the table somewhat speaks for itself in terms of looking at changes in average tax rates that would result totaling the effect from business changes and individual changes. And so that's what you see on an every other year basis from starting with 2019 through 2027.
When you take a look at the pass-through changes, do you consider those in the individual bucket or to be in the corporate bucket or both?
Well, the table itself, as I was just noting, combines everything. If you're referring to the supplemental table that we provided on the very last page of JCX 49, where we broke this into an individual component and a business component. As I explained in the walkthrough, we take the analysis of the maximum rate on pass-through income as an individual tax rate issue. So the rate effect of the pass-through proposal is part of the individual analysis in that summary table. The business provisions, such as the denial of certain interest expenses, the expensing provisions, the changes for small business, some of those will affect both C corporations, some of those will affect S corporations, which are pass-throughs. we treat those all in the business component of the summary breakout, the breakout table.
Mr. Barthwell, isn't it true that H.R. 1 eliminates the deduction for state and local income taxes?
For individuals, those taxes that individuals could otherwise claim under Schedule A, under present law, would be repealed.
And doesn't it also eliminate the deduction for state and local general sales taxes?
Yes, under present law, there's the election for a taxpayer to choose either the sales tax or the individual income.
And H.R. 1 even eliminates state and local property taxes in excess of $10,000.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. CBO has found that discretionary spending, which includes spending for transportation purposes, has fallen as a percentage of gross domestic product, and that between 1967 and 2016, it declined from 12.7% to 6.4% of GDP. Mr. Barthol, how will rising interest costs on the public debt and ballooning deficits affect the ability of the federal government to support transportation and other infrastructure investments?
Well, Mr. Neal, you're asking for sort of broad congressional budget fiscal planning question that's
Does it
really
squeeze
kinda
it?
out of my area of expertise.
Does it squeeze it?
And an additional expense in any area means that Congress will have to make decisions of how to allocate revenues for expenditures.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Mr. Levin, you're recognized.
Mr. Bartow, look at the distribution table, will you? We appreciate your putting it together, though it wasn't discussed in your presentation. If you look on page 6, it would appear that beginning in 2023, people making $20,000 through $40,000 would be paying more income tax. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir. That's what the column shows.
Do you know how many Americans in those categories are included?
Yes, I do have our projections of that. In 2023, we project that there'll be approximately 22 million tax filing units in our income category of 20,000 to 30,000. Approximately 16 million tax filing units between 30,000 and 40,000. Just under 14 million tax filing units, 40,000 to 50,000.
Okay, so just looking at 20,000 through 40,000, how many is it altogether? Just those two figures.
Let's see, so 22 plus 16, 38 million.
38 million. Beginning in 2023 would be paying higher taxes.
On average, sir.
On average. And is it possible those between 50 and 100,000 would be paying more taxes depending on their deductions?
Are you looking at the table? Or,
Yes.
Between 50 and
100,000.
Again, on average, 2023, our analysis shows tax reductions on average between $40,000 and $200,000.
Now, individually, the change in taxes for those people, it's possible they would be paying more taxes depending on their deductions, right?
As averages, because of the substantial changes in the underlying legislation, there may be substantial differences across different taxpayers.
So the answer is really yes to that, depending on their deductions. I just want to say I raise this because the House Speaker said the focus is on middle-class tax relief. I quote, "The focus is on directing that tax relief to the people in the middle and the people who are trying to get there. And that is why we put our emphasis on that tax relief for those people who are in the middle," end of quotes. I think this distribution table shows that the speaker, as statements are rated, deserves 4 Pinocchios. Because these tables show very much that isn't true. Look at Table 5 and look at 2027, if you would. I think it shows that those making $1 million and more, for them there would be a cut of 36,617 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The entry in the far left-hand column bottom.
And do you know how many taxpayers are making over $1 million? On average, how much they would receive?
I've not computed our projection for a number of tax filing units over $1 million in 2027 is 629,000 tax filing units.
I urge everybody to just do the math on that, and if you compare 36 billions to those between 20 and $50,000, that 36 totally overshadows. So I hope others will ask about pass-throughs, because as we discussed earlier, pass-throughs go mainly to wealthy people.
Thank you.
Over 40% would go to
Mr.
people
Levin.
making over $1 million.
Well, time has expired. Mr. Bartold, according to analysis of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, you know, if you're a married couple with 2 kids earning $59,000, that's the median throughout America. Today you owe almost $1,600 in income taxes, but under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, you'll only owe about $400. That's a 75% cut in your taxes. And as I look at your distribution, it appears that earners in the $50,000 to $75,000 range, which many Americans feel is middle income in many states, they'll see nearly an 8% reduction in their taxes. But those on the upper end, they're making $500,000 to $1 million, they'll see tax relief as well, but it is about half of that. My distribution in analyzing your joint tax tables, it looks like out of the tax cuts for families and businesses just next year, 60%, nearly 60% will go directly to those earning below $200,000, which in some of our high tax states, that feels like middle income because they're taxed so horribly at the local level and their cost is so high. Are those the ranges that you are looking at?
Mr. Chairman, yes, as reported in the table. Let me just make one note reminding the members somewhat that the income categories that we use are not cash take-home pay. It's more expansive to reflect that some individuals may receive substantial retirement benefits, for example, through their employers, and so we measure income on an expanded basis. For those that don't have employer benefits, we don't say that their take-home pay puts them in the same category as someone who may also have retirement benefit.
But those are that's on the broader view, but on the tax cuts from your distribution table, you're looking at tax relief for families, for small businesses, and then ultimately on the corporation side as well.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I was just noting that in terms of interpreting the income category, that not to think of the income category as sort of cash take-home pay.
So can I ask a little about one of the key questions here? It just seems like for many people to get a deduction that actually helps them, they have to itemize. And for a lot of Americans, they're left behind. In Texas, Mr. Levin's district in Michigan, a hard-working blue-collar district that's just, you know, middle America and amazing, but less than 3 out of 10 of his taxpayers itemize. So they are left out of, they receive a tax cut, almost $1,800, but they're left out of the current tax code. I look at my friend from Texas, Lloyd Doggett. We have different districts, but boy, only 12% itemized, so very few receive a chance for mortgage or real estate or help with charitable deductions. They're just left out in the current tax code. And even though Mr. Doggett's district, they receive a tax cut of $1,200, under current law, they're very much on their own. What is the effect of now having a 0% tax rate by doubling the standard deduction? Depending on who you are, the personal exemptions and the new family tax credit, does that standard deduction now for a family of nearly $24,000, a zero tax rate, does that impact families that don't itemize today?
Mr. Chairman, it certainly does. The increase in the standard deduction will increase the number of people who don't itemize, and for those that already claim the standard deduction, it further exempts an additional tranche of income. You do have the further trade-offs of the H.R. 1 repeals personal exemptions, but it does expand the child credit and creates the additional personal credit that I noted.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Lewis.
May I ask you a question? The examples that you gave, I think the $59,000 income, is that your opinion, or is this something that Mr. Barthol has substantiated?
Yeah, based off the distributional analysis.
Is he substantiating those examples? Is that accurate, or is that your opinion?
So if the gentleman yield, I think I have control of the time. I think Mr. Bartol, correct me if I'm wrong, the distributional tables you gave us that Mr. Levin had referenced earlier are tables that factor in tax cuts on wages for individuals, whether they itemize or not, the effects of our small businesses who for the first time are not left behind in tax reform, as well as the impacts from the tax cuts from corporations and how they flow down through the workers and families. Is that correct?
The calculations embedded behind the table work through what an individual would pay through Form 1040, as well as the changes that I mentioned in business tax reform. It does not, I have not calculated a large number of specific examples, but the calculator itself works through taxpayers of all different sorts,
Perfect.
all different circumstances.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bartow, for being here. For 53 years, the tax code banned religious, nonprofit, charitable, and related organizations for engaging in political activity. This bill strikes that standard. Last week, you were kind enough to explain the cost to my office. Can you explain this $2.1 billion price tag to the rest of the committee?
Certainly, Mr. Lewis. What you're referring to for the rest of the members is the modification to what some people call the Johnson Amendment, which is a prohibition on political activity by religious organizations. We've estimated a revenue loss from the relaxation that's contained in H.R. 1 under the as introduced. That's really based on what's been happening over the last, let's say, 15, 20 years, and what people under present law can deduct and what they can't deduct as a charitable donation. Over the last 15, 20 years, as I think we're all aware, there's been substantial growth in contributions to political organizations. As a general rule, those contributions are not deductible. The proposal would say that certain political activity may perhaps now occur in religious organizations, and we think that that would give some incentive, in fact it's very small, for some contributions that might currently go to what would be non-deductible political organizations, that there might be an shifting or an increase, a little bit of diversion of those contributions to certain religious organizations. If you make a contribution to a religious organization, it's deductible, and that's what leads to the revenue loss. So it's a diversion of some of the substantial growth in political contributions into a deductible form. It's not deductible today.
Well, thank you. The new market tax credit is a lifeline to many communities and cities across our country. Whole cities like New Orleans, Macon, Georgia, Savannah, suburban Atlanta, even in the center of Atlanta, neighborhood like Emmett Park, the West End, Ansley Park, and Cabbagetown rely on the historic preservation tax credit. This bill in the program, what is going to happen to these historic places?
Mr. Lewis, as you noted, the legislation would prospectively repeal new allocations of the new market tax.
So are you saying there would not be any new resources, new tax credit for these historic places all across America?
There's no replication of the current law benefits. It's not modified. Those provisions would be repealed.
Finally, what about real people? There seem to be many parts in this bill that are just plain mean. It punishes teachers, the disabled, seniors, students, immigrants, and the list goes on and on. Does this bill do anything to help those who was previously penalized in the tax code, like artists who cannot claim deduction for donating their work, American Corps volunteers, and other people working in volunteer programs?
As I noted, Mr. Lewis, there are many current law deductions and credits that are repealed. You noted several of them in your question just now.
You're back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Thompson, you're recognized to
what you were doing,
Mr. Bartle.
Put me back on the list then?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Barthol, for being here.
That's all right. I don't know. Why was I skipped?
Is this bill paid for?
Mr. Thompson, the revenue estimate, as you can see, is approximately a revenue loss over the 10-year budget
Keep my
period
hand
of
up.
I can't hear you.
I always have.
the revenue table that we provided projects over the 10-year budget period a revenue loss of approximately $1.5 trillion.
Does that include interest?
It does not include any changes in interest cost.
So I understand that at a minimum, it's going to cost about $2.3 trillion if interest calculations are added. And I just want to point out, as we talk about fiscal responsibility on this committee and in the House, that's under the current low interest rate. So a lot of folks say, well, it's okay to borrow now to do programs, in this case, to give money to the wealthiest people in the country and corporations because the interest rates are low. But I just want to point out that interest rates are always low until they're not. And then you have a huge problem because then you have to start dealing with other programs that are important to all of our constituents, health care, defense, education, infrastructure. The more money we spend servicing the debt, the less we can spend on the everyday quality of life issues and job issues for Americans. Mr. Barthol, the other question I have is on the Section 1304, the uninsured loss issue, the itemized deduction for casualty losses. Has that been expunged from the law?
H.R. 1 would repeal the itemized deduction for casualty losses with grandfathered relief for hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Marie.
Mr. Chairman, why would you have done that? Why would you take away the ability for working class people who lose their homes in disasters from being able to get a little help from the tax code? And to add injury to insult, or insult to injury, you grandfather in the hurricane folks, so the folks in Texas who lost their homes in a hurricane, you take care of them. But anybody else who gets a disaster, The 9,000 people in California, in my district, most of which are in my district, who just lost their homes to the worst fires that we've ever seen, you'd take away their ability to benefit from the tax code? Why would you have done that?
Mr. Thompson, I'd be glad to, as we discuss the bill, go through this debate right now.
We're discussing it right now.
So we are questioning Mr. Balthold about the amendment and nature of a substitute. We'll continue with that. And as we take up each provision of this bill, and there are many of them, I know you're passionate about
Mr.
that,
Chairman,
but we'll enter that
reclaiming
debate
my
at that
time, I am passionate. I've got 9,000 people who had their homes burned to the ground. Their lives are changed, the communities in which they live are changed, and you're pulling the rug right out from underneath them. I think it's a more than fair question to ask why we would consider changing the tax code to take advantage of those people who, working class people in these neighborhoods, who lost everything they own. And we're going to change the tax code. And as I say, while we grandfather in folks from previous disasters, why in the world would we do that? And I would yield to you, Mr. Chairman, if you can explain why we would do that.
Well, let me, having a number of families who've also lost their homes.
You took care of them. You took care of them. You grandfathered them in.
The gentleman, are you yield time to answer?
I'll yield to you.
So we already acted together in a bipartisan way to provide the property casualty loss for Hurricanes Irma, Harvey, and Maria. I expect another tax relief package to be coming forward, I'm told, within the month, where in addition to the relief for disaster relief for wildfires, we will also, my intention is to be taking up tax relief for those families as well. I think it's critically
reclaiming
important
my time,
in these
I
disasters
don't know why in the world
for us to be
we
able to
would
respond
take
to
it
this.
out
And so
in this piece of
I would hope you would
legislation
be a champion
and
for
then
that and
turn
join
around
me
and put
in
it
helping
back
these families.
in another
do this.
piece of legislation. This is a wrong message to send to people who have just had their entire life turned upside down. It is absolutely wrong-headed, it's cruel, it's heartless, and it's the wrong thing to tell Americans, hard-working middle-class Americans who've lost everything.
I'm going to work to ensure that they can write that off. I
Yield
invite
back
you
the
to
balance of
join
my
me.
time.
Thank you. Mr. Nunes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, looking at the charts in 2019 when all of the policies are in full effect, isn't it true that all income groups will get a tax cut?
Our analysis shows tax reductions across all the income categories in calendar year 2019, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Barthold. And also, your tables show that individuals benefit from corporate tax reductions. Is that correct?
As I noted a little bit earlier, we divide into individual and then business. So it's businesses, not just corporations. It could be pass-through entities. But yes, sir.
So corporate tax cuts can help with the middle class.
That's part of the incidence analysis to which I referred earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Barthold. And also, the tables do not affect potentially the growth rate. So the tables can actually underestimate the actual anticipated growth rate because you're not using dynamic scoring for that.
The analysis that my colleagues and I have presented here today is using our conventional modeling, which does account for a lot of behavioral changes, but as you note, it does not account for potential effects from increased or any change in economic growth. Under House Rule 13A, after the committee reports the bill, we're required to undertake that analysis subsequent to any amendments that the committee might make to the
And then we'll have that analysis after the bill is out.
We're going to do our best to do that, sir, yes.
I appreciate that, Mr. Barthold, and Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Kind, you're recognized.
Is there, well, will you yield, and I'll yield to you if I'm eventually recognized? I thank you very much. Mr. Barthold, amidst the joyous celebration here Thursday when this bill was rolled out, Speaker Ryan declared that a typical family of four was winning the prize of getting a full gas tank for a year. And I just want to ask you, before our service stations are full of people lined up to get this free gasoline claim with their tax change, if you and Joint Tax did the analysis that led to those claims about the typical family of four and what they would get. I've not seen it in writing anywhere. My understanding is you did distribution tables, but that any of this analysis was done by someone else.
Mr. Doggett, you know that it's our policy to treat as confidential any work that we do for any member or office,
Sure.
be it you, be it the chairman, be it the...
There's no
So
analysis.
I shouldn't comment on the
Okay,
source.
there's no analysis you've done here, and you don't know whether any credible methodology was used in making up these claims or not. Let me ask you also about something I know you do know because your name's on it, and that is in October of 2013, the Joint Tax Committee put out modeling the distribution of taxes on business income. And is it not correct that in that report you determined that the effect of corporate taxes and changing them, 75% of the tax is borne by shareholders, by capital, and only 25% by workers?
That's actually the long-run
Yes, sir.
result.
And about the same time, the Treasury Department said you were a little conservative. They actually said it was 82% to the owners of capital and only 18% to workers. Can you confirm, Mr. Barthold, the conclusion of Steve Rosenthal at the Tax Policy Center that since foreigners own 35% of U.S. corporate stock, they'll get about $70 billion from this bill, and because they are foreigners, they won't have to pay a nickel of taxes on that?
I cannot confirm Mr. Rosenthal's calculations, but it is the result, and it is not part of our distribution analysis, benefits that foreign persons may get. That's excluded.
But the foreigners
from the
wouldn't
tables
pay
that
any taxes on their share of this boondoggle, would they?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
The foreigners wouldn't have to pay taxes on any increased dividends or share buybacks that they would have.
Well, as a blanket statement, that's not completely correct, Mr. Doggett, because a number of foreign investors have effectively connected income in the United States.
But if they're not in that situation,
and they're subject to the corporate income tax, or they'd be subject to regular
the normal
taxes.
foreign investor would not be in that situation. I want to ask you also, Mr. Barthold, about another joint taxation committee report, and that was the one in 2011, also under your direction, that concluded, as many other people did, that if you eliminate every corporate tax advantage, loophole, if you call it, or incentive that someone else might call it, you can only reduce the corporate tax rate to 28%, well short of the 20% that is being advocated today. That has not been changed by joint tax since then, has it?
We have not reproduced the 2011 study. I do recall the 2011 study.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me ask you also, the New York Times has estimated that President Trump will personally gain over $1 billion from what is being presented here today as a middle-class tax bill. He'll be able to do a little more than get a free tank of gas for the year. If you had the last decade of his tax returns for him, his family, his 500-plus entities, would your staff have the capacity to do an evaluation of those and the working papers to determine how accurate the New York Times is and present us a line-by-line analysis regarding how much the president will be enriched by repealing the alternative minimum tax, expanding the tax, the loophole for pass-through, and maintaining the carried interest loophole that he promised to abolish? Is that something that you have the capability to do under the provisions of the tax code and with the experts you have in your office?
Mr. Doggett, I'll make three points. My colleagues are extremely capable. They are not auditors. That's sort of a different developed skill. But to undertake the 10-year analysis that you're talking about, I'd require a lot more financial resources to hire additional people.
Right, it would have required a little time, like the first time I made an amendment to do just give you
Gentleman's
that
time has
information. I
expired.
yield back.
Mr. Reed, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Barthold. Before I go further, I just want to note something. Mr. Dockett used the term free tank of gas that's supposedly going to come out of this legislation. The free tank of gas that we're referring to, these are taxpayer dollars that they get to keep in their pocket in order to pay for that tax they worked hard to earn. Isn't that correct? That's not money that we're somehow giving to the taxpayers. Actually, it's money we would rather take from the taxpayers unless we reform the code and those individuals get to use their dollars for whatever they choose to be used for, such as tanks of gas for the year. Isn't that correct?
I believe the reference that was quoted was the tax savings could be spent toward something such as gasoline.
And tax savings means we're not taking those dollars from those hardworking Americans that earn that dollar, correct?
Tax reduction, sir.
So this is their money that they get to use for that free tank of gas or for whatever they so choose to do. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it would be, sir.
Mr. Bartle, you're very familiar with the tax code. I've known you for years, and I know you're very familiar with it. I want to clarify some of the record here. What I have on my right is a pile of the regulations and tax code as it exists today. Do you happen to know how many pages that is?
No, I don't. It's depending on the different publisher and whether you count the footnotes, you can get different results. But your stack is impressive.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I do like my stack because it shows, in my opinion, the complicated nature of the code of 70,000 plus pages. H.R. 1 I represent to you here today. How many pages is this? I believe it's 429 pages, if my count is correct.
Copy with me, so.
So to Mr. Dockett's request to delay these proceedings for one more week, that would mean every American, the 300 million people that live in America, would be subject to these 70,000 pages of existing tax code and all of its complications and all of its special interests and all of its loopholes for at least another week, because these guys don't want to get to 429 pages of legislative text for us to debate this week. Is that fair to say?
I'm sorry, Mr. Reed, I missed the...
I think I made my point. I don't need you to answer that.
Will
With that, I will yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
He's not going down that road, Mr. Reed. All time has expired. Mr. Larson,
Mr. Larson, would you yield?
are you recognized?
Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. That was, what were those again? Oh, yes. Treasury 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. Listen,
We don't want to lose any of these.
yeah, just, since this is theater, and that's all this is today, is theater. This is, as we started out the conversation, the oldest continuous committee in the United States Congress. And without a hearing, you're going to proceed with the great charade. Mr. Barthold, I'd like to call the head of the Department of Revenue Services from the state of Connecticut. Have you heard from him?
I have not received a phone call.
Has he been called as an expert witness? No, he hasn't been called as an expert witness. And the transfer that's going to take place, I'll take Lee Zeldin's comments about the transfer of wealth from one region of the country to the other on the backs of hardworking people of the middle class. You talk about taxing success? All of our working professionals, whether you're a machinist or a teacher, and in the case of a teacher, if they reach into their pocket to pay for their students, you get rid of that deduction as well. So you can give it to somebody who's already got an $11 million deduction on the estate tax. This is outrageous. You are all good and honorable people. It is hard to believe that we find ourselves in this situation. You just went through this with the Health Care Act. The American public just witnessed again what happens when you jam something down. And for the American public, understand what's going on here today is 24/16. That's the only thing you need to know for this discussion and debate today. Mr. Barthold, I apologize to you and your hardworking staff because you're merely a showpiece today. for your camouflage for what's really going on here. It's been stated over and over again that they need a political win. You know who needs a win? The American people need a win. They need to see us acting in regular order, responsibly. Mr. Neal pointed out in his opening remarks, in the Tax Reform Act of '86, 30 hearings were conducted in this committee, 12 in the subcommittee, 450 expert testimonies. We have none. None. No one was allowed to come forward. As Mr. Doggett pointed out, no one from the administration will even sit in front of us. We're the oldest committee in Congress. Many would argue the most prestigious. And members on this side of the aisle aren't even entitled to bring an expert witness on any aspect of the tax code that affects 100% of our economy. 100% of the economy is impacted. And people in my state, in the middle class, are going to get a tax increase. A tax increase thanks to the myriad of lists of things that you've decided behind closed doors that they, because they make itemized deductions, will no longer have. They'll no longer have the state and local tax deduction. $4,000 eliminated from the personal exemption. Medical expenses, no longer. Eliminates deductions for student loans and adoption and teacher education for the classroom and employer-provided education assistance. Why? Because they've made a decision behind closed doors, not with any experts or testimony, but they've made the decision that this is the way it's going to be. And the vote will proceed like that in the committee. Check me if I'm wrong on this. It's going to be 24-16 right down the line, all the way until they can get this to the floor of the House. And then on the floor of the House, they'll continue to perpetuate this great myth that somehow we went through any kind of regular order or there was any bipartisanship that was alluded to. These are honorable people. This is not an honorable time or day for this committee or for democracy in America. Not a single hearing or a single expert witness.
Well, time has expired. Mr. Roscom, you recognize the question, Mr. Bartold.
Thank you. Mr. Bartold, it took 1 hour and 15 minutes for the wattage to go up, so here we go. I don't find it necessarily more persuasive when people speak louder, but let's get right to some of these things. So we've heard criticisms from a majority, or a former majority, that in this very room moved through the Affordable Care Act, and then Speaker Pelosi said, this is the bill we have to pass so that you know what's in it. So the sanctimonious, self-righteous, retroactive nostalgia about process, I think we can dismiss. Mr. Neal made an interesting point, and that was this. Some of this he characterized as being built on maybes, and let's even stipulate that some of this, let's assume Mr. Neal's right for the sake of argument, Mr. Bartold. And here's my question. Let's set aside the maybes, and let's look at the certainties. What are the certainties that people in the middle class can count on with the passage of H.R. 1? Can you just bring to our attention...
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I won't. Can you bring to our attention the tax rates, the tax credits, and so forth that are certainly in the text that you could characterize as benefiting the middle income?
Mr. Roscom, to review maybe the substantial changes that I noted in the walkthrough, H.R. 1 would change the rate structure and the standard deduction structure by doubling the standard deduction.
And just to pause and emphasize, that happens with certainty in the text. Is that right?
It's certain if the law is passed, yes, sir.
Okay, please continue.
Rates would change. I mentioned 12, 25, 35, 39.6, and the bracket breakpoints at the upper levels are generally increased compared to comparable rate bracket entry points.
And just to emphasize, that's certainly in the text. Is that right?
Yes, it is, sir. The alternative minimum tax would be repealed. And as I noted, the child credit would be retained and expanded. This is partially offset by the loss of personal exemptions, but the child credit is expanded. The separate personal credit, the family credit for the taxpayer and the taxpayer's spouse would be implemented.
And that is all certain relief in H.R. 1. I want to shift quickly then, Mr. Barthold, to one of the observations that the gentleman from Texas was making, that is Mr. Doggett. Even assume for the sake of argument in terms of the ratio of tax or business tax relief, what he was arguing is, well, there's a disproportionate impact favorably towards capital as opposed to labor. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
That was his argument. But even if that is true, isn't there a benefit for labor? Even the folks that are the most vociferous critics of business tax relief have to acknowledge, by implication of that argument, that there is a benefit for labor. Could you highlight that?
The point behind our analysis, and I was perhaps too brief before, is that there's fairly substantial both economic theory and empirical findings that taxes imposed on capital income or on business income can have an effect on labor income over the long haul. And the 75-25% split that Mr. Doggett cited was our long-term analysis of the split of $1 of tax on corporate business income. We're projecting, based on empirical work, would be 75 cents borne by the owners of that business, and 25% would redound in the long term to labor in terms of either increased employment activity or higher wages.
And then in closing, I think I represent a constituency that says, look, I'm not particularly concerned about the equation by which I get tax relief. This is what my constituents are telling me. They just want to know that they get tax relief. Can you speak to that? Are folks all across the spectrum, in other words, highlighting Mr. Nunes' questions, folks all across the spectrum are getting tax relief under H.R. 1. Isn't that right, beginning in 2019?
In 2019, our projections, the analysis that I just described, would say that there's a tax benefit to all income categories as we measure them.
I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Blumenauer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pick up where my friend from Illinois left off to figure out what people can actually count on. You talk about people in the income categories on average in 2019. Now, isn't it true that the major benefit that they get, the tax credit, expires in 5 years?
There are several, well, 3 or 4 things that expire in 5 years. But yes, the taxpayer, the $300 taxpayer credit and the credit for the spouse expire after 5 years.
Yeah. About the same time that the estate tax goes away, one of the major benefits disappears. Now, isn't it true, Mr. Barthold, that as we move to chained CPI, that is going to lift people up more rapidly through the income tax brackets, paying more over the course of the next 10 years? Isn't that why it's there? It's a gimmick.
The so-called chain CPI will measure
a more conservative,
slightly less inflation than would the present inflation adjustment measure.
So compared to current tax law, people are going to be pulled up through tax brackets more rapidly in the future. That's something people can count on. Now, Mr. Barthold, my friends want to significantly reduce the benefits for income tax and property tax deductions. Is that also true for people who would take advantage of pass-through business income? Can they continue to fully deduct their expenses for income tax and for interest deductions?
let me start with interest deductions. First, the proposal in the legislation applies the denial of net interest expense in excess of 30% of adjusted taxable income to all business entities, regardless of whether they are in pass-through form or a C corporation. With respect to income taxes and property taxes that are attributable to the production of income may still be deducted as expenses in arriving at that income. Income taxes that can otherwise be deducted on present law Schedule A, the intent of the legislation is that that itemized deduction would be denied.
So how much of it is going to be fully deductible?
In the case of an individual such as myself, there would be no itemized deduction for income.
If you're like the basketball coach, excuse me, if you're like the basketball coach in Kansas who decided that he's going to be a pass-through entity,
he would be providing professional services, and he's denied the benefit of the maximum rate of tax on pass-through income of 25%, and all of his income taxes would not be deductible.
and would his the cost that he has for paying for professional help to look for new loopholes, would that be fully deductible? Taxpayers are going to be limited.
Tax advice is also not deductible, sir, under H.R. 1.
For individuals who recharacterize as small pass-through?
Well, first of all, the individual who is recharacterized isn't recharacterized, and so as a general matter, tax advice received by individuals is not deductible. If
it's part of the
question is more that you have a business enterprise and you engage an attorney or an accountant to help you with your accounting and legal questions, those would be deductible business expenses.
My friend from New York has all these things stacked up and waives a bill. Well, most of those are regulations implementing a bill. If you pass this bill, there will be all sorts of regulations you will have to promulgate in addition. And part of it is trying to put guardrails on pass-through income is going to take all sorts of rules and regulations, and people will be able to deduct their negotiation with their attorneys and accountants.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Kelly, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Barthel, thank you for being here, and staff, thank you for being here. You guys do incredible work. One of the things, and I don't know that you can address it, but maybe you can. One of our colleagues said that this does not result in the tax cut doesn't help people in Connecticut's the 1st District. It actually comes down to, and this is American Community Service, it comes down to tax cuts for a median 4-person household of $4,096. And according to my calculations, that would take care of 10 months of car or truck payments. That would take care of 4 months of a mortgage payment. That would take care of 5 months of a rent payment. In my district, in Pennsylvania 3, we get $1,971, an incredibly different amount of savings, but the same type of results, where we are saving hard-working American taxpayers money. They get to keep more of their own money. Isn't that what this whole bill is about?
Well, that's not really a question I'm supposed to answer. That's for the members to decide.
But if you were a taxpayer, would you feel better about this, or would you feel worse about this? And I know you are a taxpayer.
Share your feelings, Mr. Bartold.
It's
not if you lived in Connecticut.
Not appropriate for me to share my personal feelings. It's for the elected members of Congress to make those decisions.
Okay. Well, the next time you go to buy a car or truck, I have a person that can help you navigate that. And we'll use your tax savings to make it a little bit easier in the pocketbook. The other thing I think is really interesting is that we are talking today, and there's a great concern with the deficits, the rising deficits. And I'm trying to understand, unless you're Rip Van Winkle, and he slept for 20 years, some of our members on the other side have only been asleep for 10 years, apparently, because the debt went from $8 trillion in 2008 and it's now over $20 trillion. My question would be, Mr. Barthold, were these deficits hid from people where they didn't actually see the escalation of the deficit? These are pretty much available to anybody, are they not?
I'm not clear on what your deficit
Here's the
is,
question.
Mr. Kelly. I'm sorry.
Who was privy to understanding what the debt level of the United States federal government was?
Well,
is this secretly held or privately held?
No, it certainly is not private information. There are many reports that report on the level of the debt and interest payments on the debt.
Okay, so it's available to anybody. What I'm concerned about, I was not here in 2008. I was in the private sector trying to get through some very difficult times. In fact, having one of my franchises taken away through the wisdom of the federal government. Fun time for a hardworking American taxpayer to hear all of a sudden you're not going to have your business anymore. And why? Because the geniuses in Washington decided you didn't deserve to keep that. So that's why I'm here. I'm not here because I needed a career. I left a career that I was very happy with to come here because I was tired of seeing everyday Americans get bulldozed by a federal government that makes decisions that absolutely alters their life. What we are trying to do is break the status quo. The worst thing that can come out of this committee is that we stick with the status quo. We remain stuck in the worldview of where you would start a business. We remain stuck in the fact that we have deficits that are rising, and I'm incredibly impressed by the fact that we can turn a blind eye to $12 trillion in debt since 2008 and look at the $1.5 trillion today in what I would term as the biggest turnaround opportunity in the American business community than we've ever seen. That's where the jobs come from. That's where the jobs come from. And when we talk about corporate people, and we talk about foreign investors, why do we have such a blind eye to the fact that if you want to fix Social Security, you better have more people participating in the labor workforce? That's who funds it. That's who funds it. And since November the 9th of last year, we've seen an incredible amount of optimism in our economy. And that was a result of an election. So my question to you, as you sit here today, and you're going to hear this all the way through this, because this is Hell Week, you're going to hear about what we're not doing for certain people. But I would just submit to my friends that this effort is a 3-decade effort to change the tide of America's trajectory. We cannot continue at the status quo, leave our position in the world, not be able to see our citizens rise to a new level, and sit back and say, well, we just couldn't get through that because we disagreed on the messaging of it or the rates. So I want to thank you for what you're doing and all your staff. You guys are incredible. My question is, why do you do this? I mean, you must be masochists. But we appreciate everything you're doing. And I would just tell you, you can't look at what Mr. Reed has here and look at this and say that somehow, if we just keep it the same, won't that be wonderful? It's a total disaster. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen's time has expired. Mr. Kind, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartle, thank you for being here and for your service and for your patience. And I sure am glad, just picking up from my good friend from Pennsylvania's line, at least he had the courage to raise the issue about debt and deficits under this plan. And I wish there was more scrutiny of that because, Mr. Barthold, I mean, it's clear that the budget resolution that my Republican friends just passed recently makes room for an additional $1.5 trillion worth of debt in order to pass this tax bill. Is that correct?
The budget resolution provides for $1.5 trillion.
And just for the record, again, getting back to my friend's point, back in 2008, when President Obama inherited this god-awful economic recession, he also inherited a $1.5 trillion budget deficit from the previous administration. And when he left office earlier this year, he cut that down by over 2/3. So we started heading in the right direction. But this plan, again, will reverse that. And according to the Congressional Budget Office recent estimates, that publicly held debt as a percentage of our GDP currently is roughly 77%, and it's projected to go up to 91% over the next 10 years under current revenue estimates without this plan. I'm not asking you to verify those numbers because you don't calculate that with JCT itself, but clearly with an additional $1.5 trillion worth of debt, that also does not include the increased interest burden that we'll have to pay on an expansion of that publicly held debt. But back to my friend Mr. Blumenauer's point, there are certain ways of masking the true size of that deficit. one of which, and it's been used in the past, is expiring or phased out provisions. Now, you've indicated one, but are there certain provisions under the Republican tax plan that phases out or expires over the next 10 years?
Yes, as Mr. Kind, as I noted in the walkthrough, the expansion of bonus depreciation to 100% expensing of those assets is only for a 5-year period, so it expires after 5 years. The expansion of the allowable expensing under Section 179 to $5 million worth of annual capital expenditures also expires after 5 years.
Family
Both of those
flexibility tax credit as well will phase out?
which
The family flexibility?
And I noted to Mr. Blumenauer that the family portion for the taxpayer and the taxpayer's spouse expires after 5 years. The child credit is permanent.
Yeah. And one reason for doing that, and you don't have to answer this, is clearly to mask the size of the shortfall in revenue under this tax plan by expiring that. But you have been around here long enough to realize, as many of us do here in committee, that when these popular tax provisions suddenly expire or are on the verge of phasing out, Congress typically doesn't have the stomach to actually let that happen and figures out a way of extending that. And if that's true, then that $1.5 trillion is really a low ball when it comes to the public debt that's going to be added under this plan if Congress does not let those provisions expire. Is that not true? And that has been the history in this place for quite some time.
As I've said a couple of times, it's decisions for the members of Congress to make, sir.
Yeah. And in fact, we just turned ourselves into pretzels trying to get rid of so-called tax extenders, a yearly exercise that Congress makes to extend certain tax provisions that are on the verge of sunsetting or expiring. And then we had to have an extender package. And now under this bill, we're creating a whole new scenario of another tax extender package year after year after year in order to retain these benefits. But let me shift again. Again, the dog that's not barking needs to be listened to as well. And that's the change in the indexing for inflation. Right now, one of the things this plan calls for is a doubling of the standard deduction. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And under current law, the standard deduction is indexed for inflation. Is that right?
Yes, it is, sir.
And under this plan, it would be changed to a chain CPI index. Is that
It
right?
would still be that the standard deduction, the rate brackets,
But
all
according-
would still be indexed, but as you observed, it would be.
And
by
according to
using
your
a different
calculations, the
index method.
chained index would actually not be as generous as the current inflationary index for the standards.
Those are the projections, and that's what's reflected in the revenue analysis that we presented on the effect of the modification to the inflation index.
And there are other provisions. Is the entire code now going to chained CPI index?
Yes, sir.
And that would naturally result in a less generous tax return or tax benefit for the taxpayer, I assume.
Well, sir, that's reflected in
Your calculations.
in our calculation that's on line 1A4 of the first page of JCX 47.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Nace, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the staff for moving this piece of legislation forward with all of us. Look, it's kind of interesting. As I listen to both sides, and I appreciate what Mr. Kind said about what President Obama got, look what President Trump has today. If we do nothing, President Trump, and then if he's there for 8 years, we'll experience an $8 trillion to $10 trillion debt increase too. So at some point in time, hardworking taxpayers are looking to us to get something done. And they're sick and tired of the politics, and they're probably sick and tired of watching this hearing because we're going back and forth. And at some point in time, we've got to do what's right for them. I'm probably one of the few, there's a few on this panel that have actually had to sit down when a hardworking taxpayer, husband and wife, walks in with their 2 kids, into your office with their boxes of tax information, and they sit down and you go through their tax report, and at the end they say, I've got all that interest and I've got all that medical deductions, but you're telling me I don't meet the standard deduction. And I would say, yes, you don't meet the standard deduction, so it's not deductible. Because the truth of it is, 75% of Americans do not itemize. So when we start talking about some of these deductions, we have to start thinking about that. Mr. Barthold, is that a number that you could agree with? I know there's enough studies, but I'm not sure if...
Mr. Renacci, our present law projections are that approximately 29% of tax filing units will elect to itemize over the next couple of years.
29%. And if we double the standard deduction from 12 to 24,000, do you have a calculation of how many people itemize?
We've estimated that for next year under HR 1, the chairman's amendment, approximately 6% of tax filing units would elect to itemize.
Right, so we're talking about 6% of the people. So when the other side continues to talk about interest and talk about state and local taxes and talks about medical and talks about all those issues which are itemized deductions, we're talking about 6% of the people. And most of those, I don't know if you have specifics on those, are probably the wealthiest of individuals who can itemize?
Itemizers, Mr. Renacci, under present law are heavily represented in the top third of the income distribution.
Okay, so I hope the other side continues to try and represent the top wealthiest people, because what we're trying to do is make sure that the middle income gets the tax breaks here, and I think that's what's important. Mr. Barthold, you also talked about the corporate income tax rate, and I've said this many times. Corporations don't pay income tax. Is that correct?
Corporations remit tax payments to the Treasury. As I was discussing with Mr. Doggett and some others, we think the economic analysis is that ultimately taxes are borne by real persons.
Borne by the consumer. So when the corporation gets a tax cut, who wins? Would it be the consumer then that wins?
Well, as I explained earlier, our analysis is that the beneficiaries can be both workers and owners of the corporation, so they would both be consumers.
Sure, because when you buy a product that a corporation makes, it's going to be less costly. As far as credits, I also did work in the tax world for almost 3 decades. People would come in and say, I have this credit or that credit, but would you also agree that if you cut their taxes, in many cases they may not need the credits that they're getting today, because in essence their tax cuts would equal, in some cases, the credits that they already have? Is that a true statement?
Well, that can certainly be the trade-off, a trade-off for many people.
And the case is
a reduction in tax rates or an increase in the standard deduction would be better than providing a
right. And the case is, in most times, that's what it's going to be. And some of the credits that I know my colleagues are talking about, if you reduce the corporate tax rate, and they're doing some of this work with historical projects, so they're going to have more dollars in their pockets because they may not have the credit, but they're going to have a less tax rate. Is that correct?
The reduced tax rate would increase the after-tax return to any potential investment project.
So it is true that if we cut the taxes on hardworking taxpayers, they're going to have more money to decide what they want to do instead of giving it to the federal government.
They would have more money to make choices with, yes, sir.
Right, so this is pretty simple. I mean, again, we can argue all day about this deduction, that deduction. I've got one member on the other side who probably doesn't realize that almost 90%, one member from Texas, almost 90% of the people do not itemize in his district. These are the numbers they should be looking at, as we've looked at, and make some decisions on whether we should be fighting for some of these things or not. So in the end, again, I thank you for what you're doing. I do believe this is a plan that will give hardworking taxpayers more money. It'll stop the burden of giving the federal government more money, which people back home are tired of giving the federal government money for them to waste. Thank you.
The time has expired. Mr. Pascrell, you're recognized.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to the meeting today. This is going to be an interesting day. It will be a preface to a few other days. I haven't heard one Democrat before this meeting or today say that they want the status quo. So what in God's name are you talking about? You're making this stuff up. And you are. The whole bill is made up. Hey, by the way, the New Jersey Chamber of Commerce today, you guys got real problems. They come out against this legislation. And they're very specific as to why. And they even said this: if this legislation is approved, people and businesses will have another reason to leave New Jersey. I wonder what they mean by that. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the last point.
Would the gentleman yield?
No. That's the first time I never yielded since I've been here. No. The IRS announced an annual inflation adjustment for the 2018 last month. You know what it is, Mr. Barthold. Thank you for all your patience with us. You've done a great job. $13,000 for a married couple. They announced that. Then I said, can you tell me what 13,000 times 2 is, Mr. Balthoid?
26.
Very good, Mr. Balthoid. Everyone is telling me that this misguided bill doubles the standard deduction. You just heard it from my brother from Ohio. Can you tell me what the standard deduction will be for a married couple under this irresponsible H.R. 1, Mr. Barthard?
For next year, 24,000.
Thank you, Mr. Barthard. Is 24,400 more or less than $26,000? It is less, Mr. Barthard. $1,600 is a lot of money for most people. I represent firefighters. I represent police officers. I represent teachers, seamstresses, economists. I represent those people. They didn't write those books that you got in front of you. They were corporate lawyers. They wrote them. We're here to represent all the people, corporate lawyers, teachers, doctors. So can we all agree that we were misled? The American people, by falsely claiming this bill doubles the standard deduction over these 4 days. Can I also ask about a personal exemption? The bill eliminates personal exemptions, correct, Mr. Barthard?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Barthard. For a married couple with 2 children, let's get down to the nitty-gritty, into the weeds. The current standard deduction of $13,000 and 4 personal exemptions totaling $16,600 adds up to $29,600 in reductions to taxable income. Is the new standard deduction of $24,000 more or less than $29,600? I'm asking, of course, arbitrarily, Mr. Barthard. I mean, come on. This is a joke, and you got to face up to it. Brothers and sisters on the other side, this is not the bill you want. I want to change the status quo just as much as you want to change the status quo. And isn't it true that this family would see an increase that I just mentioned in taxable income of $5,600, adding to the tax burden rather than massaging it? Let me use that word for now, since we'll need a little exercise in a while. Would the new temporary child tax credit make up for this tax increase? It would not. It would not. Are you listening? It would not. I don't care whether you live in Dakota, Jersey. This thing is really shafting everybody. It's an equal opportunity shaft to this bill. I got to admit that. There are a lot of people expecting a tax cut who will be big losers under this bill. I just got this morning. Mr. Renacci, you're an expert in taxes, and I'm not, apparently. But Mr. Renacci, through the chair, he just sent me his tax thing, what he was paying this year, what he's paying next year. That's a guy who makes pretty good income. He says, I listened to all of this. I listened to the campaign stuff. I listened to this stuff. I listened to you guys, those guys. I'm going to have to pay almost $5,000 more under this new bill. Let me tell you something. We got major problems here. And if we all can come together and work out the differences, or we can all play games.
Mr.
Thank
Corbello,
you, Mr. Chairman,
thank
for
you.
your courtesy.
Thank you, Mr. Pascal. Mr. Corbello, you recognized?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And this is an exciting opportunity we all have before us to do something wonderful for the American people. I'm looking here at some of the data in front of us, and for every district represented on this committee, the average family of 4, and as a member of a family of 4, I'm very grateful to this, but more importantly for all the people back home, there is significant tax relief. In some districts like in Minnesota, New York, Washington, it's over $5,000 for the average family of 4. So this is a wonderful opportunity and a big day for this committee, and hopefully it's a big day of something special for all American families. But Mr. Barthold, what I want to focus on is on a lot of the frustration that's out there in our country. I think a lot of Americans for some years now have been reading about an economic recovery. yet they're still struggling to get by. They'd like to get ahead, and they read about how others have recovered and how the stock market's doing so well, yet their incomes are stagnant. And maybe their children have gone to college, gotten a degree, gotten into debt, and can't find a quality job. And one of the big frustrations out there is that the tax code isn't fair, that there are a lot of people in this country who exploit the tax code for their benefit, that there are American companies who get around our existing rules or exploit our existing rules, make big profits, and perhaps maybe don't pay their fair share here at home. Some of my colleagues referenced the 2001-2003 tax bills, commonly known as the Bush tax cuts. How is this bill different than those in addressing some of this exploitation of rules like shifting of jobs and income overseas, operations overseas, that a lot of taxpayers have stood back and watched as they struggle, and yet others, special interests, perhaps with high-powered lobbyists, have created these rules or these scenarios where some aren't paying their fair share. How is this different than the 01 and 03 tax cuts in that regard?
Well, thank you, Mr. Curbelo. The 2001-2003 tax legislation primarily focused on individuals in terms of individual tax rates and treatment of income at the individual level. The legislation that you have before you in H.R. 1 makes much more substantial revisions in terms of the business tax base and the tax rates applicable to business income. So you would be changing incentives that businesses have had for the past 2 decades by changing investment incentives in terms of cost recovery, changing investment incentives in terms of after-tax rate of return by looking at lower corporate tax rates. You have a fundamental change in shifting from a system of basically worldwide taxation for U.S.-based multinational enterprises to a territorial regime. And then, as I'd noted in the walkthrough, it has certain base erosion protections. So you
now, Mr. Barthold,
change the economic ground.
Without all of these changes that you outline, is it likely that American companies continue shifting jobs and opportunities overseas?
The projections, and it's reflected in baseline projection on receipts, is that there's not been strong corporate receipt growth in the United States, in part because of benefits that might be received by investment overseas. Now, as a caveat, it's important to recognize there's a lot of growth opportunities abroad, and so there are a lot of good reasons to do things abroad.
But is it more likely that as a result of this legislation, American companies will invest more here in this country, keep and create more jobs here in this country?
We think the lower corporate rate provides a clear incentive not just for American companies to make investments in the United States, but also for foreign-based enterprises to make investments in the United States.
So not only do we deliver tax relief for every American family, especially those who feel like they've been left behind, but I think we also create more opportunities for every American family, especially younger workers who went to college based on a promise, and a promise has been broken for a lot of them. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you again for giving every member of this opportunity, every member of this committee, the opportunity to truly be part of something historic to improve the quality of life of every American and every American family.
Thank you, Mr. Curbelo. Dr. Davis, you're recognized. Question, Mr. Barthold.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, I just heard my colleague from Florida mention individuals going to college, being able to have regular lives. Could you tell me how much indirect cuts are made with respect to provisions for individuals to pay for college?
Mr. Davis, you're asking for changes in the chairman's mark that relate to education provisions under present law. I noted in the initial overview that there were there's some expansions to the American Opportunity Tax Credit and Section 529 plans, but I also noted that certain other provisions were repealed. Some of those provisions would be the deduction for student loan interest, the special rule for education savings bonds. As part of the modifications to the American Opportunity Tax Credit, the lifetime learning credit is repealed. The exclusion for employer-provided educational assistance would also be repealed. It ends, H.R. 1 would end contributions to Coverdell savings accounts, but provides that those be rolled over into the modifications of Section 529 plans. Also repeals an exclusion for employer-provided qualifying tuition deductions.
I've heard the majority talk about getting rid of loopholes for the wealthy. And I'm just looking at the fact that 48% of the taxpayers that take above-the-line deductions for student loan interest make less than $50,000 a year. 50% that take the above-the-line deduction tuition and related expenses make less than $50,000 a year. So when we look at these, are any of these targeted for those wealthy individuals that experience loopholes?
We've not undertaken a distributional analysis. The number, so I don't have anything that would dispute anything that you've just presented, Mr. Davis. So I really can't comment further on the extent to which some of these provisions are utilized by higher income individuals. As you noted, above-the-line deductions are available to any taxpayer regardless of income.
Do you know how many taxpayers would be affected by the student loan interest deduction?
I will have to report back to the committee later on that. I'll ask my colleagues to look at some of our projections on that. I think I can provide that information later.
Adoption credits?
The adoption credit? Okay, I'll have to report subsequently on that as well.
You know, I spent a lot of time with young individuals over the weekend, and every group that I came into contact with were concerned about how they're going to pay off their student loan debt. And I think across the board, this becomes a major concern. And I hope that as we go through the bill and continue to rework it, that some way or another, we'll find a way to help make sure that these individuals who are going to college, who've gone to college, who have huge debt, will be able to get some assistance. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Mr. Davis, Mr. Chairman, I'll try to provide the information that Mr. Davis requested to all the members of the committee by tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Mr. Paulson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Barthold, I just want to go back to the distribution effects that you identified on the chart or the distribution table. If I'm looking at this correctly, again, just to reiterate, every income category in this distribution category shows a reduction in federal income taxes paid. Is that correct?
Excuse me. Mr. Paulson, yes, for 2019, yes, sir.
So even in the category, say $50,000 to $75,000, 7.9%, so about 8% reduction in federal taxes just in that income category itself, correct?
The table reports the percentage reduction by category, yes, sir.
And as I add this up, I mean, below 200,000, if you add all these other categories, below 200,000, it's about 80% of all tax relief going to that below 200,000 category. Clearly, middle income, lower income folks, that's where this is targeted, this is where it's going, correct?
I didn't do a cumulative percentage calculation, but your tabulation looks correct, Mr.
Yeah, okay. Well, and clearly this is helping real people. It's helping teachers, it's helping students, it's helping struggling families that are living paycheck to paycheck. But I think a lot of Americans, and certainly constituents in my district, can appreciate that tax reform isn't just about giving someone that benefit of that extra dollar right now. It is about making our economy boom again. It's about being competitive, having a competitive, growing economy, so young people that are getting out of college are going to be able to pay their student loans, so that families are going to have a pay increase in their wages, see a raise. And you mentioned earlier that some of the economic effects of tax reform might be shown when you score the bill after it passes committee going to the floor, right? You'll show the economic benefits of a growing economy as a part of that dynamic scoring?
Yeah, as I noted, the House rule requires us to undertake a macroeconomic analysis and estimate of reported legislation, and we'll endeavor to comply with that rule.
So as we look at the effects then of the bill under that rule, small businesses are now going to have a 25% pass-through rate, right? The lowest rate for small businesses, Main Street, mom and pop businesses that we've seen for small businesses in decades. Larger businesses have a 20% corporate rate, which you had mentioned, so will we actually be competitive? We're not going to be the lowest in the world, but we will be competitive in the world again. And then international reforms, which are really important in terms of making sure not only American jobs aren't going overseas, but we're actually keeping American research, American manufacturing, and American headquarters here. You'll be able to take into account those effects as a part of that scoring as well, right, as you look at the analysis?
Our macroeconomic analysis among the things it tries to assess is what happens to the incentives to invest both here and abroad. So the short answer would be yes.
You know, it seems to me, Mr. Chairman, that as this bill moves forward and that as we realize faster economic growth, it doesn't matter if you're a young person that maybe, you know, for the first time is going to see a lower standard of living in today's world compared to what their parents have or have that feeling. They have to have a growing competitive economy. If they're going to be successful to pay off student loans, have an economy growing where they can compete and have ample job opportunity, or if you're a senior or a baby boomer about to retire, you're an individual essentially that wants to make sure your savings are protected, your wealth's protected as you get ready for retirement. And you want to have a competitive growing economy as well to making sure that our other government safety net programs, Medicare, Social Security, are going to be strong and healthy. And without a competitive growing economy, we will not see those impacts. So it's not just, Mr. Chairman, I think the reform efforts you put into the H.R. 1 that give relief immediately to struggling families, it's about helping hardworking taxpayers across the board looking to the future and giving that restoration to prosperity, which I think is so critical in today's needs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Ms. Sanchez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm having a hard time believing that this is actually where we are today, because America needs real tax reform, and this bill isn't real tax reform. It's pretty much a tax fiasco. Republicans have talked for years about the need to do a 1986-style tax reform, and this bill doesn't even come close to the process, certainly not the process, because Democrats have been shut out at every turn, or even the substance of 1986, where there was an agreement by both sides that it would be revenue neutral. I'm upset and I'm disappointed that we're passing up an opportunity to work to do something good for the American people, but to do it in a bipartisan way. Instead, you've chosen to go it alone. In this nation, we agree some of our fundamental values are that everyone should earn their wealth, their status, and their privilege. We don't believe in an aristocracy which hoards wealth and leaves the rest of the people to fight over the crumbs. And that's why I'm baffled that this bill contemplates how can they do more for the richest people in this country. Massive corporate tax cuts do not guarantee job growth or increased wages for middle-income Americans. The only thing that they guarantee are adding $2.3 trillion to the deficit. And who winds up picking up the tab? Middle-class Americans do. The American people are sick and tired of the same Republican cut, cut, and cut proposals. Because under the Ryan McConnell tax plan, the mortgage interest tax deduction would be cut for middle-class families. The student loan interest deduction would be cut for middle-class families. State and local deductions would be cut for middle-class families. We need a tax code that is simpler, that is fairer, and that supports all Americans. If the federal tax code is a reflection of our priorities in this country, this is a misguided plan at best and a really, really tremendous disaster at worst. Mr. Barthold, under the Republican proposals, do estates that are valued at $5 million, are they required to pay the estate tax?
Ms. Sanchez, under present law, there's a $5.4 million exemption.
Okay, that's current law. Under this Republican proposal, would $10 million estates be taxed?
No, the exemption.
What about $1 billion estates? Would those be taxed under this Republican plan?
In years prior to 2024, the estate tax and the generation skipping tax would be in effect.
But in the full 10-year window, would at the end of those 5 years, would $1 billion estate be taxed?
I was getting that point, Ms. Sanchez. After 2023, the estate tax and the generation skipping tax are repealed.
So after 2023, you can hand over $1 billion in your estate tax-free. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's while at the same time that we're reducing the estate tax in this Republican plan, and millionaires and billionaires continue to see their tax burden get smaller and smaller, this fiasco of a tax plan phases out the tax credit that filers and their spouses can claim, so that what they pretend to give to the middle class with one hand, they actually turn around and they yank that away after 5 years. Isn't that correct, Mr. Barthold?
The taxpayer credit and the credit for taxpayer spouse and non-dependent child expires at the end of 5 years. Yes.
So at the same time that they take away that middle class benefit that most middle class families would rely on, they're reducing to zero the estate tax. Is that correct?
Actually, the estate tax repeal is the subsequent year.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's 1 year difference. Yeah. But is it any wonder how they're going to pay? How they're going to pay for allowing millionaires and billionaires to keep more of their money? They're going to take away the tax relief that Republicans are so happy to tout that they're providing to middle-class families. Well, think about how many students, veterans, food insecure families, and other hardworking middle-income Americans we could provide for if we didn't eliminate the estate tax, and if the very wealthy in this country, the wealthiest of the wealthy in this country, had to pay their fair share of taxes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I continue to be concerned about this inaccurate parallel that some of our friends on the other side of the aisle keep making between what we're working on here in the House Ways and Means Committee, the Tax Cuts and Job Creation Act, and the tax law that was passed a few years ago back in my home state of Kansas. Mr. Berthold, are you familiar with what was done at home in Kansas?
I won't claim to know it in great detail. I'm familiar with some, and actually my colleagues on staff have done some research related to some of the changes there as part of our understanding of how people respond to tax changes.
Okay, then maybe you can help me set the record straight, because Mr. Blumenauer just attempted to imply, our KU basketball coach, who we love at home in Kansas, would in some way be able to shelter his earnings from federal tax. And at home in Kansas, they drove the pass-through rate to 0. And in our bill, the pass-through rate is 25%. In your opinion, are 0 and 25% the same thing?
No, 0 and 25 are quite different.
In fact, it's almost like 25 times different, isn't it?
Well, actually, that would be mathematically incorrect.
Well, that's true.
It's an infinite difference.
Significantly, that's right. And could you walk through again how the federal tax law would treat our beloved KU coach if he put his earnings in a pass-through?
Under the chairman's amendment, the nature of a substitute, as I highlighted in the walkthrough, it's a maximum rate on pass-through income of 25%. But that maximum rate does not apply to certain types of income that might be earned through pass-through enterprises. Among them were professional services and consulting and financial services. So, for example, not to go into basketball coaches, but partners in a national accounting firm. That's a professional service. They would not be eligible. The income of that accounting enterprise attributed to the partners would not be eligible for the 25% maximum rate. It would be subject to the rate structure of 12, 25, 35, 39.6 that I outlined. Believe that under the legislation, the same would be true of your basketball coach. It would be true of a consulting engineer, of an architect, attorneys, doctors.
So while in Kansas, in this situation, he could pay 0 state income tax at the federal level, the guardrails provide for 70% at the highest rate, which is 39.6 or above, 30% at the 25% rate. But in this particular instance, it would all be deemed taxed at the higher rate, correct?
I believe it would all be consulting or professional services, and it would be subject, if my understanding of the amount that the Jayhawks coach is paid is that he would likely be in the 39.6% tax bracket as established under H.R. 1.
Do you think that taxing at the federal level 39.6 and taxing 0 at the Kansas rate are the same?
Clearly not, Ms. James.
Clearly not. And then in Kansas, they did not close any of the loopholes to pay for the buy down in the rate to 0. Did we close any loopholes in our tax proposal?
Well, it's probably not wise for me to label things explicit loopholes, but as I outlined, there are a number of deductions and exclusions that H.R. 1 would repeal. There's a number of almost all of the business credits and energy credits are repealed or modified.
Thank you for helping to clear that up. I think there's just a lot of really bad information out there, and certainly the economy of a small state at home in the middle of the country is a whole lot different than the leader of the free world economy. So I think we need to be fair when reporting these parallels. I think this is a good piece of legislation. We need to get Washington to make it perfectly clear we need a good tax code that's fairer, simpler, closing these loopholes, ending bailouts and handouts, get our economy healthy again, get more jobs, higher wages, and a stronger economy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, you're recognized to question Mr. Bartow.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartow, are you familiar with the Mnuchin rule, the so-called Mnuchin rule?
You're referring to the Secretary of the Treasury, sir?
I am.
Which rule?
Well, the rule that he had established that there would be no net benefit to wealthy.
Okay, then yes, I am familiar with that statement.
Does this budget that we're discussing today meet the Mnuchin rule test?
I would say not. As has been pointed out, it provides for net tax reductions, particularly in the first year, up and down the income distribution.
Well, the Mnuchin rule, as I understand it, was that any tax cut would not benefit the wealthy. And under this bill, the top 1%, defined as if you make $730,000 or more, your after-tax income will increase next year by 8.5%. If you make $150,000 a year, your after-tax income next year will increase by about 1%. So it seems to me that this is in direct violation of the Mnuchin rule as established by the Secretary of State. And that's why I believe that this tax plan is blatant fraud, being perpetrated against middle America. Now, I've heard it said here and last week when they rolled this thing out that a family of four that makes $59,000 a year will experience a $1,200 tax cut a year. The elimination of income and sales taxes in New York is equal to 9% of taxable income, meaning that if you make $100,000 a year, you lose $9,000. If you make $50,000 a year, you lose $4,500. So if you reduce that loss by the amount that you gain in this family of four, $59,000 scenario, your net loss in New York is $3,300 next year. If you make $50,000, if you make $100,000, your net loss is $7,800. That hits hard middle families. Even in the state of Texas, where 2.5% of taxable income is attributed to this state and local tax elimination, you will lose considerably under this plan. Again, if you make $100,000 a year, it's $2,500. If you make $50,000 a year, it's $1,250. Eliminating altogether this glittering generality that has been foisted upon us, suggesting that this results in a tax cut. The problem here is that what really matters in terms of taxes is the net effect. So while there may be a cut, if you don't take into consideration the deductions or the elimination of those deductions, that's not an honest portrayal of what is going on here. This bill is said to cost $2.4 trillion. I reject categorically what the Senate approved, and I view with credibility those analyses that have said that it's almost $2.5 trillion. This tax bill will produce, according to Goldman economists, no good growth in the American economy over the next 5 years. The reason why Goldman is relevant here is both the Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Mnuchin, and the National Economic Advisor, Mr. Cohen, are both from Goldman. If you can't convince the organization from which you came to confirm what you're saying, that is indicative to me of a bill that just doesn't balance out. No good growth, record deficits, no new jobs created. This tax bill is a major liability to every tax-paying American but for the top 1%. I yield back.
Time has expired. Mr. Smith, Jason Smith recognized for question, Mr. Barthold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, I would like to follow up on some of the comments you made prior. Is it correct you made the statement that roughly 29% of Americans itemize currently under the current tax code?
Mr. Smith, that's our projection for 2017 and 2018.
Okay.
Call it 30%.
So I've seen around 30%, and that's something I want to talk about. So all of these deductions that the folks on the other side of the aisle have been talking about, that they're all upset that they're gone, those deductions would only affect the 30% or the 29% that itemize, correct?
Well, just to be very precise on this, Mr. Smith, remember that we do have some deductions that are permitted above the line.
So let's say like medical expensing, the adoption.
Medical expense is an itemized deduction.
State and local income tax
is an itemized. State and local tax is an itemized.
So there's several.
There's a number.
And so the 70% that don't itemize don't get to benefit from that.
Under present law, that's under
Under
present law and present economics, that's correct.
Under present law. So, in my congressional district, 83% don't itemize. The median income household in my congressional district is 40,000. So 17% of the people itemize in my district. So does that mean that 83% of the people in my district that don't itemize don't benefit from those deductions of medical expense or adoption expense or some of the other expenses we just went over, state and local income tax?
Under present law, that's correct, Mr. Smith.
Would you also say that these deductions, like state and local income tax, benefit the wealthy much more than they benefit the poor, because the wealthy have tax brackets of 35% and 39.6%, but the poor has tax brackets of 12.
The value of any deduction is equal to the amount of the deduction times your effective marginal tax rate. So if you're in a higher tax bracket, the value of the deduction is greater than if you're in a lower tax bracket.
So Mr. Barthold, this is hilarious. The Democrats and the folks on the other side of the aisle are arguing deductions that benefit the 1%ers the most than what benefit the middle class, which is my congressional district. The hardworking Missourians and the folks back home that do not itemize. Would the standard deduction help the 83% in Southeast Missouri that do not itemize?
Well, I'm sure that some of your constituents that don't itemize are not paying, have no tax liability under present law, so the changes in standard deduction would not help them. But for those that do have a positive tax liability, increasing the standard deduction would reduce their taxable income, would reduce their tax liability.
Under this bill, the mortgage interest deduction is capped at $500,000. Is that correct?
Under the chairman's proposal, there are 3 reforms to the mortgage interest deduction. Reducing the present law cap of $1 million to $500,000 is one of them. The other 2 are it would deny the use of the mortgage interest deduction for anything other than your primary residence, in other words, no second homes, and it would deny the deduction for mortgage interest attributable to
So any American that purchases a home for their primary residence that's under $500,000 have the mortgage interest deduction?
$500,000 of indebtedness, the home might actually cost more than $500,000, sir. Yes.
Exactly. I don't know many Americans that are middle class that purchase a home more than $500,000 in Southeast Missouri, whenever the median income is $40,000. So, one other point. You said under this new proposal, under H.R. 1, the itemizers would be about 6%. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Our projection for next year under H.R. 1, about 6% of tax filing units would elect to itemize, would find it beneficial to itemize.
So only 6%, according to your projections, would only be able to benefit from the deductions, such as state and local income tax if it still existed, or some of the others if they existed.
The state and local income tax deduction would not exist under the proposal. It would only be the property tax.
But let's say if it did exist,
well,
only 6% could
well,
utilize.
if it did exist, it'd be a different calculation, sir, because the election, of course, the election to itemize depends upon add up the itemized deductions, compare that to the standard deduction. So if we were to add in state.
Thank you, Mr. Barthold.
Thank you, gentlemen's time has expired. Mr. Crowley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just note that in Queens County, my home county, the average price for a home, average price is $547,000 for a middle-class home. The house I grew up in Woodside, Queens, 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom, is well over in excess of $650,000. It all depends on what we describe as the middle class, I suppose. Mr. Barthold, thank you for being here. As this bill was written in the dark of night, with no maybe during the dark of day too, without any Democratic input, I had a number of questions for you. This bill includes a provision that would reduce the inflation adjustment of the tax code for the brackets, the standard deduction, and the parts of the child tax credit by adopting an alternative measure of inflation called change CPI. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And according to your estimates, this change would cost taxpayers to pay an additional $128 billion in new taxes. Is that correct?
I should, if I may step back for just a moment, Mr. Crowley, and explain the table. The table, in sort of our lingo, sort of stacks provisions so that we measured the effect of rate reductions and the standard deduction first, and then we add back effects. So yes.
Yes.
But I think
The answer is
the
yes.
simple point is that the adjustments will occur more slowly under the change CPI than they would under.
Well, for the purpose of the question, the answer is yes, correct?
It's
Yes.
a qualified yes.
If the majority is successful in trying this alternative, the controversial measure of inflation in the tax code, then I believe the next step the majority might take is to apply that same rule to Social Security and veterans' pensions. In other words, this bill is paving the way for a COLA cut for Social Security and VA benefits. I'm not asking you to comment. I'm making a statement. Chairman Brady acknowledged in a recent interview in MSNBC that indeed the Republicans' next target is so-called entitlements, which would include Social Security's and VA's earned benefits. Adopting this lower measure of inflation for Social Security would affect over 60 million individuals each year, with the effects compounding every single year thereafter. A COLA cut is particularly harmful to those who live the longest, including elderly widows. Social Security's chief actuary estimated that using this measure of inflation, the change CPI for Social Security's COLA would reduce annual benefits by more than $1,000 a year for a typical 85-year-old. Mr. Bartold, the text of this bill states that 529s can now be used for tuition in connection with enrollment at an elementary or secondary school. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's partly a consequence of the elimination of the Coverdell account and the rollover of the concept of the Coverdell account into the 5.
Mr. Bartold, could a 529 be used to pay for school uniform, for instance?
The statutory language says tuition and fees, sir, so
Would a fee be-
presumably not.
Well, I think a uniform would, if it's necessary for going to that school, would you not?
Well, but fees are required.
Let me ask you this, if in a private boarding school required a class in horse jumping, could the 529 be used to pay for the horse and its lessons?
I would think that could probably be a fee for part of the training that's provided.
So the answer is yes, you
arguably,
think
yes.
it could be. Could a 529 be used to transport a child to and from school?
Generally, no. Under the language, again, tuition and
And
fees for
fees does not
education.
include
Well,
transportation?
Fees for education are not fees for transportation.
So for busing, for instance, they cannot use that?
I would think not, sir.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Bartold. If an individual attended a private school and had horse jumping lessons, could the instructor, their child, the instructor's child, could that child of the instructor who graduates from college with student loans, can he or she deduct the interest they paid on the student loans?
Under H.R. 1, the deduction for student loan interest is repealed, Mr. Crowley.
So that the child of the instructor, of the child in the private school who's being taught how to jump horses, who gets to use 529s to pay for the horse and for the jumping lessons, the child in the instructor cannot use the benefit anymore of deducting the cost of his or her student
That's
loans
correct.
for
That's
college.
correct in your example,
Thank
Mr.
you. I
Crowley.
appreciate it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Meehan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, you've been around this town for quite a period of time, and have you heard of the Tax Foundation?
Yes, I'm familiar with the Tax Foundation. I think they're over 80 years old.
So it's an 80-year-old. Would you consider the Tax Foundation to be an independent, nonpartisan body?
I know that it's a 501c3 organization, but I really shouldn't label any organization, characterize them, but I know it's a tax-exempt educational organization.
Well, thank you for your articulation that they've been around for scores of years here in this town. giving their professional opinion, and I have heard it articulated that this bill does nothing. One gentleman seemed to claim that nothing. Would 975,000 new jobs be an impact of a bill?
Are you asking if that's
I'm
the
asking, do
analysis
you
of the
think that
Joint
that would be a
Committee?
positive impact of something if
Well,
you created 975,000 new jobs by virtue of legislation?
Well, that would certainly be a positive impact on the economy.
So if this foundation concluded that 975,000 jobs would be created, and if there would be 4.4% increase on the wages for middle-income earners, and they concluded that, would that be a positive outcome for American hard work and American taxpayers?
Of course, that'd be a very positive outcome.
And when they talk about distribution of income, which is articulated frequently here about it being somehow, if that same foundation determined that of the tax savings, some 59% it was going to go to those earning less than $200,000, and as my friend, the gentleman from New York, 200,000, very much middle class and below. But that would be a positive thing for those below 200,000. Is that not accurate?
I'm sure the benefits be very positive.
And that 73% of the tax relief would go, if you took away that which was generated by the business itself through the pass-through, 73% would go to those earning under $200,000. Now, but I don't want to stop talking about it in this general terms. I went to the Penn Machine Works in Aston, Pennsylvania, a metal forging that continues to create opportunities for manufacturing here in the United States, competes on a global level, and talk to the workers themselves. One of them being a person working, those who worked across the board, one working in industrial engineering, and this, if they had wages around $48,000 a year, it's an individual who's working. If last year he was at a 25% tax rate, what would happen with the new tax rates this year at that? I understand that would reduce to 12% this year.
As we noted earlier, Mr. Meehan, the breakpoints on the brackets are moved up for a joint return. The 25% bracket begins at taxable income of $90,000.
This is a
12% bracket covers everything between 0 and
This is the single worker who's there. I mean, we've heard quite a bit about the married couple with 2 children who would benefit not only from the standard deduction, but the child tax credit and other kinds. I'm just trying to talk about the individual worker who's there plugging ahead at $48,000. Would it surprise you that the Tax Foundation found out that he would be returned about $1,300 in his pocket? This is a hardworking guy who would have money to invest back in himself. So if the foundation made that calculation, would you have any reason to question the accuracy of that?
Mr. Meehan, I haven't tried to validate any particular example. I'd be happy to get together with my colleagues and work through the example, but I have no reason.
Let me ask, that same company that I visited that's trying to compete against people from all over the world that struggles sometimes to be able to make the capital investment, the ability now for them to be able to make upfront capital investment at the very beginning, beyond the past $500,000. If that same machine that the owner, Mr. Lafferty, was explaining to me, $1.4 million, would he be able to write that off this year?
Under the legislation before you, be able to write that off either under Section 170 as a Section 179 investment, or if the taxpayer were making more substantial capital investments during the year, all similar tangible property generally qualifies for the 100% bonus expensing that's provided under the Chairman's model.
I thank you.
So the answer is yes.
I ask those questions because I point to the real impact on real, hard-working, everyday American taxpayers in a manufacturing business in my district, and the way people will genuinely benefit from this legislation. I thank you for your discussion with me on that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Sewell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Baltall, I'd like to start my line of questioning. I think that we have already talked about the effect of H.R. 1 on individuals, on businesses. I'd like to turn to how this bill will affect local communities and municipalities, if we can. So many of us represent distressed communities, and oftentimes the tax code, allows certain credits that will encourage investments even in distressed and low-income areas. As a former or recovering bond lawyer, I can attest to the fact that through tax-exempt bonds, we've built hospitals and schools and roads and bridges. I think you know where I'm going. But historically, low-income communities experience a lack of investment, as evidenced by the vacant commercial properties, outdated manufacturing facilities, and inadequate access to education and healthcare services. The new market tax credit program aims to break this cycle of disinvestment by attracting the private investment necessary to reinvigorate those local communities. In H.R. 1, does the bill do anything to this very popular program? And if so, what is the cost or revenue savings that would be generated by eliminating it?
The legislation before you repeals future allocations of the new markets tax credit, but it was scheduled to expire
2019.
Yeah, so let's see. On page 4 of our revenue table, under the current expiration date, repeal of the termination of the new markets tax credit would increase receipts by $1.7 billion over the budget period.
And would it also yield $37 billion worth of savings or something like that by eliminating it?
Our table's only reporting the effect on federal receipts.
But my point is that the new market tax credits and historic tax credits and other really important opportunities for local communities to be able to build public and to fund public projects is critically important. I guess my other question to you is, what would happen to popular programs such as the historic tax credit? What would happen under this H.R. 1?
The legislation would also repeal the rehabilitation tax credit.
What about the empowerment zones?
That would also be terminated.
You know, would it surprise you, Mr. Bartol, that there's
all existing benefits under both the new market tax credit, any credits being claimed under the rehab credit, any empowerment zone credits are grandfathered. It's only the repeals.
Well, it's new. So well, thank you for that distinction. So all of the current benefits that one community has received by having these new market tax credits and historic tax credit would stay the same, but future projects would be hindered by such a bill. It shouldn't surprise you, Mr. Bartol, that in the state of Alabama, Children's Hospital Birmingham would not have been built if it had not been for advance refunding of the bill, of the bonds. They were able to finance it in 2009 when we were going through a really tough economic time, and advance refunding allowed them in 2015 to refinance those bonds at much lower interest rate, therefore saving children's hospitals a lot of money. What would happen to advance refunding of bonds under this bill?
The ability to advance refund bonds is repealed. Bonds can always be currently refunded, but the advance refunding would be.
So that Children's Hospital Birmingham would not have been able, if it were this was currently the law, it would not be able to refinance at a lower interest rate, therefore costing the hospital more. Is that correct, sir?
It's not completely precise, Ms. Sewell, because they could refinance.
But do you take into account derivative effects of refunding and these bond exemptions, sir? I mean, it sounds to me like that your table only looks at the cost of not doing the refunding or not having the new tax credit, and not the derivative benefits of having tax-exempt bonds and all the public works, good public works that they do.
When we undertake the macroeconomic analysis that we're required to do, we try to take into account the incentive effects that are built into the economics of the underlying.
Are you saying that you do take into effect the derivative benefits? of
Gentlelady's
having these
time
systems?
has expired. I'm
Thank you,
sorry.
Mr.
So, and just to note, Mr. Bartold, tax exempt municipal bonds remain in H.R. 1. Ms. Black, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my dear friend and colleague from New Jersey had made some statements during his time that I just couldn't help but ask that he would yield because I have a particular situation of what I would like to be able to share. Is he made comments that if these tax policies went into place, particularly in New Jersey, that these policies would affect people's decisions on leaving New Jersey. And it brought to mind a particular situation that 2 weeks ago I had an opportunity to be at a birthday party for a dear friend of mine that turned 80 years old. And he had some friends there that had moved from New Jersey recently. And they made comments about what a big raise they got in their expendable income, disposable income, because of the lack of taxes that they're paying in Tennessee related to what they were paying in New Jersey. As a matter of fact, they particularly spoke about the fact that their property tax, and they bought a huge farm, beautiful farm, were about 75% less than what they were paying on a small house in New Jersey. And I thought that was really interesting because I want to ask some questions of you, Mr. Barthold, about people making decisions when they have disposable income or they receive more income than what they traditionally receive. So in this particular plan that we have, and I want to use Mr. Pasquale's state of New Jersey, that indicates that about 30% of the people are itemizers. So that means that 68% of the people do not itemize and would not have an opportunity to have an effect of the itemizations. But they have an average median income for a four-person household of $90,000, and they would receive about $2,100 under this plan. And so when someone then gets that kind of a tax break in their income, just by human nature, what would people normally do with having that kind of additional income within their household?
Well, Ms. Black, they would spend some and save some. And if to go the next step, that's part of the analysis that we would undertake as part of our macroeconomic analysis of if there's changes in disposable income, what effect might that have on the overall economy?
And what effect does that have?
Well, increase in demand for consumption goods can increase business profitability. It can spur additional investment. It can lead to increased employment.
So at the end of the day, according to your analysis, what will happen here is the economy will actually begin to grow.
Took a minute.
Well, I shouldn't prejudge an analysis that I haven't done yet because there can also be offsetting factors from the totality of the legislation. But in terms of the particular aspect that you identified, if households have more after-tax income, they spend some, they save some, both of which can have positive effects on the economy.
And at the end of the day, the truth of the matter is if you have more money in your pocket, you spend more. That means another good or a service is then established, and that means that all of us do better as a result of that. And that really is what our tax code reform is about. It is about helping those, especially in the middle income, to have more money in their pockets so they can make the choices of what they will do with their money. But it also means that as they grow and the income grows, it means that we will be able to find a way to eventually start to get our spending in control and being able to balance our budget. And so at the end of the day, everybody benefits by this, but particularly in our plan, it is the middle income earners that will benefit by this plan. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Excuse me, Ms. Delbeni, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Barthold, for being with us. A few questions. Will a teacher in my district who buys pens, pencils, paper for his students be able to deduct these costs from his tax returns under this plan?
HR 1 would repeal the above-the-line deduction for teacher expenses.
Will a corporation that buys pens, pencils, and papers for its workers be able to deduct those costs from its tax returns under this plan?
The general deduction for ordinary and necessary business expenses by any business entity is not changed, so it need not be a
So they would.
corporation, but yes.
Will a firefighter in my district be able to deduct the state and local sales taxes that she pays from her tax returns under this plan?
As noted previously, the itemized deduction for the election of either state or local income taxes would be repealed under H.R. 1.
And will a corporation be able to deduct sales taxes on business purchases under this plan?
Sales taxes incurred as part of the production of income would remain deductible.
Okay, so they would. Will a homeowner in my district be able to deduct more than $10,000 in property taxes under this plan?
Real estate taxes under H.R. 1 would be capped at $10,000.
Okay.
Itemized deduction.
Okay. Will a corporation be able to deduct more than $10,000 in property taxes under the plan?
Again, under the same rule I was describing as ordinary and necessary business expenses, the taxes attributable to earning income would be deductible, so the short answer is yes.
Okay. And if a worker in my district had to move because his employer is forcing him to relocate his family or potentially lose his job, can he deduct his moving expenses under this plan?
That above-the-line deduction is also repealed, Ms. Del Bene.
He would not be able to.
Correct, yeah.
But if a corporation decides to close its facilities in my district, fire its workers, and move its operation to China, say, can it deduct associated moving expenses under this plan? Or stated another way, can a corporation under this plan deduct outsourcing expenses incurred in relocating a U.S. business outside of the United States?
Outside the United States or within the United States, those would be deductible expenses.
So would you say that this legislation treats corporations and individuals in the same terms of who gets to keep deductions and who doesn't?
I would personally not phrase the question that way, and I think that's more something that is appropriate for the members to debate.
But clearly there's a difference in terms of the impact we've had on individuals and policy changes there, but not similar changes on businesses.
I won't say distinction, but the precision I was trying to draw was that expenses attributable to earning income remain generally deductible under the plan. The itemized deductions relating to a person as a household are what is where
the expenses that they have to pay just to get by. I also want to mention, we were talking about jobs. There were a record 6 million open jobs nationally, according to the Department of Labor statistics this summer. So what are we doing in this legislation to help make sure that people have the skills to get that job? My colleagues keep talking about additional jobs. We have 6 million open jobs in manufacturing, construction, education, and health, retail across the country. And is it true that businesses, for example, their ability to pay for tuition, there's a change in tax policy under this plan for their employees?
The exclusion from income for employees from education provided by their employer is repealed.
And if filling those jobs through investments that we made in skills training, would that have an impact on our overall economy? And would you look at that if you looked at a dynamic score about whether we were actually filling jobs?
Well, as I've tried to explain, when we do our macroeconomic analysis, we try and look at the economic incentives to supply labor, to hire labor, to supply capital, to invest capital, and where and when that occurs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Reichert, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important for us to get back and kind of focus on, there's been so much discussion, the benefits of the bill. The whole goal here is, and there's been a number of entities that have substantiated the statistics that we've been quoting here all morning. This bill cuts taxes, it creates jobs, energizes this economy, and results in higher wages and more money in the average worker's paycheck. I mean, that's the goal here. And we can focus on all of the separate items that we're removing from the tax code and say they're not getting this, and they're not getting that, and they're not getting this, and they're not getting that. But the overall big picture is, across this country, at every income level, we see tax relief, jobs being created on the corporate side. And again, if you want to raise minimum wage, this is one of the ways to do it. And as the trade chairman, I would just throw in, trade would be another way, Mr. Chairman, to help our economy grow. But I want to go back to something that one of our colleagues said about an hour ago in this conversation, Mr. Barthold. This is regarding, again, our enhanced standard deduction. And we know that does a lot for families, but that's not all that we're doing here in this bill, obviously. The expanded child tax credit, the personal credits, and the lower rates that are hitting now at higher brackets all combine to cut taxes for families. And I wonder if you could just comment on how all of those aspects that I just mentioned, the child tax credit, personal credits, the lower rates hitting at the higher standards, how that all works together to lower taxes for Americans.
Mr. Reichert, in terms of the individual income tax, the significant moving pieces that you've identified, you redefine the tax brackets, and as I'd noted, you generally move up the entry points for the higher rates, so that provides a general tax benefit absent any other changes. The increase in the standard deduction as a standalone measure also essentially creates a larger zero tax bracket, so that would benefit all taxpayers. The expansion of the child credit would generally aid all families with children up to and you expand the phase out, you increase the phase out point in HR 1. The one factor in the calculation of any particular example that you might be looking at is the repeal of the personal exemptions. So there's a trade-off of all the things that I identified. I think you would generally see as providing a tax benefit. The repeal of personal exemptions would be a negative. So it's a balancing act in most situations. I think in the case that you were describing in a number of the examples that some of the members have described, there's clear tax benefit. But would be some winners and losers. But those are the main moving pieces on the individual side.
Bottom line is lower taxes.
On net, as we've calculated and reported, on net tax reductions
tax reductions, more jobs, bigger paychecks, higher wages. The last thing, just an observation. I was here when Obamacare was being debated on this committee, and what Obamacare ended up doing was taking away health care choices and raising taxes. And what we're doing here today is we are cutting taxes and giving people the choice to do what they want to do with their own money. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Chu. You're recognized to question Mr. Barthold.
Mr. Barthold, I'm looking at Section 1202 of this legislation, which expands the use of 529 education savings plans. In this section, one provision specifically states that unborn children can be named as beneficiaries for certain college savings accounts and goes to define the term unborn child. Mr. Barthold, under current law, if parents want to save money for their children's future education expenses, can they open 529 accounts in their own name and then transfer the account to their child once their child is born?
Yes, Ms. Chu, you can.
Now, I've done research and found that the only place where the term unborn child appears in the entirety of federal statute is in the 2004 law relating to victims of crime and the 2016 laws relating to emergency medical procedures for pregnant women. So, Mr. Barthold, does the term unborn child appear anywhere in the tax code?
Not presently in the Internal Revenue Code.
So, Mr. Barthold, what happens if the woman has already opened the 529 account in the name of her unborn child and she subsequently miscarries? Would she be required to inform the IRS of her miscarriage? Would she be committing fraud if she miscarried and did not notify the IRS, since the account beneficiary would no longer be a child in utero that is in stage of development in the womb?
To step back just a moment, under present law, the 529 plans are creatures of the state, and they're governed by state rules and how the states establish the plans, subject to kind of federal overlay. So under present law, if there's a death, the treatment of a plan where a beneficiary has died may vary state to state, but is provided for.
Okay,
It would be up to answer your questions. It would
Yes,
be up to
I understand. I'd like to enter into the record two articles, one for Politico and another from NBC News from November 2nd of this year. I conclude from these articles that the insertion of this language has nothing to do with college savings accounts. Instead, this is an attempt by anti-abortion advocates to redefine personhood, but in the tax code. In fact, a spokesperson from the anti-choice Susan B. Anthony list stated that the language is a, quote, small increment in the momentum that we're building to ensure that that one day every child is welcomed and protected under the law, unquote. The anti-abortion group March for Life went even further, stating that the proposed plan is a huge leap forward for an antiquated tax code, and we hope that this is a first step in expanding the child tax credit to include unborn children as well. If this kind of dangerous language starts appearing in other places in federal law, it could have far-reaching implications on women's health, but ultimately, the inclusion of this language is yet another Republican attempt to block a woman's constitutional right to abortion, but this time in the guise of changing our tax code. On another note, Mr. Barthold, this bill eliminates the deduction for individuals for state and local income taxes paid on employees' wages, correct?
Yes, it does.
But isn't it true that this bill allows owners of pass-through entities that are engaged in a trade or business to deduct state and local income taxes for the portion of their income that's attributable to their business?
Yes, for income that's attributable to the business income.
So a private equity partner receiving pass-through profit shares could receive a federal deduction for the state and local income tax paid, but a janitor at that same private equity firm would not receive a deduction for the state and local income taxes that he pays.
I believe that under the legislation that would be generally incorrect in that example, Ms. Chu, because financial services, which would be the private equity firm, is precluded from the maximum rate of pass-through treatment. Their income is treated as ordinary income, and the income taxes, I think, attributable to that, I think, under the legislation, would not be deductible.
But pass-throughs still get to deduct their state and local income taxes, correct?
Attributable to earning the business income.
Okay, that's right. And that is what I am talking about. This is the height of hypocrisy, to not allow individuals to deduct their state and local income taxes, but allow pass-through businesses to do the same thing.
Thank you. Mr. Buchanan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to weigh in on my friends on the other side of the aisle. We talked about this idea of deficits. The next 10 years, $1.5 trillion or whatever, 2.3 trillion. Everybody has a reason why they run for Congress. My number one reason was deficit spending when we got here. That year when I got here was 130 billion. But if you look at the last 10 years, it's $10 trillion. I got here was $8.7 trillion. We were running a deficit. I mean, $8.3 trillion in debt. We've accumulated over $10 trillion. Now, it's not all your fault. We can all take some responsibility, but that's the reality. We've accumulated $10 trillion. And it was such an issue in terms of the stimulus. We've had a $10 trillion stimulus. And my point for just saying that, there's plenty of blame to go around, because if you went back 50 years, you'd see we've only balanced the budget 5 times during the Clinton years, so there's plenty of blame to go around. But my point I'm trying to make, we've got to find a way to grow this economy. Mr. Barthold, do you know in the last 10 years, on average, what the growth rate for America was? China might have been at 8%. Do you know what the growth rate for America was, average per year, the last 10 years?
I'm sorry, Mr. Buchanan, I'd have to look it up. I don't know off the top.
I think it's 1.5, never got to be 2. It's probably the slowest growth economy in 10 years. So to continue to do what we've been doing doesn't make any sense. In business, I always think you either grow or you die. And that's part of the reason why I think so many people, their paychecks, they haven't got a pay raise in 10 years because our economy hasn't grown. Do you know if we grow the economy 1% with this tax plan in the next 10 years, what that means in terms of economic growth? 1% a year for the next 10 years, how much is that?
Well, I believe the Congressional Budget Office growth projection is approximately 2%, 1.9%, 2%. So you'd be talking about an annual growth rate of real GDP of 3%.
Yeah, but if you get 3%, what's the extra 1% mean?
So on an $18 trillion economy, that's what? That's $180 billion additional income per year, which compounds across the decade.
Well, I looked at it, was 2.8 trillion. I can give you that math. You might be right on that. But it was 2.8 trillion. They're saying the next 10 years for 1% growth. And that's what we clearly need to do, because what we've been doing hasn't worked. The reason why, my mind, so many people are coming to Florida because of 2 things. One, it boils down, and I've been a guy that's been in business 40 years, 30 years before I got here. My kids run the businesses today, but I can tell you, people are coming to Florida in groves, 1,000 people net a day. Why? A lot of them are business people. They're looking to get in business or relocating their businesses to Florida. And part of it is one, leadership. They're open for business. But the second thing is they got a low tax state, and they're always looking for ways they can lower the taxes, but yet they're still growing the budget there because they've got the growth. And that's why so many people that I meet every single day in Florida from the Midwest or the Northeast are moving there simply because of the taxation difference. And that's why this bill's so important going forward. I want to touch quickly on the individual rate just to make sure I understood what you said. In 2019, the middle class gets a tax cut. Is that what you said?
I said our table that we've provided to you reports that in 2019, all income categories would receive a net tax cut.
And then in terms of small businesses, what does expensing do? I mean, how much is that going to help the small business guy that most of them make 100,000 or less, maybe 90% of them. I used to chair the Florida Chamber. But what difference, if someone buys a piece of equipment for 100,000, they can write it off that year. That's got to be a gigantic opportunity for them to grow their business and create jobs. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir, and I'll just clarify on the Section 179 point, I think, to which you're alluding. The expansion is from, under current law, expensing $500,000 worth of equipment to expensing $5 million worth of equipment.
Well, let me just close in saying we've got to turbocharge this economy. I think this will implode to growth in terms of America. We've got to get America back in the business of business. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Ms. Nome, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Barthold, for being here. You know, been listening today, and I feel a little bit bad for you. I know it's strange, isn't it? But you know, a lot of people have raised their voices at you and made political speeches when really your role here today is to answer questions about the legislative text in front of us. And so I appreciate you being here and doing that for us, because we want to make the best decision for families and the best decision for America so that we can grow our economy, which basically means when you grow the economy, you raise wages, you get more jobs in the country, you have more people have options. So when was the last time you had a markup on a bill of this size that was doing tax reform of this size? I mean, you've been in your position for how long?
I've been the chief of staff since 2009.
Have you had a bill of this size doing tax reform since you've been in your position?
Well, actually, the American Reinvestment Recovery Act was substantial, but this would be larger.
This would be larger. It has much more reforms, I'm guessing, to the tax code than that did.
Many more changes to the tax base and rates and the like.
It was interesting for me to hear some of my colleagues say that this bill was written in the dark of night, because I remember clearly over a dozen formal hearings on tax reform that I've been a part of on this committee. I've also heard my colleagues speak about not having not having any input into this, and I've been in several meetings that were bipartisan. So I am surprised by those comments.
Chairman,
also, no, I'm not going to yield.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you for some clarification
Controls the time.
on the child tax credit, because I've spent a lot of time working on several provisions in this legislation: the death tax, the interest deductibility, the small business, but also the child tax credit, and the change to the family tax credit has been very important to me that we get right. And so I wanted you to tell me a little bit about the demographics of the millions of people that would benefit from raising the child tax credit from $1,000. We in this bill raise it 60% up to $1,600 per child, and then we also add credits for the taxpayer, the spouse, and an adult dependent as well. But what does that mean? What are the demographics of the families that would benefit from that child tax credit of $1,600 as this bill is today?
Well, first of all, the child tax credit, as you noted, is expanded in its magnitude from $1,000 to $1,600. And under present law, the child tax credit is phased out beginning at $110,000 of adjusted gross income for joint returns, $75,000 for single returns. So for those people that can claim the full benefit of the present law child tax credit, the credit value is increased by $600 per child. The legislation before you also raises the phase-out points of the child tax credit to $230,000 for joint filers, $115,000 for single filers. So that means you have an expansion.
Mr. Barthold, could you pull that microphone just a little closer to you?
I'm sorry. I'll repeat.
Mr. Chairman, I think you have to raise the mic volume. I think that's what the problem is.
So I think you can pull it closer. Thank you.
I'm sorry, members. I was explaining that the legislation also increases the phase-out, the beginning of the phase-out range of the child tax credit. For example, under present law, joint filers, $110,000. Under H.R. 1, it would be $230,000.
So many more families are going to qualify.
Everyone between $110,000 and $230,000 would now get the child credit and the expanded child credit, 16. So that would be the profile of families that would benefit from the changes that are here. For those who claim the child credit presently, a $600 increase. For a number of families between $110,000 and $230,000 of adjusted gross income, it would be essentially an all-new benefit of $1,600.
So, Mr. Barthold, how will this impact families that have 3 or 4 or more kids?
It's those numbers times 3 and 4 and more.
So the benefit grows?
It's per child.
Okay.
per child.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate that clarity to the benefits and the focus on families and strong families. We want them to be able to provide strong futures for their family as well, and a lot of thought and bipartisan feedback has been put into this proposal, so I thank you for answering those questions. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Rice, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so excited to be here to work on initiating our tax reform plan, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And, you know, the title means a lot because it focuses on two things: tax cuts. Too often, I think we focus too much on just where the tax cuts are going, because that's not my primary goal here. My primary goal is to restore our country as a land of opportunity. I think we do that through growth. But, Mr. Barthold, your distribution analysis, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't it say that for 2019 and 2021 that every income category receives a tax cut? Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Rice.
And then in 2023 and 2025, because of the expiration of some provisions, there's a little increase, small increase, and then it comes back down in 2027, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Rice.
And to back that up, and I know you can't confirm this, but last week the Washington Post, in response to positions taken by some of the senators, Democrat senators, said that every income quintile in the United States would receive a tax cut under this plan, and that in fact 93.5% of the taxpayers in this country would receive a tax cut. Now, and then you throw onto that the tax foundation, which also says that every income quintile would receive a tax cut. So we have pretty good reference material, pretty good agreement across the political spectrum, if you count the Washington Post, that every income quintile will receive a tax cut. So getting beyond that, in my opinion, that's really not the most important thing. The most important thing to me is growth, because I think that's how you restore American opportunity. Mr. Barthold, you probably don't have the numbers in front of you, but would it surprise you, Mr. Barthold, to know that in 1990, well, let me step back. In 1986, we did a Tax Reform Act, which at that time was competitive in the world, but since then, we've stood by while other countries have made their tax codes more competitive. And that in 1990, in inflation-adjusted dollars, the middle class made $54,000 a year. Would that surprise you, Mr. Barthold? I know you probably weren't born when the 1986 Reform Act came out, but I was a practicing young tax lawyer at that time.
I joined the staff the year after the 86 Act, sir.
So would it surprise you that the middle class was making $54,000 a year in 1990?
Your $54,000 in 2017 dollars, if we went back, I guess there has not been substantial growth in median family income over the last 2 decades, so I wouldn't be surprised.
That is my point.
But I'd like to check it.
That's my point exactly. The middle class hasn't had a raise since 1990, for goodness sake. And, Mr. Barthold, would it surprise you that, according to the Census Bureau, in 1990, the middle class consisted of, made up 47% of the population, or excuse me, 37%, 47%, and today it makes up 43%. Would that surprise you, Mr. Barthold?
Mr. Rice, I'm actually confused by the statistic that you just
Well, this is according to the Census Bureau. It says that in 1990, the middle class made up 47% of the American population, and today it makes up 43%. My point being that since 1990, the middle class has shrunk, and it hasn't had a raise in 27 years. I'm looking for growth, and I'm looking for opportunity. This tax plan, I know you haven't, the tax committee, Joint Committee on Taxation, hasn't done their growth projections, but with rate reductions And with full expensing, would you expect this would encourage growth, Mr. Barthold?
As I noted earlier, there's a number of provisions that would seem to be clearly pro-growth. There's other considerations to consider. So don't want to prejudge the analysis until...
Well, the Tax Foundation says it'll increase GDP growth by 0.4%. And I've seen estimates as high as 1%. Thank you. My time's expired.
Mr. Schweikert. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, as I'm juggling beyond all these coffee cups. Mr. Barthold, just a handful of quick things I just want to make sure I'm getting my head around, and then sort of I thought it would be appropriate to share sort of a personal fixation. As you're modeling at this point, if our tax reform legislation were to become law today, as the House side has it written, you see only 6% of Americans having to itemize anymore.
That would be our projection for next year, Mr. Schweikert. That's correct.
So 94% of Americans would be just using the standardized deductions.
That's correct, sir.
When you've actually looked at that, have you ever taken a quick look to see, would that actually change tax compliance because of it becoming so dramatically simpler for so many more people?
Actually, compliance is part of all of our estimates. So some of the changes would be where there has been recorded non-compliance has been in reporting of charitable deductions, for example, sometimes in other miscellaneous itemized expenses. So there would clearly be some compliance gains in those areas.
Okay. It'd be interesting as you start to do your growth modeling and those things to sort of see some of the breakouts saying we may gain certain revenues from compliance over here, economic expansion.
Our estimate that you have before you today, what we call our conventional estimate, tries to account for compliance gains.
Ms. Barthold, in your modeling, will you also take a look at payroll taxes? Tax Foundation, in their model, I guess that was published on Friday, had almost $300 billion additional payroll taxes. Will that be something you will also look at?
We analyze payroll taxes for the committee as part of this analysis in terms of what happens in terms of on-budget and off-budget effects. I assume that the analysis of the Tax Foundation that you're referring to is that they've made a projection of wage growth. Wages and self-employment income are generally subject to payroll taxes and SECA tax, self-employment tax, and that's what they're reporting. Likewise, we would report increases in labor income as part of our analysis.
So, but would you agree that some of that will be also very sensitive to expansion of economy, a dynamic score?
If wages increase, if the labor force increases, you would see effects of the sort that you just mentioned.
Okay. My understanding is in some of the modeling you've done in the past on the static side, where you use CBO's GDP calculator, saying, because I think CBO was coming back saying the next 10 years they expected, what, 1.89% GDP growth per year?
All of our estimates start by making comparison to the CBO macroeconomic baseline. We don't use any sort of CBO calculator of
baseline.
Anything.
Sorry, that baseline would have been a more elegant way to phrase it.
In terms of what we've presented to you over the past couple of days, it's how would things change relative to that baseline before trying to assess, does growth change? So does the growth rate change? Does employment change? Does investment change?
Okay, but none of that baseline change is in the numbers you've produced up to this point.
That's correct.
That's to come, and that's when the bill is finalized in the House side. Look, and this is less of a question, it's probably closer more to a statement. Many of us have an absolute fixation and a great fear of the debt bubble, the entitlement crisis that's just on the horizon. And whether it be some of the models that blow up in 18 years, some that are a little longer, and a couple that are even less, the fact of the matter is we're going to spend about $50 trillion over the next decade. change in economic expansion, change in economic growth, moving away from 1.89% GDP growth to if you could get to 3% and have another expansion of another 2.8 trillion in the size of the economy. This is absolutely crucial. If you love your brothers and sisters, if you care about people moving into retirement, if you care about people being able to save, if you care about people being able to finance and help have some resources for their kids' education, we're in incredible trouble if we keep the status quo. And my great concern is this part of this debate becomes defending the status quo or defending an opportunity to grow. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Wolarski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, again, it's good to see you. Thank you for being so patient with us. I'm excited that this day is here. We can talk about tax reform and job creation, but something is just as important I hear a lot about from folks in my district is the issue of educating a workforce ready for these jobs and ready for this kind of influx. So, however, as it stands now, families face a maze when they look at these education tax incentives. Isn't it true that there are 15 different tax incentives related to education?
Yes, it is.
Do you know, do families tend to use one of those, or do they tend to use it in combination?
So some of the incentives under present law are incentives to save for future expenses. Some are incentives to pay for past expenses, and some are incentives to that are concurrent with expenses. So it's reasonable that many taxpayers may use multiple provisions of the.
Right, so if a parent wanted to figure out which incentives are right for them, they might turn to something called the IRS Publication 970, which explains the incentives. Are you familiar with how many pages that little document contains, Mr. Barthold?
I'm afraid I'm not.
Privy to that information?
No, I could look it up, but I do not know.
It's 95 pages. So if you're a parent and with everything else you have to worry about, you shouldn't have to sit down and wade through 95 pages of IRS legalese to figure out education benefits, which are right for them, or hire somebody. Mr. Barthold, can you explain the streamlining of the education tax benefits in H.R. 1 in the new provisions?
As I noted in the overview, under present law, you have the American Opportunity Tax Credit and the Lifetime Learning Tax Credit, and there's also currently expired, but there has been over the past couple of years a tuition deduction tax credit. These are all tax benefits related to current outlays for education. H.R. 1 would repeal the lifetime learning tax credit. It repeals, or basically keeps repealed, the deduction for tuition and would say that for current expenses, there is just the American Opportunity Tax Credit. It would expand the American Opportunity Tax Credit to pick up some of the purpose of the Lifetime Learning Credit, which allowed taxpayers to claim benefits for related to tuition expenses for more than 4 years. The expansion is to provide a 5th year of higher education. So there's a trade-off there. But those three kind of concepts are collapsed into one. In terms of savings incentives, as I noted, the Coverdell account is basically repealed with balances transferred into 529 programs. So you keep, the H.R. 1 would keep the 529 program, eliminate the Coverdell program, so to the extent that there was overlap there, it would consolidate that. It would repeal the exclusion for interest on qualified education bonds, which was a special savings bond related proposal. It would just repeal that outright.
I appreciate that, and I'm going to assume that IRS Publication 970 gets much shorter, and I would then thank you for the delineation of the tax credits that are indeed rolling and making it easier for families to claim and enhance the benefit to begin with. Thank you for your insight, and I yield back.
Mr. Pasquale is recognized for a unanimous consent request.
Thank you. I have a unanimous request consent to correct the record.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's very kind of you. Mr. Chairman, my good friend from Tennessee, Ms. Black, who I have a great deal of respect for, I hope she doesn't adhere to Secretary of the Treasury Mnuchin's concept of who's a donor and who's an other kind of state. Her state of Tennessee gets $1.38 back from the United States government for every dollar in taxes sent down there. In New Jersey, we get 72 cents at most. 40% of Tennessee's state general revenue is from federal aid. 27% of the federal aid in New Jersey is only 27%. So who the donor states, who really counts? I am tired of hearing anybody say that we're being subsidized by these other states. These are engines, many of these
Mr.
states.
Pascrell, is there a unanimous consent request?
Yeah, the unanimous
nested in
consent is
that
to correct the
statement?
record.
Without
Thank you.
objection, so ordered.
I'm sure you'll do that.
Does anybody wish to strike the last word? Mr. Neal.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, you apparently took exception to my use of the word maybe as a premise for the architecture that we've developed in terms of proposing this tax cut. And so what I thought I might do then is, if we can't agree on perhaps the word maybe we can agree on the term maybe not. So I'm going to give you a chance with the other side here to say that we're going to build a safety net if, in fact, this doesn't happen. So I'm arguing that the problem that we have that's endemic in our economy today has to do with demography. It has to do with globalization. It has to do with skill set, given the 6 million jobs that Ms. Delbene referenced, the 18,000 precision manufacturing jobs in New England alone that go unanswered, and another substantial part of the problem in America today, the opiate epidemic that, which some argue keeps up to 2 million people sidelined. So, if it's maybe, or it's maybe not, here's what I'm suggesting. I'm proposing that we would allow the Secretary of the Treasury, this amendment, to examine whether or not the deduction for real estate taxes that are proposed in this legislation, if it were determined by the Secretary that the present average home values nationally in each state in the District of Columbia and in the 10 largest metropolitan areas were to, after 2 years, have declined by 10% or more in any area, the provisions of H.R. 1 would become null in the following year. So I think in that sense, we almost build in what some in my generation would have called the Colgate invisible shield. So there's an opportunity here based upon the banter that we've had back and forth on what constitutes growth, where I'm saying that growth is speculative based on some of the proposals, including the argument over the years that tax cuts pay for themselves. And I'm additionally arguing that in 2001, 2003, and with repatriation, there was little, if any, economic growth to justify that expenditure. In addition, what I'm arguing is that perhaps, based upon the vision that has been offered and has been calculated in the proposal that's before us today, that maybe the wisdom would dictate that 9/11 would not have occurred, or the 2 wars would not have occurred, including the fact that we now, 16 years later, are still in Afghanistan. Or perhaps adding on to that the additional argument, and that is that we had the second greatest recession since the end of World War II with the Great Recession. So, based upon all that knowledge that's been encapsulated here today, this guarantee that has been offered by the majority, that this plan in front of us is going to get us north of 3% of growth, I'm saying you use the caveat, maybe, I'll use the caveat, maybe not, and here's a chance to vote on it.
Are you yielding back or just pausing?
Well, I think the arguments I've made would be difficult for you to challenge, Mr. Chairman, so I think
Hey, I'm the
you
cruise
probably,
director here. I'm trying to move the traffic.
If you probably just want to accede to my wish and say, consider it passed.
I respectfully decline. I'm sensing you're yielding back.
Yes.
Mr. Levin.
Thanks. We've heard from the majority today the term middle class, I think, more than any other term. And this bill is parading as a middle class tax cut, but the facts dramatically rain on that parade. And I want to go through them, and I'm glad, Mr. Bartholt, you're still here. On page 6 of your distribution analysis, the overall distribution For 2027, it shows an increase in taxation, 20,000 to 30,000, right? For those 30 to 40, it shows a tax decrease of only 443 million. But for those $1 million and above, it's $36 billion. I read that correctly, do I not?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
Mr. Levin.
The AMT, in your distribution distribution chart, it shows for 2018 with the repeal that there'd be $31 billion saved for 4.6 returns, and almost all of that is 200,000 income annually and above, correct?
Mr. Levin, I think you're referring to some analysis that I provided to you that the rest of the members of the committee don't have before them. You said the AMT?
Yes.
Well, I
asked that this be placed in the record.
Recollection, there's about
Objection, so ordered.
4.6 million taxpayers subject to the AMT.
Right. And I read 200,000 to 500,000, 14.9 billion, 500,000 to 1,007.2, 1 million and over, 8.4. Okay.
That I don't have a copy of the analysis that I did.
Well, now you have it.
Oh,
I'm
I
just
did.
reading
Okay.
from your analysis. By the way, the president falls within that category. Pass-throughs, you haven't been able yet to give us a distribution table, but we've discussed this before. And as we discussed it, when you look at the distribution table A9 from this document called Overall View of the Federal Tax System, it shows that if you look at Schedules C and E, and almost all of the pass-through money is in those schedules, right?
For the benefit of the rest of the members, Mr. Levin is looking at the annual document that the Joint Committee staff produces, overview of the federal tax system as in effect for the current calendar year. It's JCX 1717, and Table A9 in that document provided a distribution by our income categories of where wage income falls, where dividend income,
Okay,
capital
I have just
income,
limited
and
time.
income on Schedule C and Schedule
Okay,
E.
I would ask that to be put in the record. It shows that,
Happy to make sure that all the members have a copy of that. We'll get that to you
and almost all the
later this
pass-through,
afternoon.
almost all the pass-through money would be reported in Schedule C and E, right? Correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
That's where pass-through income is.
And it shows Schedule C and E together have over $500 billion in Schedule C and E. So the notion that the pass-through goes for small business is wrong. The estate tax repeal, $119 billion, the repeal 2024 to 2027, $119 billion, and that includes other changes, but I think most of it is in the repeal of the estate tax, and I think it would be helpful if you could give us that. So that's why I said that I thought that the speaker's statement that I read deserved a rating of 4 Pinocchios, and I think the same is true of the president, who said we will cut taxes for middle-class families. This is a major, major tax cut. The major tax cuts in this bill overwhelmingly go to very wealthy, and you have, compared to that, very, very small cuts for everybody else. And they talk about special interest. The main special interest in this bill are the very wealthy.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just
Yes, sir.
in reference to the documents that Mr. Levin referenced, I'll have delivered to every member of the committee later this afternoon some analysis of the alternative minimum tax that he was referencing and the particular chart that he was referring to on income reported on Schedule C and E. I'll have that delivered to all the members later today.
Excellent.
Thank
I
you.
hope to the media also, but we'll do that.
Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Bartle, I just want to, and my good friend, Mr. Higgins from New York, who truly is a good friend, and I sincerely mean that, Brian, or Mr. Higgins. There was some confusion when I heard his questioning of you, and what I wanted to clarify, because I hear this quite a bit when I'm traveling around my district, and it deals with the state and local tax deduction and the loss of the income tax portion of that, for example, in New York. Deductions are different than credits. Deductions are a partial reduction in your overall tax liability, correct, generally? So if you lose the income tax deduction of $9,000, I think is what Mr. Higgins was referencing, that does not mean that you get a dollar-for-dollar reduction in your tax liability of $9,000. It's based on your income bracket, your tax rate, and therefore a partial reduction in your tax liability at the end of the day. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Reed. The value of a deduction is generally the amount of the deduction times the marginal tax rate of the tax bracket that you're in.
And then, Mr. Bartle, property taxes, you're familiar with property taxes at the local level, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the reasons why I advocated for a compromise on the state and local tax deduction policy is the property taxes are what we would consider regressive taxes, Mr. Barthold. Isn't that correct, that you pay your property taxes regardless of your income, typically, especially in the state of New York, regardless of your income, if you're a single parent, if you're a senior on a fixed income, whatever that property tax bill is, you pay that full property tax bill, correct?
The property tax rate property tax liability does not vary with income.
Correct. And so when you lose the income tax deduction as part of your state and local tax deduction, generally income taxes at the state level are very progressive, i.e. the more you make, the more taxes you pay. So therefore, isn't it a correct assumption that the income taxes at the state level are highly progressive, so therefore the higher income folks lose the benefit of that deduction on their federal tax return versus lower income folks? Isn't that accurate?
On the federal income tax return, just to step back, Mr. Reed, itemizers tend to be in the top half of the income distribution to begin with. The statement that you made that state income taxes tend to be progressive in different degrees, different states. So higher income individuals in any one state typically pay more than lower income individuals.
I appreciate that clarification, and that is one of the concerns I had raised as we went through this process. And I respect the chairman for entertaining a compromise on the state and local tax deduction, because when we look at the property taxes in New York, they are highly regressive in my opinion. They hit the lower income folks and those single parents, those seniors, in a very harsh way compared to the income taxes. And being a person who wants to get to yes and govern and break the gridlock of this town, I think taking that type of approach is a reasonable approach. And I thank the chairman for that consideration. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. It is hard to put my feeling into words today. You see, I was elected to Congress in November of 1986, only a month after the Tax Reform Act became law. It was tax reform, not tax cuts. The members of this committee inspired our entire class as we took our oath on the House floor 30 years ago. They set the gold standard, a bar to which we all aspired. Elected by the people, they worked with the people, and they fought for the people. Back then, the committee members took their time. They worked across the aisle and across the dome. Their moral inspired many of us to fight for an appointment to the Ways and Means Committee, the oldest standing committee in the House of Representatives. Each and every person in the room today know that the bill we are considering is an insult to their legacy. This bill is a shame and a disgrace to the spirit and history of this committee and the constitutional duties and responsibilities of the United States Congress. First and foremost, this tax cut legislation does not make the tax code any simpler or any fairer. The Congressional Republican passed a tax bill of this size so late in the year, it would be a nightmare for the IRS to implement, for taxpayers to understand this bill, this code by January. Second, this bill is a slap in the face to real people. You're giving trillions of dollars in tax break to millionaires and billionaires. This is not right. It is not fair. It is not just. How can we punish teachers who are just trying to buy supplies for their classroom? How can you target the sick, the elderly, and the disabled? How can you attack immigrants, children, and dreamers in a way that is just plain mean and heartless? Most importantly, how can you bury your head in the sand when there are grave issues facing our country, like transportation financing, student debt, war funding, affordable housing, and caring for veterans and their families? After this markup and after the winners pocket their rewards, the spotlight will move on. Every single person in this room knows what will happen next from the shadows. Even the most creative math cannot hide this cold, hard truth. This bill robs poor Peter to pay visionary Paul. Away from the cameras, congressional Republicans will quietly begin to cut safety net programs to pay for their massive corporate tax cut. The record should be clear. This is not about tax reform. These are tax cuts for the super rich. This bill turns a blind eye to the middle class and a deaf ear to working families. Members of this committee must be honest to the people we represent and serve. This bill pick a few winners as our children, grandchildren, and generation yet unborn will suffer from this reckless act. Look around us. We're surrounded by portraits of those who put people before politics. We sit in the chairs of those who tackle the deep, hard challenge of their day as they design visionary programs like Medicare, Social Security, and the GI Bill. We walk in the footsteps of those who work to create a better world for their fellow American and future generation. How can we look ourselves in the eye when we know that this bill is our gift to our children and grandchildren? There's no two ways about it. In the coming years, there may be small wins, but the damage to our budget and our future is done. Mr. Chairman, I say this with all due respect. This spiteful, irresponsible tax cut is not worth the paper on which it is written. Throw this bill out. Let us come together to work for the people. We can do better. We should do better. And the American people deserve better. Let us do what is right, what is just, and what we were elected to do, and to serve the best interests of all Americans, not just a select few. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, today we reach the holy grail of the Republican Party. It exists to provide more tax breaks to the few, to benefit the privileged, and it's been amazing at the price that's already been paid to get to this point, because there's no wrongdoing in which Donald Trump can engage, no insult, no attack on our justice system or our law enforcement, no endangerment of our security that will cause many of our Republican colleagues to say enough or to speak out about that wrongdoing, because they're convinced that Donald Trump is the golden ticket to getting their holy grail. Today, the odds look pretty good in their favor of actually forcing through trillions of dollars of additional debt and providing tax changes that mainly benefit the few and the multinational corporations. But I would remind my colleagues of our experience on health care, that when it appeared that millions would lose their coverage, Americans united and spoke up and said, no, this will do so much harm to my community, to my family, to my neighbors, that we just can't have it. And I'm convinced that it was not just the courageous votes of John McCain and Susan Collins and others, but that the fact that the American people said, we will not accept this. And we can already see, even at this time, as a prelude to this committee approving this measure, we can begin to see the effect, the American people paying attention to the fine points of this complex legislation, what a difference they've already made. Remember, only a few months ago, this bill was largely going to be financed by forcing us to pay 20% more for everything we import in Texas, from avocados to auto parts, and the rest of the country as well, the border adjustment tax. But because Americans demanded that that go, it's out of the bill. Only a few days ago, it appeared that our retirement security would be significantly jeopardized by removing incentives for a retirement. But because the American people have spoken out, we're beginning to see that change. And the same is true, though it has not been as complete, with regard to property taxes, of having to pay a tax on top of a tax, that at least there has been a change there. So I would say today that if the American people continue to study the impact of this bill and speak out, this great harm can be prevented. And I am so pleased that our colleague brought that big stack of books down there. 8 big volumes of all the complexity and the tax laws that exist. What he failed to point out is that in the period since Newt Gingrich was sworn in as the Republican Speaker of the House, a period of a couple of decades in which Democrats have had the presidency and the Congress for exactly 2 years, that almost 40% of those books were enacted by Republicans, by Republican-controlled Congresses, providing one special interest loophole after another. And today they tell us, having put so many loopholes and expanded that stack of books so high, that they're the ones that can figure out how to simplify it. Well, I can tell you that the multinational corporations are not going to be filing their tax returns on a postcard. No, they, under this bill, under the international provisions of this bill, they have an incentive to build their factories abroad. When they can choose San Antonio or they can choose Stuttgart, they're going to go where this bill incentivizes them to place their factories. And we are going to see the export of even more American jobs, the outsourcing those jobs to other countries. This bill is basically a job killer. Its underlying premise that if you throw enough money on those at the top, it'll trickle down and grow the economy, has been refuted by almost every economist that has looked at it, including, as Mr. Higgins noted, Goldman Sachs, talking about how trivial the increases will be under this bill. It is essential that we not outsource more American jobs, that we not burden this generation and future generations with more and more debt as this does. At the beginning of this enterprise, the chairman, back at the beginning of the year, they told us they would have a fully paid for tax bill. It is not fully paid for, and today we reach for a mythical 4% growth that it will generate. Why not 40% or 400%? Those numbers are as unrealistic as his 4%, and they are not supported by anything other than propaganda and wishes for the future. I yield back.
Mr. Kelly, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank all of our members for being here today. But I sometimes get confused when we talk about these things. The world I come from is the retail world. I've actually done it for 45 years. So I've been 45 years on the blacktop. I've not been here. So I actually get to talk to hardworking American people every day. And when I sit down and talk with them across the desk where they're trying to buy a new car or truck, I cannot remember the last time somebody told me, you know what, I'm going to take advantage of a tax credit today. That's why I'm buying something. But what they do tell me is, you know what, I just got a raise. I can actually afford to get a new car, a new truck, put my wife and my family in it. I'm really feeling good about it. You know, the economy's getting back on track, and I have a lot of optimism towards the future. And what I love to do, we come in here, and what we try to do, we try to lower their optimism. We try to tamp it down and say, don't get too excited about this. My goodness, this is not the right way to go. Now, this is not me talking, but this is the Tax Foundation. I'm having trouble understanding how a bill that will give back nearly $1,200 to average middle-income families is a problem. A bill that would create 1 million new American jobs is a problem, and 40,000 of those in Pennsylvania. A bill will increase U.S. wages by 3.1%. That's $2,683 in Pennsylvania. A bill that will grow GDP by 3.9%, almost 4%, in an anemic recovery where we all of a sudden said, you know what, the new standard, if we can get to 1.3 or 1.4, set off the fireworks. My gosh, we're back in time. Listen, the United States is currently number 23 in the list. If you want to start a new business, I don't think many people look at this and say, you know what, I think I'll take a shot at that 23rd country. I think that's where I want to go because that's where I have the best opportunity. So with the American people, I think, have watched this go on, this circus, this war between the parties, and they start to think about it. And I got to tell you this. You know who they blame? Both parties. Not Republicans, not Democrats, both parties. And they say to themselves, why is it in a country that's been blessed for so long with so much, why is it that we can't agree on making our lives easier? Why can't we agree that more take-home pay is great for everyday Americans? Why is it that we say, listen, if you're in the corporate world, we're going to make it tough for you to stay here. We're going to over-regulate you, we're going to overtax you, and then we're going to over-criticize you for leaving the United States and say, these SOBs are unpatriotic. It's not that they're unpatriotic, they're just not stupid. Now, they look at what's going on here, and there's a lot of optimism. My friends, I got to tell you, don't believe me. Go back to your calendar to November the 8th last year, and you see when this thing started to accelerate. After 8 years of stagnation, the American people looked at this and said, you know what? What an incredible day for America. We're going to take off again. That's actually happened. Look at people's pensions. Look how the stock market has soared. Look how all this has happened. This is all because of optimism. And the only thing that can stop that from happening right now is the way we handle this tax reform. And we tell them, no, you poor stupid people, you don't get it. We're not going to go along with any of this stuff. You know why? It's a Republican bill. And then we say, well, you know what? There's some Democrat amendments that we got to take a look at. We got to stop going back and forth on what's best for us or our party and take a look at what's best for our people. When you tell me, and God help, listen, I want to go back in my 48 years on the floor and somebody tell me the only reason I'm buying a new car or a new truck today is because of a tax credit that I didn't have before. Think about what we're saying and think about how it's heard in the American public. Forget the charts, the graphs, forget all of these different things. Features and benefits that add value to hard-working American taxpayers. That's the key. That's the key. It doesn't matter who wins the debate in here. I don't want to make you look bad, and sometimes you don't want to make me look bad. But you know what I want to do? I want to make America look great. Not just great for a time being, but great forever. If we can't get back to who we are as a nation, so blessed with assets that nobody else in the world has, and says the biggest thing holding us back right now is the fact that we're so divided politically, what a sin. What a sin. So it falls on our laps right now, our generation. My dad was one of the greatest generation. They went off and fought a war to save us. Let's stop fighting wars, and let's start doing things together that make sense for the American people. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for doing this. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that it took actually 3 decades for us to wake up and smell the coffee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meade. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Thompson, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to reiterate a point that I made earlier, and that is the tremendous amount that this bill will add to our debt, $2.3 trillion. My friend from Pennsylvania kind of made light of the debt issue earlier and suggested that maybe some of us have amnesia, debt amnesia, and not remembering how the debt grew. I don't have any amnesia about this. I'm very, very well aware of it. I know what happened when we had the last round of unpaid for tax cuts. They didn't pay for themselves. They ended up increasing our debt. I remember when we had unpaid for wars, that increased our debt. I remember when we had unpaid for prescription drug legislation that increased our debt. And I remember what we had to do in order to get out of the worst recession that we've ever experienced. We had to borrow money to do that. Had we not done it, some of us on this dais wouldn't have the businesses that we brag about having. Had we not stepped in and saved some American businesses, it would have been a lot worse than it was. So no, we don't have any debt amnesia. Myself, I've worked on this debt issue for a long time. As a matter of fact, I carried the amendment on the floor to do the pay-go, where if you pass a bill, you have to pay for that bill. And when the Democrats had the House, we put that in the rules. One of the first things the Republicans did when they took over the House was they took out the pay-go rule as it pertains to what else but tax cuts. And when you do a tax cut, you're spending money. It costs money. If you don't have the pay-go, what happens? It increases the debt. So no, we don't have amnesia. We need to make sure we keep our finger on the pulse of this debt. We need to make sure we do everything we can to reduce it, because the cost of servicing that debt hits our constituents in the pocketbook. It hits them in their quality of life. It undermines their education, their health care, their infrastructure investments, and everything else. And this bill increases that debt by $2.3 trillion. $2.3 trillion. And I also asked, Mr. Chairman, why in the world would you have written into this bill a provision that takes away the casualty loss benefits that people who lose their property in a disaster would be able to take advantage of? And you're the guys that wrote it. We were not included. We were not asked to participate. The majority party wrote this bill in wherever you do it, the darkness, wherever, but it wasn't any place where we were. The closest we came was when we were invited with some of you to go to the White House. And we were told that this was going to be the greatest tax bill ever. And that no provisions. We were told they wanted to work with us to help do this. They don't want to work with us. The next day, they rolled out a tax bill in Indiana without a single Democrat providing any input. The most substantive discussion that we had from the president is when he informed us that Puerto Rico was an island in the middle of an ocean and that the ocean was big. We didn't talk about any specifics about tax policy. We did not write this bill. We want to participate in tax reform, but this isn't tax reform. This is a big tax cut for the wealthiest among us. And sadly, middle-class people take a hit, just like the middle-class people in my district who lost their homes in this fire, who aren't going to be able to take advantage of the casualty loss provisions. Why in the world would we do that to hardworking middle-class Americans? You certainly found time to write in anti-abortion language, but you have to take out language that gives folks with uninsured losses a little bit of hope. That's the wrong message to send to a community that's just gone through a terrible disaster. And I think you know that, because some of you represent districts that just went through terrible disasters, hurricanes in the southern states. And you wrote in legislation that protects them. You grandfathered them in. But remember, everybody here is going to have a disaster at some point, and these guys took out the language that helps them.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Meehan, you're recognized. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we hear the rhetoric, and the rhetoric continues to be an effort to try to characterize this as some kind of a salve to the rich. When I go back again, not to the rhetoric, but to the facts, And here's what the facts are as the Tax Policy Center has laid them out. When you factor in the percentage of the plan that would be based on businesses, the pass-through corporations, a whopping 75% of the reduction in taxes paid are going to those people that are under $200,000 or less. So let me see what middle class is now. I don't know what middle class is in some places. But right here, and these are the facts, the purest definition of middle class household encompasses those earning between $48,000 and $86,000. I think that's a fairly good calculation. Including wages and other income, according to the Tax Policy Center's analysis of the Republican tax proposal, under the plan, those households would save an average of $660 a year. So they're going to save $660 a year. Now, you might have a broader definition of what middle class is. And I think I could say that in my own district, where hardworking taxpayers, as my friend in New York, have maybe a higher housing cost and other things. So they characterize the middle class there from $86,000 to $149,000. Of that group, an average would save $1,100 annually. So I think the real difference here is what my friends on the other side of the aisle want to do is they want to tell you how they're going to spend your money, as opposed to you being that middle class person between $48,000 and $149,000. That's what they're characterizing as middle class. You get a chance to determine how you want to spend that extra $1,100 each year. So the characterization is just flat out a misrepresentation to the American people about what is being accomplished with this plan. The focus to take it so that same worker that I talked about earlier at the pen machine works, who's struggling with his family, will be able to determine what he wants to do with that $660 at the end of the year that's going to be in his pocket. Not in the pocket of my friends who are going to tell you how they're going to spend it. Maybe we'll have some shovel-ready projects. Remember how good that did for us? I think the facts speak for themselves. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Larson, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my good friend from Pennsylvania for talking about the need to have the facts. It would have been great to have the facts here. It would have been great if we had one witness, one expert, and instead we're going to go back and forth for arguments. But I would, for the record, like to submit from the Department of Revenue Services in the state of Connecticut the facts about the impact, even though the bill, and I understand, Mr. Brady, if may I ask you a question? Are you going to be submitting an amendment later on?
Excuse me, that's my intention.
And will it correct the bill further?
We will continue to improve this bill.
Will it remove correct the state and local tax SALT agreements?
The gentleman can review the amendment when it's offered.
Well, like I said, we don't have that information, and we haven't been allowed any expert testimony, and you can't understand why we're upset. You can't understand when the Department of Revenue Services in the state of Connecticut, where not 6%, but 41% of the people, 41%, make those deductions. So what you've asked the state of Connecticut to do is what Mr. Zeldin, your colleague, described of New York, and the same thing is happening in Massachusetts and New Jersey and in Maryland and in California and Oregon and Washington State. Coincidentally, blue states. But having said that, what you're doing to them is asking this regional shift of money. You're asking them to pay more. It's double taxation, and you're taxing the success of professionals because they've been successful in what they've done. And you're doing it without a single expert or public hearing. That's what we're mad about. We started out what we thought was on the same page, with everybody saying that, yes, we certainly would like to see lower individual rates and lower corporate tax rates. And yes, we thought that it would be a good idea also that if they were both revenue neutral, as they were in '86, and as Mr. Neal has pointed out time and again, that they be distributionally neutral as well. We also felt that it was a great idea to simplify the tax code, But this neither simplifies it, nor is it revenue neutral, nor is it distributionally neutral. And I'd like to submit for the record the gentleman from Connecticut, from Fuss O'Neill, Mr. Peter Gross, who talks about the impact on just an engineering firm and what it does, because there's always winners and losers. And when there's no expert testimony, and when you just jam this down because you want a political win, not a win for the American people, but a win for the Republican conference. Congratulations. You'll probably get that win for your conference, but at the expense of many, many American people. And it's so disturbing to us on this side that not only, and I quote Mr. Brady here, when he was on Morning Joe, talking about when queried about how you will possibly make up this money, this huge debt that you're placing upon the American people, he said, well, actually, you're right about that. You make a good point. We're not going to see this growth. This is just phase one. The next phase is we're going to make these cuts. What are those cuts? Those cuts come in the way of change CPI. And what are they aimed at? They're aimed at Social Security and Medicare. So for all of you who are out there, you understand why there's no expert testimony, because you know what that will do to you. They're out to cut, not entitlements, because Social Security isn't an entitlement. It's the insurance all of you have paid for. So is Medicare. It comes under the code under something we call FICA, the Federal Insurance Contribution Act. Whose contribution? Yours. What are they out to cut? Your benefits. I yield back.
Mr. Renacci, you recognize to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wow, I'm sitting here thinking if the American people are watching this today, they're wondering what's going on here, because you know who the real losers are? The American people. Because we are taking their money and we're using it improperly, and this bill actually starts to fix it and give it back to them. So when you shake your head, yes, you had to let me finish the sentence, because that's the problem. The American people are sitting there saying, I'm working every day, and I don't have enough money to pay my bills, and I end up paying these taxes, and they go to Washington. And by the way, you know who put those books together? Not some lawyer, you guys did. The Ways and Means Committee did. If you were here back when these laws are being passed, I mean, everybody in this committee, as laws are being passed and tax laws are being passed, you built this section of laws, and we're trying to fix this section of laws by bringing it down to a simpler tax system. So don't blame somebody for putting those books together. Blame the committee for putting those books together. Yes, the committee. That's who put all those laws together. But let's talk about what we keep talking. You guys keep talking about stuff, and I really don't get it. I mean, these are itemized deductions. The casualty loss, theft and casualty loss, that's an itemized deduction. And do you realize how that works? Somebody has a loss. If they have insurance, it pays for as much of the loss as they can, and then what's left over, there's an amount, 1% of adjusted gross income, and then it becomes an itemized deduction. So these aren't actual losses that are going away. These are itemized deductions where, Mr. Barthold, you've already said, when we doubled the standard deduction, on average, and I realize there are some districts like Connecticut, you're right, Connecticut has a unique situation, but on average, how many people, when you double the standard deduction, will itemize?
Well, Mr. Renacci, I didn't actually report just doubling the standard deduction. It was the combination of doubled standard deduction and the itemized deductions that are still permitted under H.R. 1, and that was 6%.
6%. So we'll have 6% of the people, and you also said the majority of those people are primarily the wealthier people?
Top half of the income distribution
Right.
are itemizers.
So again, this bill is once we do what this bill does, we are affecting people who were not able to itemize before, were not able to get the opportunity, were not able to get this credit, and now they're going to get an opportunity to save taxes. And that includes state and local income taxes, that includes casualty losses, that includes interest on home mortgages, that includes all this stuff. So if we're going to keep talking about this, can we at least make sure that we're talking about it's 6%, except for some unique situations? It's 6% of the American people who are probably the more wealthier Americans. That's really the key here. it is frustrating. And again, people back home have to be looking at this and saying, can I get a break? I'm barely making ends meet. Can I get a little break here? I'm paying too much tax. It's being wasted in Washington. It is clearly being wasted. And how do I get some help? And that's what this bill does. Now, we can keep talking about all the wealthy people that you guys want to talk about who are going to be able to itemize, that's 6%. But in the end, I think what we need to start talking about is that hardworking American taxpayer and making sure that they are getting a little bit more take-home pay so they can make ends meet and save a little bit of money. And I think my friend Mr. Pasquarello said he represents so do I. I represent firefighters, I represent police officers, I represent all those same people. I represent all those same people who will get a tax break and want the tax break. And I think that's important. 94% of these people, 94%, will not be itemizing on the average. And we've got to start thinking about those firefighters, those police officers who now will have an opportunity to bring some more tax money home. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenauer, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's kind of fun watching the opening bid of a process. My friends have been backing away from their proposal as soon as they first floated the framework, and now that we're finding other things. We won't know probably till it hits the floor. But as a practical matter, what is clear is that they are focusing benefits on those who need it the least in this country. Very large corporations, very wealthy individuals, hedge fund managers and athletes and professional groups that are going to pretend to be small businesses and be able to exploit a new loophole. What is clear is that our friends on the Republican side have established up to $1.5 trillion extra debt that we will be taking on. And in fact, it's higher than that because, as several of my colleagues have pointed out, you pay interest on that debt. So the 1.4, 1.5 is going to be over $2 trillion. And our friends, Maya McGinnis and her crew, points out if there's a 1% increase in the historically low interest rates that we are facing, that's going to add another $1.5 trillion. And I remember many of my friends in the committee used to be upset about deficits. And we're wiring in a very significant debt load. Now, there is an additional fact that concerns me, is that if you really wanted to help low and moderate and middle income people, we could have worked together to be able to fashion things that would do that. We have Republicans in the Senate who are willing to expand the earned income tax credit and make it refundable, to deal with the 35% of the people your proposal leaves out altogether, the poorest Americans, and we could further reward work. This was a proposal that came in the Reagan administration. It's not partisan. If you wanted to work with us in the grand tradition of this committee, and I am wearing my Ways and Means Committee bow tie that I created, thanks Chairman Brady. Took a lot of time and energy, but I found a way to cut it down and turn it into a bow tie. We could have done that. There is some interesting proposals here dealing with what happens to the mortgage interest deduction. You acknowledge that the benefit is focused on some people who need it the least. We could have crafted something that would be acceptable to the home builders and to the realtors and help Americans who are struggling to deal with housing. It's not the most wealthy, but you chose not to do that. You're breaking a commitment with the wind energy industry that a number of us worked together on a bipartisan basis to have a 5-year phase out. And by the way, there are more jobs in wind energy than in coal and petroleum. Good family wage jobs, made in America industry, and the industry stepped forward with some $50 billion because Congress, this committee included, worked out a compromise. And I think it's the only provision that you have included that is retroactive. Why couldn't we have had a hearing to find out what that's going to do to the wind energy in Texas, in the upper Midwest. But no, you're going to pull the plug on it. Mr. Kelly and I have been working on private activity bonds. Pretty easy way to invest in infrastructure. Gone. Did we have a hearing on why they should be sacrificed so you can concentrate benefit for those who need it the least? I don't recall anything like that. And it goes on and on. A number of you are from states that have stepped up and raised the gas tax. In South Carolina, it was passed over the governor's veto, over half the states. If you'd have a couple of weeks hearing, we could put together a broad coalition of people who are going to come in and say, invest in American jobs, rebuild and renew America, raise my taxes, the trucking industry will say. Engineers, contractors, unions. We could have done this and bring people together rather than divide them and add to the deficit. But we haven't had those hearings. Instead, we come in, we get something dropped on us that will continue to change until it's on the floor of the House, and then it's going to be changed again in the Senate, because a number of these things are absolutely non-starters. And sadly, it didn't have to be this way if we remember the traditions of this committee and what happened with the last time this happened on a bipartisan basis with President Reagan. I find it unfortunate.
Thank you. Ms. Walorski, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, for one, am very excited about being here today. Heard a lot of gloom and doom, but I happen to have waited 11 months that I've been on this committee to be here today to deliver tax cuts and a simpler and fairer tax code to middle-class families. We all know in this room that the tax code's broken. The American people know it. They're reminded every day they look at their paychecks. I'm excited that we're taking action to actually help hardworking families, farmers, manufacturers, and workers in Indiana's 2nd District. This day has been years in the making. Scores of hearings and bipartisan working groups have led us here. For families, we're delivering tax cuts, and the tax code's so simple you can file it on a postcard. We're enhancing the child tax credit, encouraging people to save for retirement, streamlining 15 different educational tax incentives so a family doesn't have to dig through 90 pages of IRS legalese to figure out what works and what doesn't. We're doubling the standard deduction to simplify the tax code, allowing hardworking Hoosiers to keep more of their hard-earned money. In my district, about 80% of filers already take the standard deduction. So for the vast majority of people in my district, they can keep the standard deduction and they can keep even more of their own money. Many of the remaining 20% who itemize will now be able to save time, money, and stress by taking the standard deduction instead. I've been traveling my district for 11 months with this postcard. And while none of my constituents are excited about filing their taxes, they're excited for a simpler, quicker process and makes it more pain-free. H.R. 1 also helps the many manufacturers and farmers in my district. These vital small businesses get a lower rate of 25%. Family businesses passed down for generations won't have to worry about the estate tax. We're repealing it. Finally, this bill makes America a far more competitive country against our foreign competitors. This antiquated tax code discourages companies from actually bringing back money to invest here. It discourages companies from locating facilities here. No more. H.R. 1 lowers the corporate rate for among the highest in the world, making it more attractive for companies to make new investments here or to grow the ones they already have. It ends the lockout effect that incentivizes U.S. companies to keep profits abroad rather than bring them back here to reinvest or raise wages. Mr. Chairman, there is a lot to like in this bill. And I know we have a long week ahead, but I'm excited to work with you and my colleagues here today as we deliver tax reform that allows all ships to rise. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Kind, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, I think what you're hearing today in this rancorous discussion so far is a whole lot of release of pent-up frustration about the process that brought us to this point. And it's really unfortunate because it didn't have to be this way. I think there is great consensus here in Congress and throughout this country that 31 years to take a serious run at the tax code is too long, and we have to try it. And there was bipartisan agreement with the overlying concepts of trying to simplify the code,
to make it more competitive in light of what the rest of the world has done, but also to hopefully make it a little bit fair for my working families back home in Wisconsin, my small businesses, my family farmers. What we were hoping we wouldn't see is a redo of more trickle-down economics that have failed in the past. Tax cuts at the top for the most wealthy and for multinationals, expecting that to lift all boats and to help everyone else. We've been down this road before. And I guess what really is troubling about this is that in order to develop consensus, this committee's got to do the homework. We've got to do the hard work, and that is having proper hearings, having proper discussions across the aisle, proper vetting, listening to the people back home. Unfortunately, too many of my Republican colleagues have chosen not even to have town hall listening sessions anymore, when instead what we ought to be doing is running towards the criticism, finding out what people are concerned about with this legislation, and quite frankly, other things that Congress is or isn't doing, and run to that criticism to find out what we're getting wrong, and to learn from it, and to adopt those principles into the underlying bill that we have before us. None of that work has taken place. We have been completely shut out from this process, and it didn't have to be this way. I mean, our bipartisan muscles have atrophied to such a state that we are a pathetic shell of what this committee and what this Congress should be looking like with the American people. It's all behind closed doors, dark of night legislation, top down, directing everyone else to fall in line with their respective parties. And instead, the great loser in this is the American people, who should be out front of us testifying, raising some alarms, or telling us, you know, you may want to think about this, or the unintended consequence about that, but we had none of that leading up to today. And now we're just flying in the dark, hoping that there's a safe landing zone out there. And we've been down this road before. 1981, Reagan tax cuts, the 01, 03 tax cuts, those trickled down, that was expecting to lift all boats. In fact, it didn't materialize. In fact, there's very little economic data that shows that under your plan, you're going to get the type of growth that we need. But what's different this time, and I've asked staff to put up the chart to help me illustrate this point, is that from 81 to 2001 to 2003 to where we are today, we've run out of time. We don't have the luxury of making a huge fiscal mistake and having time enough to recover before we have 70 million baby boomers who are beginning to start their massive retirement, 10,000 a day, entering Social Security and Medicare. We make that fiscal mistake today, and there's no time to recover. In 81, our debt to GDP ratio was roughly 31% with the Reagan tax cut. That was followed, by the way, with 9 subsequent tax increases under President Reagan because of the exploding budget deficits. And then the 01 Bush tax cuts, roughly 55% public-private held debt to GDP. And then followed with the 2003 tax cuts to 57.5% debt to GDP. Today, we're at 103%, Mr. Chairman. I mean, the clock has run out on us, and we can't take this gamble of passing a bill expecting for some mythical economic growth that's going to somehow bail us out from the $1.5 trillion of unfunded tax cuts that was in your own budget resolution, none of it paid for. You add the interest on that debt, you add the expiring tax provisions that are gimmicks in this tax proposal, because we know future Congresses are going to be hard-pressed not to extend those out, and then you're talking 2.3, 2.4 trillion of additional debt over the next 10 years, just when the demographic time bomb is going off in this country, with no chance to recover. And what will be in jeopardy would be the long-term solvency and security of Social Security and Medicare. That will be next. Under your own budget resolution, you called for $1.5 trillion worth of cuts to Medicare and Medicaid over the next 10 years. We know where you guys are going with this if we have exploding budget deficits facing us. And that's unfortunate, because if history is any guide, is that while there may have been some time to recover from fiscal mistakes in the past, we've run out of time, not with the demographic explosion, massive retirement that's taking place today. And I just ask my colleagues to consider that as we move forward. I yield back.
You, Mr. Pascrell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Buthold, you stated that the 6% of itemizers were in the upper half of income. The middle income quintile ranges from $43,511 to $72,001. The average is $56,832. Do you think people with income over $56,832 are wealthy. That is the middle income point. Mr. Bothwell, do you think the taxpayers for whom the mortgage interest deduction and the charitable deduction are still available likely will make around $56,000? We better get our numbers straight here. Taxes would rise for many in the working class, fall for the richest Americans under the House Republican tax plan. The analysis just came out at 3:35 this afternoon. 28% of Americans would see a tax increase by 2027. I heard from a constituent today, Mr. Bothwell, in my district. His name is David. He lives in Fort Lee, New Jersey, of Governor Christie fame. George Washington Bridge. David is a 50-year-old building trades union worker, was injured in a car accident in 2008. You're going to get a lot of anecdotal stories. We're going to give to you what we gave to you in the ACA. You can't overcome those stories. As a result of his injuries, he can no longer work but collects his pension and disability. His wife works for the post office. They have no children at home but share their home with his elderly parents. They currently rely on the medical expense deduction for his medical costs that can be upwards of $12,000 per year, and they pay more than $15,000 in property taxes. With the deduction for state and local taxes, including the full property tax deduction, they are able to just break even each year. If this bill passes, David and his family will lose the ability to deduct his high medical expenses. All of his state and local income and sales tax, and a portion of his property taxes, and in the state of Pennsylvania, you can tax the local governments. You have local tax, income tax. That adds up to more than $15,000 he can no longer deduct. He told me if this bill passes, he'll have to move out of his home in Fort Lee, apart from his wife, until she can retire. So you're tearing families apart. I got a lot of these stories. You're going to listen to them somehow, some way over the next 4 days. Driving people from their homes. So much for middle-class tax relief. Why should these hardworking families who have paid their dues have to make that choice? David told me, what kind of middle-class tax break did they just give me? This is garbage. If they pass this, it will bury me. Not only will this bill raise taxes on a family like David's, it will hurt home values. With fewer people. You know what? And I'm tired about the high taxes of New Jersey. We have to pay. We have a densely populated state. Every state has a different culture. Every state has a different situation. Like we're just throwing money out, just tax the people and just throw it into the Hudson River. That isn't what we do in the state of New Jersey. We're far from perfect, but you better take a look at your own treasury. On top of the higher tax bill, lower home prices could cause a recession in the New York and New Jersey region. We will remember what happened in 2008 when home prices fell. Go back to your history. You not only don't know culture, you don't know history. We can't afford to go through this again, especially because of self-inflicted wounds. The tax code is rife with loopholes. What have we done? Here's a perfect record. We're sending all kinds of money offshore. How much? Which corporation has $250 billion sitting offshore? Which has $93 billion sitting offshore? You are not helping. You tell me one place in this bill where you're going to catch up to those people and bring it back here. All your foo-foo talk in there is unbelievable. Please read what you wrote. But I know it's hard to keep up because you're changing it every day. If you're changing it every day, fine, but at least read what the heck you changed so you stop eating foo-foo food. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. You're recognized. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Barthold, I do have a question. Previously, a few minutes ago, there was a rather vigorous criticism of the bill, that the bill would be passed so late in the year. In general, do the changes in the bill apply to 2017, or would they apply to 2018?
The effective date, Mr. Smith, for almost all the provisions is for taxable years beginning after 2017, so they'd be in effect 2018. A notable place where that is not the case is the capital investment provisions. Those would be effective on the date of introduction, actually November 2nd, right? They have essentially effective dates as of several days ago, and in a couple of cases, a couple of weeks ago, the purpose being not to shut down investment activity while the Congress deliberates, so that taxpayers could proceed with perhaps making an investment with the knowledge that they would be maybe better off and no worse off if there were a change, not to delay.
Thank you. But would it be your analysis that the broader-based portions of the bill would not take effect until tax year 2018?
Those changes are generally 2018 and beyond.
So if the average taxpayer were planning for how they might make purchases or other investments, they wouldn't be caught unawares or anything because they would have the opportunity to put forth their spending accordingly?
Yes, most everything is prospective, and the legislation also directs that withholding tables be revised to reflect the new standard deduction, new tax bracket rates, so that essentially there'd be help for wage earners in terms of what's withheld in meeting their income tax liabilities.
Okay, thank you. And certainly I appreciate the analysis here, and I appreciate the fact that we have the opportunity to exchange ideas here. I hope that we can truly focus on the real numbers that are out there. I mean, I've heard various characterizations of a $250 tax deduction, not even a credit, but a deduction, as somehow being better than actual true reduction in tax liability, far exceeding what that deduction might offer. So I hope that we can keep the exchange of ideas going here and stick to the numbers that we know are there, and hopefully end up with much better policy than we have today, because we owe the American people much better policy than the broken tax code that is currently in place. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Mr. Crowley, you recognize strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, this is not a tax reform bill. This is a tax sham that, in my opinion, will lead to a higher tax bill for hardworking people in my district and middle-class families across our nation. The special interest bill raises taxes on American families to benefit corporate special interests. This bill slashes the mortgage interest deduction, forcing middle-class families to pay more for a home. This bill also creates a new tax on homeowners when they sell their home. This Ryan McConnell bill eliminates the widely used deduction for state and local taxes, which means nearly every American homeowner will experience the problem of paying taxes on their taxes. In my district, 81,993 households claimed a deduction for state and local taxes paid, and the average deduction is $9,698 in my district. But this isn't just an issue for New York State, but for many states. Republicans call them blue states, but I call them states like Illinois, California, and New Jersey. I know my good friend from New York was defending, I guess, his vote on the budget resolution, but 7 of his colleagues from New York State voted against that resolution. I guess they all got it wrong. The only two that got it right were Mr. Reed and Mr. Collins in New York State, but Mr. King, Mr. Katko, Ms. Stefanik, Ms. Tenney, Mr. Faso, Mr. Donovan, and Mr. Zeldin all voted no. All Republicans voted no on that resolution because of the provision dealing with the elimination of deductibility of state and local taxes. They all got it wrong. The cruel irony is, while we are stripping away a valuable tax break from the middle class to provide tax cuts for corporations, those same corporations will still be allowed to keep their deduction for their state and their local tax bill. They get to keep the deduction, but the poor slob, middle-class guy and gal, they don't get to keep theirs. If homeownership is the American dream, this Ryan McConnell tax bill is the American nightmare. Don't take my word for it. Ask your local real estate agent. The National Association of Realtors predicts people with incomes between $50,000 and $200,000 would see a tax increase on an average of $815, as well as a drop of up to 10% in their home values if this bill becomes law. But it's not just homeowners who are hurt under this bill. Renters get crushed too. This bill eliminates a number of important incentives to develop affordable housing stock. And while rents continue to grow faster than wages, this bill will lead to the loss of more than 17,000 new affordable housing units in New York City alone each year, and many more nationwide. Support for this bill is a sign that you think there is not enough affordable housing, or there's not an affordable housing crisis in our country. But in addition to raising taxes on people who want shelter, this bill raises the tax bill on millions of other middle-class Americans too. Families with more than one child under 18 will see their taxes increase. Students will no longer be able to deduct student loan interest. This provision will cost Americans almost $48 billion and affect millions of young people, including almost 22,000 of my constituents in Queens and the Bronx. Teachers are taxed through the elimination of small deduction they get to provide school supplies to their students. Seriously, they are cutting a tax break for teachers. Seniors will see new taxes. It wasn't just the Trump Care bill that created a new age of tax. This bill eliminates a tax credit for elderly and disabled seniors and repeals the medical expense deduction, which helps families who have a loved one with Alzheimer's or need to go to a nursing home. Almost 10,000 of my constituents will feel this in Queens and the Bronx. Now, the Republicans keep saying that only 1 in 3 Americans itemize. So eliminating these middle-class provisions won't affect that many people. Well, here's a good one. But I ask, why are they so hell-bent in eliminating the tax on estates when that tax only hits 2 out of every 1,000 Americans? This Ryan McConnell special interest tax bill allows for the offshoring of jobs while not creating jobs here in the United States. The bill rewards companies who offshore by providing them a lower tax rate of 10% to create jobs overseas while they're competing on their own 20% tax here stateside for the creation of those jobs. Where do we think the jobs are going to go? They're going to continue to be offshored because it's only 10% overseas, 20% here, and on and on and on. I don't have enough time to say all the sham that's in this bill, but trust me, this bill is a tax sham.
Has expired. Mr. Teeberry, you're recognized. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Brady. Today is a historic one as we consider comprehensive tax reform. For years, members of this committee and members of Congress have made the case as to why America needs a fair tax code that will help with economic growth, that will help revitalize our economy, and most importantly, create jobs and put more money in people's pockets. Ohio families can't afford the current status quo. We need relief and tax cuts. And as we consider the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, let's continue to keep them in mind as we have this debate. When I first came onto this committee, I told you all a story. That story was about my dad. My dad, who likes Bill Pascrell, I'll get back to that later, told me when I took my first job at McDonald's when I was 16, we have a crazy tax code. You get taxed when you earn it, you get taxed when you save it, and you get taxed when you die if you have enough saved. So now I know you all know that I'll be leaving this great body sometime in January, and it wasn't an easy decision, in large part because of the work that we do on this committee and the members who do it. When I was selected to serve on this committee over 10 years ago, it was a great honor. And ever since, I've been fighting for the priorities of the people of my district, Ohio's 12th district. And from this dais, that has been a great, remarkable, and yet humbling honor. It's here where we all, Democrats and Republicans, have the enormous responsibility to get things done for the people that we serve. Kitchen table issues, issues like the tax code, like health care, Social Security, welfare, issues that Americans go to bed at night thinking about when they're waking up in the morning. From advancing pro-growth reforms in our tax code to strengthening Medicare for America's seniors to supporting free and fair trade agreements, I'm proud of the work that I've done to help the lives of everyday Americans. To my colleagues, thank you. I've enjoyed working with the smartest members of Congress on both sides of the aisle and staffs on both sides of the aisle who are the best and the brightest. I've also been fortunate enough over the years to build friendships on the other side of the aisle. I won't mention any of you because I don't want to get you in trouble, except for Bill Pascrell, who can kick the crap out of anybody. So I'm going to mention Bill because he and I have become really great friends. Now, we don't have the same philosophies, but I know he has my back, and I have his. I'm grateful for the service of all of us working together to find common ground, and we have done that outside of today's debate on many issues, even though they're not always covered in the media, and they're not the biggest issues of the day, but they are important to the men and women that we serve. As said when I first learned I was becoming a Ways and Means member, I couldn't have asked for a better assignment. Of course, our work isn't done yet. I look forward to our continued discussion on this issue, but there are other issues that we have to deal with that are very important in the month or two ahead. I look forward to working with you, and it's been an honor working with you. God bless you.
Mr. T. Baer, let me just say our committee is a better place and our Congress is a better place. And the constituents of Ohio are better served because you serve in this seat. Mr. Neal?
I think it's safe to say that on our side that Pat Tiberi's been a really good friend on a personal and professional basis. And your description of the Ways and Means Committee is perfect, because that's what many of us felt as we came to this committee. It is still the prime seat that one earns in Congress for deliberation. You just have to hear the witnesses today or any other time, the members, the debate that goes back and forth. And on a personal note, you embody that same immigrant experience that many of us have felt for families that are only one or two generations, or as they would have called it, off the boat. So congratulations in your next endeavor.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Levin.
Let me just add a word. You've soldiered on, I think, as we know, when there were many family matters that you had to attend to. And all of us have tried to wish you as well as we could. And I think you and I had just a brief period working directly together, but I think all of us have the greatest respect for you and your determination to carry on even when there were family challenges. So we will miss you. And by the way, we'll miss hearing about your blue-collar roots.
Mr. Lewis, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Tiberi, I want to thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your years of service. You know, I had an opportunity to meet your lovely children on the floor. They're wonderful. They're beautiful. They are really in your image. And long before I ever dream of being a chairman, you always call me Mr. Chairman, and I call you Mr. Chairman. We're going to miss you, but we know you're going to be here a few days longer, and maybe we can sort of get together and do something together. So thank you.
To continue, and again, we'll have plenty more time, Mr. Chairman, for us to express our love and admiration for you. And again, as I said, as Mr. Pascrell was hugging you, and he'll have to deny that someday. Our committee is just so much better off because of you. Our Congress certainly is, and certainly the constituents of Ohio been blessed like no other. So thank you, friend. Dr. Davis, if you wish, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always difficult to say goodbye, especially when you're doing something that you like to do. Mr. Chairman, this bill we are discussing and debating takes hundreds of billions of dollars away from hard-working, struggling families to line the pockets of corporate special interests and the most wealthy in our country. Real families will lose under this bill. By exploding the deficit, this bill triggers cuts next year to Medicare, Medicaid, other safety net programs, as well as makes college costs increasing student loan origination fees, making it difficult for those who have student debt to pay it off, while corporate special interests can immediately write off all of their expenses and enjoy in perpetuity tax benefits for their next net operating losses. While our seniors will lose the ability to write off high medical costs, victims of disaster and theft will lose the ability to claim casualty losses, teachers lose the ability to write off the hundreds of dollars spent to help students learn, students lose the ability to write off the interest on their student loans, adoptive families lose help with the high cost of adoption, new homeowners living in high-cost areas will lose vital assistance, and charities will lose key benefits that encourage taxpayers to give. While corporations can deduct their state and local taxes, this bill doubles taxes for more than 40 million middle-class households at a time when baby boomers are retiring and needing the most support. The McConnell-Ryan bill slashes tax benefits to cover increased medical costs and the expenses of the elderly and disabled. Government should help people, not harm them. Government should strengthen the economic well-being of the middle class whose wages have stagnated, not the most secure special interest and wealthy types in our country. The Tax Policy Center estimates that the current plan will save the bottom 80% between $50 and $450 in taxes per year, but it bestows the top 1% an average of $129,000 a year, and it gives almost half of the individual tax cuts to households earning more than $500,000, and over 1/3 of the households earning over $1 million. Corporate special interests reap 70% of the total tax cuts. The median income in my district is $54,000, not $500,000. So people in Illinois and other places throughout the country will lose. The Republican priorities in this bill are shameful. Spending trillions for corporate interests when we should have been creating jobs by repairing our infrastructure and failing roads. We should be investing in rural and urban areas to expand businesses. We should be making sure that business developers can get incentives to reclaim communities and neighborhoods. No, I wish this bill was what it's not. I wish it was better. And as we work the next 3, 4, 10 days, hopefully we'll see some changes so that I don't have to characterize it as the Robin Hood in reverse, taken from the poor to give to the rich. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Roscom, you recognize strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting to listen to the debate and sort of tune in, and many people are very saturated in tax policy, and they listen to this, and then a lot of people who aren't saturated in tax policy would be listening to this discussion between these two sides and say to themselves, they have to be describing different things. There's no way that they can be describing the same thing. And as I've been thinking about it, my mind has turned to my wife Elizabeth, who's an oil painter. And living with an oil painter is a very interesting thing. And I mean that in the good, interesting way. Because they tend to look at things holistically and in totality. Oil painters don't look at one little narrow thing and say that's the whole painting. They step back and they do a creation, and you look at it in totality. So if you were going to be looking at anything in particular in isolation, that thing in isolation, you could say, well, right, there's a group that's disadvantaged if that comes. But what we're proposing is not doing these things in isolation. What we're doing is saying, look, nobody likes what we have now. It's really interesting. Nobody's defending the status quo. And what we're proposing is to step back and say, if you could create a tax code for the entirety of someone's life, why don't you do that? Rather than creating a tax code for different episodes in someone's life. So Mr. Smith's observation is a $250 tax deduction for something. Is that better than a credit that's much bigger and much more robust and much more inclusive? No, obviously, the credit is better. And one of two things can't be true. It cannot be that Mr. Barthold is right when he says everybody's taxes go down, and that his unabashed declarative statement based on the JCT modeling. And then it cannot also be true that this is a raw deal for the middle class. So what I'm encouraging us to do is be real in this discussion. And let's look at these things in totality. Let's resist the temptation to oversell, and let's resist the temptation to overcharacterize. Because what we have now is an inflection point, basically. And the inflection is an opportunity for this committee to drive a national debate really towards a transformational moment. And I would urge us time and time and time again, when we observe these things and we take up these amendments, let's discuss amendments in the coming days in the context of a larger portrait, so to speak. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to have some letters from a couple of the cities that I represent and three of the counties that I represent who were the epicenter of the fires in California, read into the record, asking that we fix the problem that you created in the bill regarding the casualty loss.
So just to be sure, since the property casualty losses will only cover wildfire losses that can be itemized, I envision a disaster relief plan, a tax relief plan from this committee that allows people who've lost their homes to not have to itemize, so all of them get help. So are they supporting my approach that allows everyone in those wildfires to get help, or yours for
Mr.
those
Chairman,
who just itemize?
It sounds to me like your approach is not dissimilar to your amendment that we're going to see today, something that none of us have seen. We're going to get, this thing's going to get dropped in the last minute, and we're not going to have a chance to see it. That's part of the reason why you've heard from our side of the aisle that it would be nice to have a hearing
I
on
understand.
these things.
So this request is for letters related to restoring the property tax or property casualty losses for those who itemize, and not to provide additional help in the disaster relief?
These letters
package?
are asking that we not be expunged from the law.
Do they also support help for them immediately for those who don't itemize, which is what I would encourage us to work together on in the wildfires?
First time I've heard about it. Has anybody else in the committee heard about that?
So you've never seen a disaster relief plan?
Not as it pertains to the fires in the
Well, just as we
Napa,
did
Sonoma,
for
Lake,
the
Yuba.
hurricanes, my proposal is we help families in the wildfires as well.
Is this going to be?
Would you like
is this-
to work with me?
Is this the Richie Neal, Mike Thompson, Bill Pascal amendment about doing the permanent relief for?
No, sir, although those are three brilliant members.
Thank you.
So, but my question to you is, if you'd like to work together, provide relief, not just for those who itemize, those who don't in those wildfires, let's work together.
Well, of course I would, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the letters are approved.
Thank you.
Ms. Sanchez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel like we should all agree that the tax code should reward companies that keep high-wage and high-skilled jobs right here in the United States, the type of jobs that support middle-class families. And the last thing that we want is for these kinds of jobs to be swept out of the U.S. by companies who are trying to game the federal tax system. The Republican plan that we're marking up today does nothing to close the tax loopholes that big businesses have exploited to ship jobs overseas and allow Wall Street billionaires to pay less than their fair share of taxes. I'm concerned that the Republican plan put forward today would incentivize big companies to outsource jobs and to create a competitive disadvantage for small companies that can't move their production outside of the U.S. I'm also concerned that it would encourage other countries that want to attract foreign investment to either lower their corporate rate, thus creating a race to the bottom, or create tax-free export processing zones. All of this at the same time that benefits to middle-class Americans are being slashed. For example, the plan in front of us today eliminates the state and local income tax deduction. Since 1913, this deduction has allowed middle-class families to avoid having their income taxed doubly. In my district alone, that is over 85,000 families who may no longer be able to claim a deduction. Of the millions of California families taking these state and local income tax deductions, more than 82% were families earning less than $200,000 in household income who rely on the deductibility to determine the affordability of their homes. The average value of a deduction for a California household is $18,438. Prioritizing tax breaks for millionaires and enabling the outsourcing of U.S. jobs over helping the middle class and helping middle-class Americans is disgraceful. Our hardworking American families don't expect a handout, but they do expect us to stop shifting the burden onto their backs. They expect us to work to grow U.S. jobs and opportunity without them having to hope that a few of the crumbs will trickle down to them. American families deserve better than to be lied to. They deserve to know that what this fiasco of a tax plan gives with one hand, it eventually takes away with the other. They deserve a fair shot at getting ahead. They don't deserve to have the rug pulled out from under them. This bill is nothing but a lie if you continue to purport that all the benefits go predominantly to the middle class, because as we have said on this side of the aisle, time and time again, with example through example, is that really the people that benefit the most are the people that need the help the least. They're the people that the American public wants to see pay their fair share. Americans are sick and tired of having to scramble to get by because the wealthier continue to get wealthier and they continue to get the bulk of the benefits from this Republican bill and this Republican Congress. I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, just be upfront about it. Just tell the middle class, look, it's like 4 people sitting down at having lunch that agree to split the bill in 4 ways. Everybody's going to pay 25%. But guess what? We're going to allow multinational corporations to only pay 5%. So where does that other missing 20% get taken out of? It gets taken out of the hides of working class families and small businesses. Enough of this farce that somehow we're going to grow our economy out of the debt that you're creating with this massive tax cut to the wealthiest of the wealthy. There is no evidence, and in fact, economic study after economic study shows the trickle-down effect never trickles down to the people who need the help the most. So let's just be honest. This is a giveaway. This is so that you can run a victory lap and claim that you got one legislative accomplishment completed in a year of go it alone, of let's freeze the Democrats out. We're all elected here to try to do what's right for the country. It'd be really nice if I could see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle extend a hand to sit at the table and to actually take our proposals seriously and to have a dialogue. But instead, you continue to persist in going it alone, and you're crafting policy that is bad for America. Please just be honest about that. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Higgins, you recognize to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The elimination of the state and local tax deduction is a massive take from middle America and a major giveaway to corporate America. You know, the deduction for state and local taxes was not a recently purchased loophole by a lobbyist. Since 1913, there's been a federal income tax, and there's been a state and local deduction for that entire time, and that was put in place to protect local folks from excessive federal taxation. And for the record, in New York, this deduction is worth 9% of taxable income. So if you make $100,000 a year, you lose $9,000. If you make $50,000 a year, you lose $4,500. And all of this is being done to finance a cut in the corporate rate from 35 to 20%. First of all, nobody pays 35%. According to the Congressional Budget Office, the effective corporate tax is about 18.6%. And we're told this is being done to allow corporate America to boost the annual wages of people between $4,000 and $9,000 for the average household. That is absurd. So if that was really your objective, why don't you bypass corporate America and just give workers a $4,000 to $9,000 tax benefit every year? Because that will increase wages, which will increase demand, which will increase economic growth beyond the anemic 2% that we've experienced over the last decade. So let's bypass corporate America and give the break directly to the American workers. And by the way, American businesses today, and don't take my word for it, today have $1.9 trillion in cash sitting in U.S. Treasury bonds. If they wanted to give workers a raise, they have the cash to do it without this huge tax bill, which is a huge giveaway to corporate America. And by the way, out of 150 American corporations, American businesses, who say they need a tax cut from 35 to 20%, 150 of them pay between 0 and 10% in corporate taxes every single year. And 50 of those American corporations, including Walmart, including Wells Fargo, that screw their customers, they have a negative tax liability, meaning that they get a rebate every year because of the loopholes that already exist. This is not tax reform. This is a tax scam that's intended to take money from middle America and give it to corporate America unjustifiably. And there is not a credible economist or economic think tank that believes that this tax cut to corporate America will increase growth beyond 0.2% a year. Tax cuts don't pay for themselves. They never have. Not in human history, not in America, not in anywhere in the world. And not one utterance in this bill about financing infrastructure, which, based on any objective analysis, we need to spend about $2 trillion, right? Well, the last budget proposes to spend $200 billion over the next 10 years. We just spent almost $200 billion in the last 10 years rebuilding the roads and bridges of Afghanistan and Iraq, nations of 30 million respectively, and yet for a nation of over 300 million people, which could materially increase the economic growth and put people to work, these jobs can't be outsourced. We're spending $200 billion a year. This whole process is a scam that will not produce the explicit objectives by the sponsors of this bill. And I yield back.
Mr. Rice, you recognize, strike the last word.
It does vex me that my friends on the other side of the aisle continue to say that this is a tax cut for the rich, or that we're taking money from the middle class to give it to corporations, when in fact, the Joint Committee on Taxation says that there's a tax cut for every quintile of individual Americans. The Tax Foundation says this is a tax cut for every quintile of American individuals. The Tax Foundation says it'll save the average family of four $1,100, $1,200, and the average small business $3,000. And the Washington Post, for God's sake, the Washington Post says that this will result in a tax cut in every income category for 93.5% of Americans. But yet, in the face of all this, they say there's no credible evidence that that'll happen. That's pretty fascinating to me. Guys, guess what? We've tried it your way. You said you had the Congress and the White House for 2 years. You did. And you piled on the taxes and you piled on the regulations. Dodd-Frank and Obamacare. And guess what? For the last 8 years, we did not have 1 year where we reached our average growth in GDP of 3%. Not 1 year. Donald Trump's been president now for 9 months. The last 2 quarters have been over 3%. The Tax Foundation says that this plan will increase GDP by 0.4%. We've had economists testify in this room. I've heard estimates anywhere from 0.3 to 0.9%. If GDP goes up by 1 point, we add trillions of dollars of revenue, we add millions of jobs, and we restore American opportunity. The last 8 years of more taxes and more regulation have cost this country opportunity. We have left a generation of folks coming out of college behind because of your policies. Enough's enough. We need to restore this land of opportunity. I am so proud of this bill. This stuff about, this bill encourages companies to offshore, that is the exact opposite of what this bill is designed to do. It cuts the corporate tax rate from 35%, which makes our companies
not competitive, which forces them offshore, to 20%, which is competitive in the world. And it will bring American jobs back home. We need to focus on the facts here. And the facts are the American people have had enough of the more tax, more regulation, leftovers of the last administration. We want to move on to a competitive economy, a competitive government. We want our children and our grandchildren to have the same opportunities that we had. We want to restore the nickname of America as a land of opportunity, and this bill does that, and I'm proud to be associated with it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ms. Sewell, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what a great opportunity we have here today to make real reform for real people. Sadly, Mr. Chairman, this bill does not do that. It is clear to me as I look over this bill that we have our work to cut out for us. The bill we have would negatively impact middle-class families and families striving to get into the middle class by taking away their personal exemptions and leaving many with higher taxes. This bill negatively impacts businesses. It helps large businesses on the backs of small businesses by ensuring that the vast majority of pass-throughs will see no benefit of tax rate reduction. That's why it's opposed by the National Federation of Independent Businesses. And this bill does nothing to address the skills gap that exists in our workforce. It is so important that we know that the future of work is around the corner, and we're doing nothing, and this bill does nothing to help that. This bill would negatively impact communities. As a former public finance attorney, I can tell you that the base broadening measures in this bill will dry up the capital and business activity in our local communities. Private activity bonds, 501c3 bonds, and municipal bond advance refundings make capital improvement projects at the municipal level possible. The new markets tax credit and the historic tax credit drive billions of dollars in private capital to economically challenged and distressed communities. These are the building blocks of economic opportunity for Main Street America, Main Street Alabama, Main Street Texas. The current bill would do away with them, and that would severely impact their ability to encourage economic development. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope my colleagues view this markup as an opportunity to improve this bill and have the bipartisan input that the American people deserve. My Republican colleagues should know that there is plenty of room to craft a bipartisan bill if the will is there. We share a sense that the current tax code is outdated and has structural deficiencies. On the individual side, our tax code is too complex. It doesn't do enough to support working families and does too much to exacerbate existing economic disparity. On the business side, the tax code doesn't do enough to make sure our workers are prepared for future jobs. Mr. Speaker, I was really excited to be on this committee. I wanted to be on this committee because I wanted a seat at the table for the constituents of Alabama that I represent, many of whom are striving to be in the middle class. Our tax code is supposed to be reflective of our values. The tax code does pick winners and losers. And Mr. Chairman, the winners in this bill are the top 1% of the wealthiest Americans. Multinational corporations will benefit, and Wall Street fat cats. The losers in this bill are working families, the middle class, homeowners, local municipalities, and hardworking Americans who strive to achieve the American dream. These are the people that I value, and I know that you do too. Mr. Chairman, I am sure you have heard the old adage, better to have a seat at the table than to be on the menu. Well, Mr. Chairman, the people I represent are on the menu in this bill, and I cannot stand by and let it continue as long as I am on this committee. Mr. Chairman, the hardworking folks I represent deserve nothing less than to have a seat at the table and to have their voices heard on tax reform. The way this bill was drafted under cover of night without input from the Democrats means that the table was reserved for Republicans only. Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that is what our founding fathers meant by this democracy. So, Mr. Chairman, as I am closing, I think of what Shirley Chisholm, the first African American elected to Congress, said. If they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Mr. Chairman, this is my folding chair, and I'm here to give a voice to the people I represent.
Lady yields back. Mr. Smith, you're recognized.
It's to strike the last
Strike the last word, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, today is the day that we will rip out the broken tax code by its roots. This bill is about employees and businesses of all sizes. It's about wages and paychecks. It's about getting to keep more of what you earn. The hard-working taxpayers of Southeast and South Central Missouri are being punished by the status quo, and they sent me to Washington to make our tax code simpler, fairer, and flatter. The code isn't built for average, everyday Americans, but with this bill, we are cutting out lobbyist loopholes and handouts. We are taking those savings and reinvesting it in the paychecks of hard-working Missourians. In Southeast and South Central Missouri, folks are being penalized because they don't have an army of lobbyists and special interests up here advocating for them. But today, this committee is considering a bill that would help these hardworking taxpayers keep more of their money. For families and couples, the first $24,000 you earn is now tax-free. You get to keep it, you get to determine what's best to spend. The Tax Cut and Jobs Act is also going to help the family farm and small businesses by eliminating the death tax. As a matter of principle, it's wrong for the government to tax someone for literally dying. Folks spend their entire lives paying so many different taxes. It's common sense that taxes should be triggered when a profit is made, not when a death occurs in a family. This bill respects the family farm, not special interest. Of this entire committee, families in my district have the second lowest median yearly income. I am for this bill because I know it will represent a tax cut and pay increase to those same hardworking families. In Stillville, Missouri, a small community of less than 1,000 people, a family of four will see their taxes cut by over 75%. Families from Stillville or Doniphan or Mountain View or any other community across South Central and Southeast Missouri deserve to keep more of their hard-earned paychecks. This bill ensures that they have more money in order to pay bills or save for the future. It is time to make the tax code clearer, simpler, and fair. It is time to close loopholes and end handouts. It is time to make our economy healthier and to see that more jobs are created. It is time to see wages rise again. It is time to give the hardworking Americans more money in their paycheck. With that, Mr. Chairman, let's get to work, and I yield back.
Ms. Delbeni, you're recognized. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe Mr. Rice brought up the Washington Post a moment ago. I just would like to say there's an article up that says GOP bill projected to hike taxes for many in the working class. I think we are having a very important conversation today. It seems like the authors of this legislation actively decided to target the most vulnerable among us when they were searching for ways to pay for their corporate giveaways. They targeted those without a loud voice in Washington, D.C., adopted children, teachers, victims of long-term illnesses, young people trying to get a piece of the American dream struggling under the crippling burden of student debt. Now we know why Republicans have hidden this bill from the public for so long, because tax reform is hard. And it's even harder when you go it alone, cooking up things in back rooms, out of the light of day, instead of bringing Democrats and the public into the process to have this tough conversation together, not as partisans, but as Americans. Republicans have made the most cynical trade-offs, only hurting people who need the help the most. This is wrong. Tax reform should be about coming together and making choices that reflect our consciences and our values, the values of the people that we represent. And I can tell you, not a single working mother working 2 jobs to put food on the table, not a teacher, not a family caring for an aging parent, has ever told me that what tax reform means to them is corporate cuts. They know those have never trickled down to them like Republicans have promised, like they promised in Kansas. My constituents know there's nothing left but fumes by the time the trickle reaches their doorstep. And those fumes don't help them pay for medical expenses, college tuition, housing, or even the basic necessities that the people who wrote this plan clearly take for granted. My constituents have been reaching out to my office terrified about what this disastrous bill is going to mean for them. And I can tell you they know better than the idea that somehow a bigger standard deduction will be the answer to everything. The Republican standard deduction is not an answer to a teacher buying school supplies, paying for a mortgage, and trying to put her kids through college while paying for her husband's expensive cancer treatments. It's not an answer to seniors on fixed incomes trying to pay for long-term care. It's not an answer to a young family just starting out and trying to buy their first home while covering the exorbitant cost of childcare. The math simply doesn't add up. If you have to pay $90,000 a year for long-term care due to Alzheimer's, what good is $12,000 standard deduction? If you're working hard to pay both a mortgage and student loans and made financial decisions expecting to be able to deduct those interest payments, what good is a $12,000 standard deduction when you can deduct more today? My friends on the other side of the aisle can't answer these questions, and they've not answered the cries of the people in this country, people who are just looking for a little fairness and relief. Instead, they've bowed to special interests and political expediency yet again, reflecting the very worst of Washington, D.C. to the citizens who sent us here to represent them and to look out for their best interests. The Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. once said, quote, "Taxes are what we pay for civilized society," end quote. The purpose of the tax code is not to award political friends and sticking it to blue state voters who pay higher state and local taxes. Rather, it's to fund a functioning government and support an environment where every middle-class family can succeed, to fund a civilized society. This bill undercuts the very notion of a civilized society. It's morally bankrupt and an outright attack on the middle class, built on a foundation of lies and mischaracterizations. It is fiscally irresponsible, raising the deficit by trillions and putting it on the back of our children and our grandchildren, a short-term sugar rush at the cost of long-term economic stability. I will not accept this, and based on what I'm hearing from my constituents, the American people will not accept it either. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Holding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've sat here today for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I've taken 2 breaks, and I've heard my honorable colleagues on the other side of the aisle argue for the status quo over and over. They've tried to paint this bill in as negative a light to avoid the reality that this is a much-needed tax break for the middle class. Under the bill we are marking up today, a family with 2 children making $59,000 per year will see their taxes cut by $1,182. When I look at the data from my district in North Carolina, the numbers tell a similar story, maybe a little better story. In my district, the average family of 4 will see their taxes decrease by $2,335. And this is real money that belongs to the hardworking constituents in my district that the government will not be taking from them, and they will keep in their pockets to use as they see fit. This bill not only allows my constituents to keep more of their paycheck, this bill will finally put back on the path to sustained economic growth. By lowering the corporate rate and moving to a territorial system, we begin to level the competitive playing field and end the lockout that has discouraged U.S. companies from reinvesting their foreign earnings in the United States. Our bill also finally provides relief to U.S. small businesses by getting them out from under the top personal rate and allows them to pay lower tax on their business income. This important provision that finally recognizes the importance of small businesses in America. For the first time, Our bill finally provides relief to the small businesses and farmers in my district that have had to sell off parts of their farm or assets to pay a bill due because of the death of a family member. My honorable colleagues like to cite the 1% when they talk about the estate tax, but my constituents know that this burdensome tax, for what it is, it's an assault on American businesses and American farms and the hardworking Americans and North Carolinians that would like to pass on to further generations the fruits of their labor without being taxed again. They're glad to see it gone. And I'm proud to have worked on this bill with my colleagues on this side of the aisle to provide much needed relief to my constituents and businesses in my district in North Carolina. And I'm proud to support this bill, and it will bring more, this is an important statistic, it will bring more than 29,000 jobs to the state of North Carolina. And I'm proud I did not have to sit here and defend a broken tax code there, the status quo, over and over and over again, as my honorable colleagues on the other side of the dial have been doing for 5 hours and 25 minutes. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ms. Chu, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, we are supposed to be here to mark up a tax bill to benefit the middle class. But in reality, this is a bill whose main beneficiary are corporations. These aren't just my words. The only priority that President Trump and Republicans could agree on was that this bill must cut taxes on corporations. In fact, the middle class is largely an afterthought. And even then, most of the benefits intended for families are hypothetical, rooted in the already disproven theory of trickle-down economics. Yes, under this bill, families will receive a credit of $300, but even that small credit will expire after 5 years. Tax cuts for corporations, on the other hand, are permanent. Let's look more at what the bill does. The largest tax cut goes to corporations, the largest of which are getting their taxes slashed by a staggering 15% from 35 to 20%. But remember that the actual average effective corporate tax rate is 18.6%, thanks to various deductions and loopholes. Many deductions and loopholes which this bill preserves. So come tax time, corporations will be saving trillions, getting away with taxes far below what is even specified here. Now, let's take a look at what individuals get. Well, it's not trillions, that's for sure. And they certainly don't get to keep their deductions the way that corporations do. It's actually by ending the deductions used by families and individuals that Republicans are able to pay for the tax cuts for corporations. For instance, individuals, especially in states like mine in California, have been able to deduct their state and local taxes for over 100 years. It's part of their calculus in moving to a new neighborhood, buying a home, or voting on state and local budgets. In California, taxpayers have been able to take an average deduction of $18,400. But under this bill, they will lose that deduction. Republicans are ending that for individuals, forcing them to pay higher taxes or accept a lower standard of living. It's not that Republicans question the value of that deduction, though, since they keep it for corporations. It's just families who foot this bill. Another deduction that families lose just so that corporations can become wealthier are the deductions for medical expenses. So now, if you're sick, receiving care at home, have Alzheimer's, cancer, or Parkinson's disease, or have a child with a disability, all of that becomes unbearably expensive. Also getting more expensive, your college degree, thanks to a new tax on the interest on college loans. So if you took a loan to earn a degree, use that degree to land a job, and then responsibly budget it so that you can make payments on that loan, you're going to have to suddenly figure out how you're going to cover the cost of that loan. Republicans are even turning to children and foster care as a means for paying for their tax cuts for the rich. It's like reaching into the couch cushions for loose change. This bill ends the adoption tax credit, which was used to encourage adoption and make it more affordable. And why are these vulnerable foster care children being denied help? To give a break to children like Paris Hilton and Ivanka Trump through a repeal of the estate tax for estates of more than $5.5 million. Among those being punished by this tax are immigrants, people who've come here to work and contribute, but Republicans are making it harder for them to have the same opportunities by requiring a Social Security number for the Earned Income Tax Credit or the Child Tax Credit. Not even small businesses get the help they need from this tax bill. Republicans are using this to lower the pass-through rate for small businesses to 25%, but that's already what 90% of small businesses pay. The real explanation for the pass-through rate is, surprise, surprise, yet another way for the rich to avoid taxes. When it was used in Kansas, the wealthiest individuals suddenly reclassified themselves as small businesses, avoiding thousands of dollars in taxes. So corporations keep many of the deductions while families and individuals lose theirs. Corporations get permanent tax cuts while families lose their credit after 5 years. This bill is about corporations first. When we talk about the cost, it's not just the cost in dollars, it's the cost in lives that are getting harder, with opportunities denied and families hurt.
Gentlelady yields back to anyone wish to strike. You recognize to strike the last word. This time we will begin with amendments. I have an amendment at the desk, and I recognize myself for the purpose of describing the amendment. The clerk will distribute the amendment, and we will suspend while the clerk distributes.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Doggett?
This is your amendment?
Yes, sir.
I suppose because we haven't seen it or anything and don't know its contents, I should reserve a point of order, though I assume it's in order or you wouldn't have offered it, but I will reserve a point of order
Thank
for
you.
now.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk will distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask you?
For what purpose? Seek recognition?
I just would like to ask you a question.
What is the nature of the question, May?
We're just reading this over. Has there been any discussion of this with any of us on the Democratic side?
Well, gentlemen may seek recognition to speak on the amendment.
No, but I just, okay.
You will have plenty of time to be able to debate this fully tonight. So I'm pleased to offer this amendment, the nature of substitute. The amendment makes modest refinements to the overall tax reform package that delivers tax relief to millions of families and helps our workers and job creators compete and win here at home and around the world. The amendment continues to the year 2022 the exclusion from income for employer-provided dependent care assistance. This benefit, when coupled with the other tax relief provided in the bill, will help families cover these important expenses. The amendment includes additional tools that will help protect the integrity of the Earned Income Tax Credit Program, an important program, but unfortunately under the status quo creates too much fraud. With respect to the excise tax on net investment income of educational institutions, the amendment focuses its application to institutions with endowment assets of at least $250,000 per student. This ensures that private endowments are placed on equal footing with private foundations. The amendment ensures that other changes in the bill do not disturb the characterization for tax purposes of income earned by songwriters when they sell their catalog of compositions. In addition to the substantial relief for small businesses in the base bill, the first time our pass-through businesses along Main Street have received significant tax relief, the amendment includes a provision to ensure that employees of startup companies can also share in the success of the business they're helping to build by better aligning the recognition of stock-based compensation for tax purposes. The amendment includes a provision that imposes an additional holding period requirement of 3 years with respect to gains on a carried interest in investment or real estate business. Finally, the amendment better tailors the bill's international base erosion rules to circumstances involving the potential for tax avoidance. It narrows the focus to situations where the foreign affiliate has high returns. It also mitigates potential double taxation without relinquishing U.S. jurisdiction to recapture tax benefits from profit shifting. As the legislative process moves forward, we'll continue to work to ensure the international tax rules operate to appropriately protect the U.S. tax base while making America one of the best places in the world to hire, invest, and do business. More broadly, our work to fix Americans' broken tax code will continue at every stage in the process throughout the path of this bill from today's markup to the President's desk. I'd also like to take a moment to reflect on what's not in this amendment and why we are not including various health tax-related measures as part of our tax reform effort. There is support on our side of the aisle for full repeal of the job-killing and other excise taxes that increase health care costs for consumers that were included as part of Obamacare in order to pay for massive new entitlements. However, as the ranking member and members on both sides of the aisle know, we've been working with them over the past month to find a path forward. We're working on common sense, temporary, and targeted relief from many of these taxes to be acted on in the House before the end of the year. That includes priorities such as relief from the medical device tax, championed by Eric Paulson, Ron Kind, and Representative Terry Sewell. The health insurance tax, championed by Representative Kristi Noem and numerous others, and the tax on over-the-counter medications, championed by Representatives Lynn Jenkin and Ron Kind. As such, we will move to these important health policies separately and immediately after conclusion of our tax reform efforts. I will also note that this is not the last effort to continue to make further improvements on the base bill. As we work to deliver more and targeted relief to small businesses, working with organizations like NFIB and others, and working to address unintended consequences of certain insurance provisions and working with the council and others in that regard.
Mr. Chairman.
At this point, does anyone wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Neal.
Mr. Chairman, I think you would agree, or I hope you would agree, and the members on your side would agree, that given the fact that we have now just seen this for the first time as an amendment to a piece of legislation we just saw for the first time last Thursday, that this only compounds the clarification issue as it relates to the committee. Is there a score on this particular amendment?
No. As is tradition in the rules of the House and committee, scores are not provided on individual amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I would hope that
the base bill and the chairman's amendment and nature substitute, just to be clear, Mr. Neal, is within the $1.5 trillion reconciliation instruction the committee's been given.
Mr. Chairman, I would hope that we've had an opportunity here now to vet this issue, perhaps with a recess for our side, or giving us the opportunity to go through this or hear what others might have to say, or at minimum, you would take questions from the members on our side as they try to parse exactly what's being handed to us now after 5.5 hours of discussion about a previous piece of legislation.
So just as the minority does not vet or deliver their amendments to us during this process, we take these amendments as they are offered, fully debate them, and vote on them at the conclusion.
Mr. Chairman, would you allow me? Mr. Chairman,
Absolutely.
If we had had the opportunity last Thursday to see this incorporated into the provision that was going to be presented to us, perhaps we could have a different discussion. But you could see the rush of anticipation in the audience. It was like a monsoon had gone down the middle as people rushed over to seek the document. And here we are receiving the document for the first time, so I hope there's be ample opportunity for us now to air this document in front of everybody and to ask our side to ask some questions.
Absolutely. So, does the gentleman wish to continue to be heard on the amendment?
I would
For
now, at
or
this point, I
against?
think Mr. Levin would like to address the issue, and we'd like to go right down in regular order again.
Mr. Chairman, I'll wait until you're.
Mr. Levin, you're recognized. Strike the last word on the amendment.
This is disgraceful. I've been on this committee now for 32 years. When I came here, there was an ability to work across the aisle on many things. That was true of the tax reform bill the year before I joined, but Mr. Neal and I don't know if anybody else, participated one way or another in the discussion. This is the opposite of bipartisanship. When we present amendments, it's one by one, and it isn't a whole flock of changes to a bill. So we don't see these till the last minute. This has been just the worst kind of process. You brag about this is the first time in 3 decades, and you're going to bring now these amendments up? How are we going to have a discussion? Are we going to discuss each one of them one by one? Are we? One by one, each of these? Are we going to be able to ask Mr. Barthold questions as to each of these? I've been working on carried interest for many years, and my colleagues have been working on other aspects. We've been working on base erosion issues for a long time and discussed these when Mr. Camp's bill was brought up. And base erosion is vital to discuss. So now you just throw this at us without any discussion with Mr. Neal or anybody else? Are you people essentially authoritarians? Are you authoritarians and you just throw this down to us? This is utter disgrace. Don't you have enough confidence in your own position to present these in advance to us and let Mr. Barthold discuss each and every one of them separately? Is that what you're going? You're smiling. Yeah, you should stop smiling. This is more serious than that.
Well, would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Yes, so, as chairman of this committee, former chairman, you know the process of offering amendments. And in the minority, you routinely on every bill offer amendments, not by giving it to us in advance or letting us look at it, but in the amendment process.
Take back nonsense.
No, that is the
nonsense.
process.
On the ACA bill.
You delivered a bill of 300
I believe the time is Mr.
300
Levin's,
pages.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Look,
Will the gentleman yield?
the ACA process was very different. You didn't like the bill.
Truly
But
was.
we didn't throw these things at you. We had hearings. We had meetings. We considered this seriously. You didn't like what we were going to do, but we didn't just throw things at you at the very end. You had ideas of what was in nonsense. You had ideas what was in the bill all along. And now you just throw this at us, and you need to introduce each one of these separately and ask, so we can ask Mr. Barthold questions about each of these. You make a mockery out of this committee, a mockery. And you know it. You make a mockery out of this committee. And why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why you don't even talk to Mr. Neal as our ranking member and give this to him a day in advance? What are you afraid of? You're determined
Chairman.
to pass. I haven't finished.
Gentleman controls the time.
You're determined to pass a bill because you haven't done anything of importance all this year. You are desperately looking for something to pass. And it's the blind leading the blind. Pied Pepper, and I don't know who the Pied Pupper is. Whether it's you or it's the speaker. But this is a disgrace to this committee, Mr. Chairman. So let me ask you, I'll yield. Are you going to have each of these amendments taken up separately?
Each of these amendments, as by rules and by custom, will be offered. And during your 5 minutes, you'll have the chance to question Mr. Bartold
On
about
each of them?
or question
On
as
each of them?
amendment is offered. Yes, sir.
So each of these will be offered separately?
No, this is the amendment by Mr. Brady of Texas.
So these
And we will
won't be
debate
separately?
this amendment. This is a separate amendment.
With all of these pieces?
Yes, with several provisions in them, just as you
Why
present
not,
to us.
why not take them up separately? So
Well-
we can ask Mr. Bartold, and each of us have time to discuss them.
Your time has
This is
expired.
a
Does
total
anyone
disgrace.
else- I know this is the moment where the outrage is supposed to occur.
No, it
in the
isn't.
Process.
I ask that your remarks be taken down.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
No, I'm serious. I didn't question your,
Well, actually.
I did not. I did
I
not.
think that would be,
I ask that your words be repeated.
Mr. Chairman, I request that Mr. Levin's remarks be taken down.
I'll be glad
questioning
to.
Your motives.
I will be glad to.
guys.
Thank you.
Let's do this.
I
Calm
ask
this
that your
down.
words be taken down.
Mr. Levin, if I may, so we can go into all of that if you want. Or, as you know, as the former chairman, and as has been occurring throughout this session as well, the minority often offers amendments, multiple provisions, lengthy amendments, without our being able to see in advance.
One at a time.
No, sir.
Yes,
No,
we
sir.
haven't bundled a lot of these amendments.
Yes, you have.
On the most critical bill that we
Absolutely,
face.
you have.
No,
My point is this: we will take up this amendment. We will have plenty of time to question Mr. Bartold. We will go through this whole line. So over the next hour or more, we'll have an opportunity to delve into these issues, all of which, by the way, are well known, and continue the process. Does anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman?
To strike the last word, Mr. Neal.
Would you consider a recess so that we might draft strategy as to how to respond?
Mr. Neal, no, we'll follow the rules of the committee. Just as we don't ask for recesses when you offer amendments to us, some of them with multiple provisions, we will continue with this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this procedure here is seismic in its ramifications. We need an opportunity to digest and then to vet what our response might be to the proposal that's in front of us.
Well, while I recognize that we would all like that extra time, that's not provided to the majority when you offer your amendments. We are expected to digest it, ask questions, speak out on it, and ultimately vote on it. We're going to continue to treat both sides, majority, minority, equally, and by the rules of the committee going forward. Some of these amendments I know you will not like, and just as we will be seeing your amendments later with no notice. And we will ask questions and we'll speak out, but we'll do it equally, treating the majority and the minority as the committee rules require and out of fairness. Does anyone wish?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Lewis.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield my time to Mr. Doggett.
Thank you. It has become very clear that this hearing, this markup, is not about tax reform. It's about a political life preserver. This whole procedure is totally out of order. We were presented with the final version of 425 pages of changes to complex tax law on Friday. And now we are given an additional, 30 plus pages, 33 pages to be precise, of changes to that amendment. We have no score or estimate of what these changes will cost. They are bundled together in a fashion that is not consistent with the operation of this committee. And it
requires, particularly on the international rules, some time to evaluate how those intersect with the provisions in the bill. One has to wonder if Mr. Gary Cohn, as the lead person at the White House, had a hand in the development of these provisions. Since we have been meeting, additional disclosures have come out as a part of the Paradise Papers about the hundreds of millions of dollars that are being handled in offshore accounts throughout the islands of the Atlantic and the Caribbean, that in some cases there'll be no tax charge on them at all. And with the slightest change in these international rules, which are included here, it's not possible without some review, and some review by people, frankly, who may have more expertise and understanding of the tax rules and regulations than some of the members of the committee have an opportunity to review and do some independent evaluation of those. It is clear that the majority does not feel they can pass their legislation by following the normal procedure, and that this amendment is nothing more than a series of patches on the bill to try to secure some additional support. These international base erosion rules may be nothing more than more erosion. What we need to do is to be able to evaluate those, and we are not even accommodated with a few minutes to discuss and review and look at the intersection between these 33 pages and the 425 pages that we were so recently presented. On the carried interest issue, for example, the chairman's position has been in the original bill, and this is one of the few parts of this bundle we can analyze, that having a holding period of a year is sufficient. And now, apparently, in this, he has reformed that provision by extending it all the way to 3 years. The only problem with that is that most of the funds that I'm familiar with, and we've had some great ones out of Austin, Texas, extend for 10 years or more. And so apparently this is nothing but a gloss to protect carried interest, to protect a loophole and a special provision that accords to some hedge fund managers the opportunity to pay much less in the way of taxes than other people pay. This is the very loophole that President Trump, as a candidate, promised he would eliminate. And instead of eliminating it, they first had the facade of a one-year holding period. Now they have expanded it with a little broader facade in a way that will not change carried interest. Of course, if we had a score and an analysis even by the Joint Tax Committee of this amendment, we could determine whether or not it represented any genuine change. There are a host of other provisions in this measure that are worthy of further consideration, but it is perhaps more the omission than the commission. Now, we heard for the first time a few minutes ago, in response to questions from Mr. Thompson, that something might be done about disaster relief. I don't see that, Mr. Thompson, anywhere in these 33 pages. I must say I shared your concern about why it was we were providing relief one week and taking it away a few weeks later. And you were told that, don't worry, there'll be some help coming down the road. Well, it's not in these pages. I don't know what other votes they think they may need to secure on the floor to add something about that later, but it.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask to strike the last word.
Mr. Dogg, do you wish to be recognized to strike the last word? Thank you.
And so whether it is disaster relief or any number of other provisions that are in this bill or not in this bill, you need to consider that this amendment, for example, does nothing about the adoption tax credit. The provisions in the original 425 pages had the effect of taking away, over the course of the bill, a little more than $2 billion from the teachers of America. Teachers who are in schools that have been hard-pressed by reduced budgets and who bring their own supplies to the classroom and are currently entitled to deduct up to $500. The response to that provision in our law is to say to all those teachers, and there are thousands of them that take that $500 deduction and probably contribute much more than $500 to enrich their classrooms, that's no longer available, that there is no commitment to supporting our teachers across America in enriching their classrooms. I remember long ago when my wife was a first grade teacher, it seemed that every new school year we had another pickup truckload of materials to take back to the classroom. And as I talk to teachers in Texas, I find very much the same experience. What's wrong with giving those teachers a $500 deduction when many of them are spending far more than that for their classroom? I heard our colleagues talk about the fact that, you know, what they're going to do? They're going to give the money back to the people, let them keep it, and they can make a choice with what they want to do with their money. Well, you know, I think these people in California who had their homes burnt down, their choice, I suppose, that they're being allowed is they can either use it to rebuild their home or they can abandon their home. That's the choice that the fire imposed. The student who has a significant amount of student debt who will now be denied the right to deduct the interest on that student debt. That student doesn't have much of a choice. The bank's not giving them a choice to not pay for the interest on the debt. The question is whether or not we will encourage those students and recognize this is a time in America when the burden of student debt is even affecting seniors who either had their own debt that remains there or they provided help to their children or their grandchildren, and they have huge amounts of debt. They need to be able to deduct the interest on that debt. You can go down one provision after another, and you will see that relief is not accorded, and I would yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you. You know, when you go down this list, you can see lobbyists at work, every single one of these. Carried interest is just one example, and you can look at each of these. You talk about special interests, and you want to rid the code of special interests. Mr. Doggett, thank you for yielding, and I think all of us on the Democratic side can just look through these and just see what lobbyist has been in to see you guys.
Well, I think a little earlier in the debate, in response to a question from Mr. Larson about finding out the details of what's in this amendment, he was told by the chairman, quote, "The gentleman can review the amendment when it is offered." It's clear that it's been offered and considered by many people, perhaps on K Street, perhaps the many people who've gathered here today, but certainly the members of this committee have not been accorded the courtesy, even on issues in which they're keenly involved, of looking at the bundle of provisions that is in this amendment. And we know that many of the issues that have been raised by our colleagues this afternoon as improvements that are needed to this bill, that they have not been considered or included. All of this, whatever has been added here, has of course been added with borrowed money. To the extent that this involves additional cost, it's all being borrowed and added to the $2.3 trillion, not billion, trillion dollars. There's some suggestion that there's some new savings, Mr. Larson, from moving to a chain CPI. All of that is nothing but a precedent for weakening Social Security. They want to do it here so that they can come back to our Social Security recipients who see so little coming in additional cost of living benefit in January, and this will be the precedent for saying to them they don't even get the little bit of cost of living increase they get now. So for all these reasons, I would urge my colleagues to vote a firm no against this amendment and all that it represents in rejecting the traditions of this committee.
Mr. Renacci, you're recognized to strike the last word on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to go back to what our colleagues on the other side said, lobbyists at work. I take a little bit of exception to that. When I look at this amendment, there are a number of things I know that you've done, that you've been listening to members here. In particular, I can tell you Section 1104 and Section 1105 is part of this amendment. That was a lot of work between myself, Joint Tax, the IRS Commissioner, and your staff, which is really addresses improper payments under the Earned Income Tax Credit. It's actually a bill that I've dropped, Improper Tax Payments Reduction Act of 2017. Unfortunately, we know this program is riddled with fraud and error. A 2016 report from the Treasury Inspector General estimated that nearly 1 in 4 payments are improper, exceeding $16 billion annually in improper payments. This legislation, this piece actually seeks to address this issue in a variety of ways. So I want to thank you for listening not only to me, but as I look through this, there are a number of other issues that you've also been that are also included in this that I know my colleagues have talked to you about. And I think it's important to know that the other side, I think you've heard the chairman say that if there are issues you have concerns about, you should bring them to the chairman. This is actually a document that appears to show the chairman is listening to members on this committee that have gone to him and asked him for certain things, and also the business community as well, because I also know there are, as I read through this while you were spending your last 10 minutes talking, there are actually issues here that I know the business community was concerned about, and there are corrections as well being done to move this in a better place. So I want to thank the chairman for listening. I'm hoping that you'll continue to listen to members of the other side, and we'll continue to be able to work together to get this bill to a point where in the end it's a better bill, but also a bill that makes sure it grows the economy and strengthens a system which is clearly overburdensome right now. So
Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
So this is an area that you've worked on. We retain the earned income tax credit on the postcard. That is how we help people get from welfare to work and into better paying jobs. So we retain that commitment. If I understand it correctly, from our long discussions about that, these provisions make sure the dollars go to those families, because there's a great deal, unfortunately, hardworking families send their money to Washington. The IRS and others send it to families who aren't eligible for this. So your provisions simply say your tax dollars won't be wasted for all the work you've done through the year. It actually will go to the people, the families we're trying to help move from welfare to work. They're trying to help themselves move from welfare to work. These provisions address this directly, correct?
They do. And again, I appreciate your time and effort on this, because this actually makes sure that those dollars are going in the right hands.
Okay.
And I appreciate you
That
listening.
is-
But again, a number of issues in this amendment also go to you listening to people and members here who have come to you and talked to you about the issue. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Nace. Mr. Thompson, you recognize to strike the
Thank you. I
last
move to
word on the amendment?
I move to strike the last word.
Yes, sir.
You know, we came in to this hearing today, and we heard from you, Mr. Chairman, about the great history and tradition of this wonderful committee. And I think everybody here would tell you that we all worked really hard to get on this committee for that very reason. This committee deals with some of the most important and the weightiest issues that face our constituents and the American people. And then we proceeded, after all the lofty talk, we proceeded to talk about a bill that none of us had even seen until last Friday. And today we start a markup on it, and as was pointed out by a number of committee members, without any witnesses, without any hearings, we're going to mark this bill up, and we're going to rush it through in a week. We're going to change the tax law significantly, and as also was pointed out, changes that haven't been made, issues haven't been dealt with in some 30 years, and we're going to rush it through to be done by noon on Thursday. And I'm told that this process is even going to require at least one night this week that we work right around the clock to do this. And my experience has been that whenever you work right around the clock to rush things through, you don't get the best public policy. And the constituents that we represent are the ones that suffer. Anyone who's watching this hearing on being broadcast, I'm assuming that they probably get the idea, if I can use these terms, I don't want to plagiarize, they've been used by someone else recently, but that they would get the idea that this process is a crooked process. They'd get the idea that this process is rigged, a rigged process, a rigged, crooked process. And who's it rigged against? It's rigged against the very Americans that we were represented, we were elected to represent in Congress. So then after 5 hours or however long it's been, 6 hours of going over a bill that we didn't see until Friday, now dropped in our lap is another group of amendments that are pretty thick in themselves to deal with issues that we're told is going to improve this bill. We hadn't seen them. We haven't had time to analyze them. We don't even know what questions to ask joint tax as to what these amendments do. I raised the issue of disaster assistance for the people in my district that were burned out of their house and home, and others in the future who are, the rest of you represent, who are going to experience disasters, and was told that the chairman was going to work with us. I kind of looked through here, and I didn't see any reference to these folks. Is this going to be in the next package of amendments that's dropped in our lap in the 11th hour? The ability to deduct our state and local taxes, something that Mr. Larson pointed out adequately, that is really going to cause donor states, such as California that I represent, who sends more money to Washington, D.C. Than we get back, benefits a lot of your districts. And the state and local tax deduction provision is going to exacerbate that. We're going to be sending more money to Washington to help your districts. The student loans, you know, this is a real denigration of the process and of this historic committee that everyone spoke so laudatory about. And don't lose sight of the fact that this is going to add to the $2.3 trillion that the underlying bill is already going to charge to our children and our grandchildren. We're going to grow the national debt by 2.3 now plus this. And we've heard from folks on the other side of the aisle that said, you know, the debt isn't a new issue. You're right, it's not. Some of us have been working on it for a long time. And there's one rule that we should all think about when we're talking about the debt, and that is when you find yourself in a hole, quit digging. But we're in a hole, we're in this debt hole, and we add 2.3 trillion to it in the first 6 hours, and now who knows how much more with this bunch of amendments that none of us have seen, and we don't have time to analyze or figure out where it's going. This is a bad way to make law. This is a bad way to treat this very, very important committee. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for adding within this amendment on page 5 something that is extremely important to the hardworking families across America, and that's the dependent care child deduction. This is something that I would think no one on this committee would want to vote against. This helps working families where it will provide tax-free their child care and adult care. And in fact, adult care, dependent care services. So I just want to applaud you, Mr. Chairman, for adding that to your amendment, and I would urge the entire committee to support that.
Will the gentleman yield?
And I would yield the remaining time to Mr. Rice.
So just to be clear, Mr. Smith, thank you for you and others speaking about the importance of continuing to allow taxpayers to exclude up to $5,000 per year in dependent care assistance they get from their employer. This helps in combination with the new family credit, which is a dramatically larger child tax credit. For the first time, both parents get a credit as well as that college kid or that parent who's moved back in. This is a commitment to make sure we help families move forward. And I want to thank you for your work and others in this area.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Smith yielded to me as well.
Mr. Smith, if you'd like to yield to Mr. Rice.
Yes, I yield remaining time to Mr. Rice.
I understand that Mr. Thompson is very concerned about his constituents who suffered so badly in the fire in California. Our hearts go out to them. But to alleviate Mr. Thompson's concern somewhat, the repeal of the casualty loss deduction, which he is concerned about, doesn't occur until next year, the beginning of next year, so that they still are entitled to itemize this year the deductions that, the losses that they incurred this year in these terrible fires.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
Thank you for your concern for the folks who lost their home, and not only in my district, but a number of members on your side of the aisle experienced these devastating fires. There's never been a fire like this in our country. This is a fire that was moving at 200 feet per second, 75, 80 mile an hour winds. Entire neighborhoods were burned to the ground. Do you really think that we're going to be able to go in, assess all of the costs, get everything cleaned up, figure out where people are going to stand in time to do their taxes? It's not going to happen.
It doesn't have to happen then. They can amend their returns when it does happen. The loss was incurred in this tax year. The deduction exists in this tax year, and they will be able to claim it on the tax return they file for this year. I yield back.
Thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Larson, you recognize,
Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman asked to be recognized. Strike the last word.
Yeah, I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take it from my brief perusal of the amendment that it doesn't include any modification to the state and local taxes. Is that correct, Mr. Bartold? This amendment wouldn't include that.
It makes no changes.
A number of assumptions have been made on the other side, and including that of Mr. Roscom, who pleaded with us to say, come on, let's be rational about this. This is only a 6% increase. Yet I submitted to the committee for the record what the state of Connecticut Commissioner of Revenue Services stated, and what is fact, that 41% of the residents of the state of Connecticut who are filers itemize their accounts. Mr. Bartold, so how does that stack up when the other side says, too, as Mr. Roscom said, well, who's right in this case? Is the Commissioner of Revenue Services wrong in Connecticut?
Under present law, as reported, about 30% of tax filing units nationwide itemized.
So that's nationwide. So in other words, other states, including Connecticut, could find themselves. Has Joint Tax been able to do any analysis on those states where there are significant filers, and there are many, who itemize their deductions, what the difference is between those states and states that don't?
As a general, as the Joint Committee does not analyze state.
So that hasn't been
by
done.
state,
And so that's why this misrepresentation can take place. But the actual facts, and you wonder why we're upset on this side, the actual facts, if any one of your constituents were being overtaxed, double taxed, in this instance, 41% of the filers, you wouldn't be angry, I guess. I guess you'd say, oh, come on, let's be rational about this. Let's have some more expert witnesses down here. There have been no expert witnesses. There's been no opportunity from anyone from the state of Connecticut, any expert as it relates to what the impact of this bill will do, or this amendment for that matter, on the citizens of the state of Connecticut. So we have to rely, and they're still reading it, as they said, on what they expect this impact will be. The impact is devastating on those individuals. We should have had an opportunity to hear this out, but no, we didn't. This has an impact on 100% of our economy. And yet, as your fellow colleague Lee Zeldin and Peter King have said, what you're witnessing here is a shift. And I heard people on the other side talk glowingly about how this is going to benefit their district. I'm sure it is. You probably had input into the bill. It probably is going to help your district. Who pays for that? The citizens in my district. We're already a donor state, like California, like New York, like Massachusetts, like New Jersey. We're donor states. We give more to the federal government than we ever get back. You know what? We're proud to do that. We're proud of the money we're able to give to our military. We're proud to be able to bring aid to Houston. We're proud to bring aid to Florida. We're proud to do this because we're Americans. And yet today, to your fellow Americans, you don't even give us the opportunity or the courtesy to stand up for the people who are going to be double taxed for this. They don't even get a chance to speak out. Mr. Roscom, I apologize. I spoke about you while you were out of the room, saying you had queried as to how could these things be true. And my question was, surely the Commissioner of Revenue Services in the state of Connecticut is not lying about the fact that 41% of its residents pay this, and of course he isn't. That's not the fact. What's going on here today, as has been pointed out, is most unfortunate, given the fact that I regard the chairman of this committee and all its members as honorable, decent people. But sometimes even honorable people are called upon to do political things for expediency, and it comes at the expense of someone. And in this case, it's the very constituents that I represent in my state. And that is why we are so angry on this side about what's happening to these taxpayers and what you're saying to fellow Republicans and independents and fellow Americans across this country with the actions that are about to take place in this committee. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Stone, you're recognized to strike the last word on the amendment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I want to thank you, first of all, for this amendment. The statement was made by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that this was a product of lobbyists. And I'm looking through the list of what this includes, and I've been a part of much discussion on these provisions. I can't remember a single lobbyist talking to me about any of these. In fact, the change to carried interest makes it harder to claim carried interest. Is that right, Mr. Chairman? It makes it harder to claim carried interest as income. I worked for hours, literally hundreds of hours, on the family tax credit and also on the $5,000 child care cost exclusion, and am thrilled to see that reinstated in this amendment. This is for families who can barely make ends meet, who want to exclude $5,000 of their income so that they can go and use it to help pay for child care costs. I have the highest rate of working moms in the nation in South Dakota. Do you want to know what my average household income is? $54,000. You think that those moms and dads are working for fun because they want a little extra spending money? No, because in South Dakota, we pay double the national average in energy costs because it's cold and it's hot in the summer and it's a long ways to drive anywhere. There's a provision in here that's going to help them. It's going to help them pay their bills, take care of their kids, go to work, and maybe at the end of the day, maybe get to take a weekend where they can go do something fun with their kids. So, Mr. Chairman, you've listened to moms and dads who are trying to get by and said, you know what? I know that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think the government makes better decisions with taxpayer money. I don't believe that. I believe these taxpayers that work hard make better decisions with their money for their families. And that's the difference between the ideology between the two sides, is that I believe they can put this money back into their pockets, spend it best to provide for their family, and the analysis shows us that it's going to help the economy create jobs and raise incomes as well. We passed this tax package. We're going to have paychecks will be larger in January for these families. They will be larger because it's going to put more money in their paychecks that they can use for their families. So, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank you for putting this substitute amendment together because it meets the needs, and I just don't see one that lobbyists would have spent time getting a win on any of these. These look like ones that are adding integrity to the bill, and I appreciate the effort on it, especially as someone who's just spent a lot of time working on making sure that working families are getting some relief in the economy that we've had to live under the last 7, 8, 10, 15 years. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to ask that this letter be put in the record from the County of Lake Supervisor District 1 on the provision that I've talked about a number of times.
Without objection. Mr. Kine, you wish to be recognized, strike the last word?
Yeah, I
on
do,
the-
Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, again, this goes back to the fact we're not doing our homework. We're not doing the proper vetting. This amendment was just dropped on our laps with no opportunity to review it. 33 pages of a lot of complexity and a lot of changes in the tax code, which is pretty hard to decipher. Just to give the viewing audience just a sample of what I'm talking about, it was just stated that the chairman in this amendment, in the nature of a substitute, was listening to the moms and dads with this amendment? Well, let's go to page 28 of this amendment, starting on line 1. This is what it says. Subparagraph II, the deduction allowable under subsection C with respect to such amounts bears to subparagraph B such amounts. Page 372, line 12, strike subsection H or I and insert subsection subparagraph C to subparagraph C, H, or subparagraph I. Page 376, strike lines 3 through 7 and insert the following. Paragraph 1. Commodities gross income. The term commodities gross income means with respect to any corporation, subparagraph A, gross income of such corporation from the disposition of commodities which are produced or extracted by such corporation, or partnership in which such corporation is a partner, or subparagraph B, gross income of such corporation from the disposition of property which gives rise to income described in subparagraph A. Page 398, strike lines 7 through 10 and insert the following, subparagraph C. Foreign corporations shall be allowed a deduction for the taxable year referred to in subparagraph A equal to the product of subset I, the sum of 104% plus the annual federal short-term rate, parentheses, determined under section 1274, subparagraph D, for the last month ending before the beginning of the taxable year, multiplied by, subparagraph II, the deemed expenses with respect to such amount. I could go on. And I think other than Mr. Barthel, none of us has a goddamn clue just what I read here in this committee and the complexity of this. And this was certainly not something that my moms and dads in Wisconsin were lobbying the chairman in the nature of a substitute to get included. This smacks of powerful special interests in Washington showing up on your doorstep, asking for special carve-outs, and talk about simplifying the tax code. This is anything but simplification of the tax code. Get ready, Mr. Reed. We're going to be having more volumes of rules and regulations stacked in front of you because of the complexity of this language that this committee hasn't had an opportunity to vet or even to get into in any detail or to have any idea what the heck this means and who is going to benefit and what the budgetary implication is going to be. I doubt that a lot of what we're seeing here in the nature of the substitute is meant to pay for the $2.3 trillion worth of deficits that this bill is going to add. My sense in reviewing this within the last half an hour, it's going to be adding to the debt at the end of the day rather than decreasing it. And yet this is what was presented to us literally minutes ago on the day of our first markup. We should be demanding a lot better performance from this committee as far as changing a tax code that's going to have an effect on every living person in this country, including businesses large and small. Instead of this, without any chance to review it, without having any hearings, without getting any feedback whatsoever, and we're supposed to be making a reasoned judgment on this within a matter of days, whether or not to report this or not out of committee and send it to the House floor by next week. And I pity our colleagues who aren't even on this committee, who haven't lived in this world of taxes and tax policy ramifications, because they're going to be asked next week to have to make a reasoned judgment of whether or not this makes sense for their constituents and for the future of our country. And I submit that there's not one of us, reasoned members of this committee, that can make that judgment, even if we're going to be able to ask some questions about it. And one thing I didn't notice, Mr. Chairman, and maybe you can clarify for me, but did you include in your nature of a substitute here the amendment retaining the work opportunity tax credits, which is given to businesses large and small if they hire veterans in their workforce? Because I didn't see that. Under the original bill, that currently is being repealed. And I don't see that being restored in your amendment in the nature of a substitute. Am I correct?
Does the gentleman yield?
I'm happy to
So,
yield.
as the member knows, we often get these exact amendments from you. And when we don't understand, we query either Mr. Barthold or the witness in front of us about what exactly does this amendment do. We have the same opportunity to do that.
No, but Mr. Chairman, that's not my question. My question was whether the work opportunity tax credit is being restored in this amendment in the nature of a substitute.
So,
It's
Mr.
being
Barthold.
repealed in the underlying legislation.
Mr. Barthold, does the work opportunity tax credit, is that included in this amendment?
The work opportunity tax credit is not in the amendment that you just distributed to the committee.
Well, just to be clear, that is a tax credit for businesses who have a preference for hiring veterans, which
Gentleman's
is what we
time
desperately
has
need.
expired.
I yield back.
Ms. Black, you're recognized to Strike the last word on the
Move
amendment.
to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for providing in this amendment for the songwriters. The songwriters in particular have a difficult time anyway because much of what they create is now being stolen over the internet. And their income for their product is not like something you would make and put in a store and people could go there and buy. Their products nowadays are really over the internet, and that is another situation we'll have to look at to be sure that we continue to keep the talent that for so many years has given us great entertainment. And so the songwriters already pay an income tax and self-employment taxes on any of their royalties or the income earned from their songs. When a songwriter sells their catalog or their future earnings, they are again taxed at the personal income rate and paid self-employment taxes again. So really it is a double taxation for them. Back in 2006, the Songwriters Capital Gains Tax Equity Act was put into place. It was actually supported by members on both sides of the aisle. It was a bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate, the co-sponsors, and literally there was no opposition through this legislative process. And so changing this back again would be devastating for our songwriters. So I appreciate following what has been the tradition for them and replacing once again what was taken out of the code to put this back in to make sure that our songwriters have an opportunity to be able to continue to create and continue to be able to earn a living on their creations. So thank you for that. And I would like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Rice.
Thank you. Mr. Barthold, in addition to the Tax Foundation saying that people up and down the income spectrum will get a tax refund, and the Washington Post saying that people up and down the income spectrum will get a tax refund, and your computation of the same thing. When you computed the fact that all these people are going to get refunds, did you take into account that the state and local income tax deduction would be repealed?
Yes, Mr. Rice.
You did?
Yes.
Now, wait. So even after the state and local tax deduction is being repealed, people in every income quintile are going to get a tax refund?
Well, let me reemphasize it again. We're reporting average effects. We noted in the discussion earlier that it depends on household circumstance, but we accounted for every provision in the underlying legislation and in the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute.
And did you exclude people from Connecticut when you came up with that computation?
Our sample's based on a national sample, and I couldn't tell you how many people from Connecticut are represented because the idea is to reflect
Will the gentleman yield?
like as a whole.
So even after state and local, I just need to reemphasize this very clearly.
I'm interested.
Once we repeal
Gentlemen,
state and
close
local
the time.
income taxes, people across the country in every income quartile will get a tax refund.
That the net is
They'll pay less
negative in
taxes.
each.
They'll pay less taxes than they pay now.
2019, the net is negative in each income category.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields, all times expired. Mr. Pascrell, you're recognized to strike the last word on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Barthold, how does this amendment affect the earned income tax credit?
Thank you, Mr. Pascrell. The amendment with respect to the earned income tax credit does not modify any provision of the underlying legislation. Rather, it introduces some procedures to try and reduce improper claims of the earned income tax.
Can you explain those procedures briefly, please?
Yes, I'll try to be brief. For example, the proposal limits earned income for purposes of the earned income tax credit to amounts substantiated by the taxpayer on statements that are either furnished to the taxpayer or returns filed by third-party reporting requirements or substantiated by the taxpayer's own books and records is one example.
So in other words, we're not moving money here in any manner, shape, or form. We're just adding a condition upon which that person would have to come forward with, so that that person, we could check to see if they're eligible.
It would be more the case that they would have to assure themselves that they could verify to an examiner.
Why is this being done? Why is that inserted in there? In order to stop quote-unquote fraud? Is that why we're doing that?
The effect of the proposal, I can't tell you the underlying rationale that members may have had. There has been concern about fraud in the Earned Income Tax Credit.
Then how do you explain this, Mr. Barthorn?
Well,
The CRS has put forth information about this quote-unquote fraud. Most of it is not fraud. Most of it is a mistake or a mistake in the misfiling. And those people have to refile all over again in terms of the EITC. You know how important this is in many parts of the United States of America, sir. You know how much money is involved. You know that's what keeps people working, gives them incentives to stay on the job. If we'd have done this in Puerto Rico, we wouldn't have had it listed to the president, pontificate about what's wrong with Puerto Rico. But let me ask you this, Mr. Barthol. If the fraud has not been substantiated in the CRS, I read very, very carefully, then why are we doing this, Mr. Barthard, in comparison to what else is in this particular amendment? And by the way, when did you get this amendment? When did your side get this amendment, Mr. Brady? Mr. Chairman?
With the gentleman yield, I can explain this amendment if you'd like.
I'm talking to Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady?
For what purpose does the gentleman inquire?
I say, when did your side get this amendment?
So in the discussion
Your
period of
amendment.
at this time, as it was offered.
So in other words,
to fully answer, just as when you propose an amendment, you show it to all parties at the same time, and we begin the questioning and debate.
So in other words, your membership did not discuss this with you before that?
This amendment was delivered to all members at the same time.
I know. Don't answer the question directly. I understand that. We're not talking about fraud here, Mr. Chairman. We're not talking about fraud. You look at that Washington Post article today that came out at 3:30, talking about those corporations that have sacked money offshore, beginning with Apple, going all the way down the line, $240 billion. And they manipulated the system. In fact, there doesn't seem to be anything illegal about what they did on face value.
With the gentleman yield.
We're not examining, not yet. There seems to be nothing wrong with that. We're not concerned about billions. We're concerned about Joe on Main Street, who made a mistake in his application in terms of proving his particular condition that he was working, and the sheet that you have to fill out. That's what we're concerned about. If we aren't off the wall, nobody is. If we do not get our priorities straight, the country will be even further off the wall. We are zeroing in on fraud that doesn't exist, just like we did with the voting. Now we're not talking about anything to deal with those corporations.
Thank you. All time
who are not paying their fair share. I'm not done with my sentence.
Time's expired. Regular order, Mr. Chairman.
You don't interrupt people.
We
in the
always
middle of a
try to
sentence.
provide you extra time to conclude.
This is America. This ain't Moscow.
So,
you want to go to Moscow? Go to Moscow. I love America.
Time has expired. Let's refrain our remarks, continue on this amendment. Mr. Reed, do you wish to strike the last word on the amendment?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I seek to be recognized. 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have sat here now for 6 hours.
Oh, too bad.
And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are claiming that this is all done at the last minute, that everything is being dropped on us. We don't know anything about it. Well, give yourself a little bit more credit. Most of you have been on this committee longer than I possibly have been alive, for Pete's sakes. You know tax policy.
Would the gentleman
You
yield?
know tax.
What are you going to take down
Would
his
the
word?
gentleman yield?
I thought that would wake
I
you up,
sense
Mr.
that
Neal.
as a personal attack.
I appreciate that, Mr. Neal. Now I brought some levity back to our chamber here. And we do have a good relationship across the aisle. You know tax policy. You've been on this committee, as you have indicated, you've worked hard to position your entire congressional career to be on this committee at this moment to debate this important issue of tax reform. I'll remind my colleagues on the other side, as well as members here on our side, for the last 7 years since I've been on this committee, we have focused on tax reform. We had Chairman Dave Camp put out an entire rewrite of this bill. We have numerous hearings and meetings on the rewrite of the tax code from a bottom-up approach. The debates that we are having today have been held for years after years after years. Now, when you get this amendment here today, I am very confident. Mr. Kine, you know international taxation. You know base erosion. I've watched you have conversations on the floor, and I've heard you debate these issues. I know, Mr. Pascrell, you and Mr. Larson have had the issue of state and local tax deduction at nausea discussed.
Well, the
because
gentleman
you
yield on that
represent
point.
individuals.
It's not this bill, though. It's not what's being recommended in
Mr.
this
Kine,
bill that
Mr.
we've had
Kine,
I will
hearings
not
and
yield.
discussions
I will
about.
not yield. I will not yield. So to claim to the American people that somehow you're not capable or we're cramming this information through and this debate through, it's just not accurate, ladies and gentlemen. We have had this debate 31 years in the making since the last time tax reform was done. This is the product of those 31 years. We are taking steps today to reform this code so that folks that we represent, and I have heard lengthy debate where you've argued whether or not middle tax folks, hardworking tax folks are going to get a tax break, but the facts remain. I have run the numbers for my district. I have polled returns and done different calculations for different families of four, for single mothers, for seniors. I have done that homework. And I come back to one conclusion each and every time. Just as Mr. Barthold's tables recognize,
I think Davis is up next.
there are tax cuts being proposed in this legislation, which means those hardworking people that we all represent, it's indisputable, are going to be able to keep more of their money as a result of this tax reform bill. Now, with 31 years of us living under this broken American tax code, we are watching our economy be decimated from within. We are not competing on the international stage. We are losing Americans' businesses and industries because we can't compete because our code is so old. When the code was written in 1986, no one even knew about the internet. No one knew about digital economies. We have to update this code so that we can compete on the world stage. I'm looking at the proposed amendments here that the chairman has put forward. We're going to continue to have the debate as we go through this over the next 4 days. We're going to have debate with the Senate bill. We're going to have a debate on the floor. We're going to have a debate as we go to the finish line. And I am very confident we're going to be able to improve this bill as we go through it. But at the end of the day, what we're doing here is not something that we don't know what's going on. We've been working on this for a long period of time. And I want to yield the 40 seconds I have to Mr. Renacci to explain the earned income tax credit because he has worked extensively on this provision.
Tell you that unfortunately the program is riddled with fraud and error, but this amendment doesn't hurt the program. No, I'm not yielding any
Well,
time.
prove what
I'm not
you just
yielding.
said.
I am not yielding.
Mr. Renacci has
any
my
time.
time.
Desecrated the whole program.
Mr. Renacci has my time.
2016
The gentleman
report.
from New York controls the time.
A 2000, and you
Correct
took
the
10
record.
seconds. You took 10 seconds of my time. And a 2016 report from the Treasurer Inspector General estimated that nearly 1 in 4 payments are improper, exceeding $16 billion annually. This doesn't hurt those
Gentleman
that deserve.
controls the time.
Correct that.
Mr.
That's not necessarily
I
fraud.
control the time, Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
you have members who can yield
It's
to you
not
if you
fraud.
wish to speak.
Can I have my time?
No, not when you don't tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Mr. Chairman.
So, excuse me, what was that?
Mr. Pascrell, I would ask to Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
I
Pascal, before you do
apologize.
that,
Go ahead.
there you go. Look, we know things get heated. That would have crossed the line on decorum and the rules of the committee in the House. So let's take a step back. Mr. Nacy, there was some time taken. Would you like another 15 seconds to conclude?
Yes,
on
I would.
Mr. Reed's time.
And Mr. Thank you. And Mr. Pascal is a friend of mine, and I know that he's just speaking out of turn here, but this is not going to hurt. All this does is go back and does a comparison of wages to those that are reported, something that was done a long time ago, and now even the IRS commissioner has said this is a reasonable way of assuring that we make sure fraud and abuse doesn't occur. So in the end, this is a good piece of legislation that I think even you would agree with, because people do not want to see, it's tough enough that we give the United States government money, that we're taking it from taxpayers. They don't want to see it wasted and go in the wrong direction. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Here's my intention. Dr. Davis is next in line to speak, to strike the last word on that amendment. My intention is after Dr. Davis speaks, or questions Mr. Bartold, that we will recess for votes on the House floor. We will immediately reconvene here, finish the amendment and questioning, and vote tonight. So, Dr. Davis, you're recognized to strike the last word on the amendment.
He yields to me.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, in response to what Mr. Reed said, look, all the way back to Bill Archer, we tried this. Some of the words tonight were very similar, but I want to say something. The camp model, even though there was broad disagreement within the end, we were at it for 3 years. There were a series of informal sessions, formal sessions. We went back and forth, and much of it was based upon goodwill, and much of the thwarting of that legislation actually came from your side when the bill was published. But I do think, in fairness, Mr. Camp gave us every opportunity to participate in that dialogue as we went along on that bill. And the two of us joined the committee on the same day, and we were very good friends. And I must tell you that he broke it down so that every single item in his eventual proposal had been thoroughly parsed. And in fact, if you recall his strategy, it was to, in the last 2 weeks, to move your side out of the room after he had moved us out. And then eventually he was down to just his own staff. I get that. But that's not the beginning of the process. That's the end of the process. And I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Reclaiming my time.
Dr. Davis, you're recognized.
Mr.
Gentleman
Chairman, I yield to Mr. Doggett.
I would just like to begin by correcting the record on one thing I said with reference to Mr. Reed when he was out of the room, with reference to the stack of documents he has there. It's my belief that the Internal Revenue Code has expanded the number of pages by almost 40% since Republicans first took control of Congress. Democrats have been in charge for 2 years with a Democratic president during all that time. So when you stack those books up, about 40% of it, a little less, is there as a result of Republican loopholes, changes in our tax laws. And what I see in this additional 33 pages is more of the same. I defy anyone to explain how these provisions that were written on international base erosion were written by anyone other than corporate lobbyists and perhaps Mr. Cohn over at the White House, who has so much experience with international tax avoidance. These provisions are designed to create a Swiss cheese type of international base erosion. International tax lawyers and accountants will find ways to work around these rules and assure that on much foreign profits, the tax rate will be essentially zero. They will find ways around the so-called 10% on high income, and they will pay nothing. And that's why the focus, and I'll alert you now, as we were not alerted, that the amendment that I will be offering, while it makes a number of technical changes, has one and only one purpose, and that is to ensure that the profits that are earned abroad get taxed on the same basis as those here at home, so that we are not encouraging investment elsewhere, but encouraging investment right here in the United States. On these international tax rules, there will be no postcard filing. There will be a complex filing in order to avoid any tax liability in the United States on these earnings. That is unfair to small business, to domestic businesses, and certainly to the families that will have to pick up the tab. And I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Does the gentleman not recognize that lowering the corporate tax rate from 35% to 20% make it less profitable and less likely that corporations will move profits overseas?
Reclaiming my time, I support a reduction in the statutory corporate tax rate as long as it's not done with borrowed money. But I maintain if you had the corporate tax rate at 10% here and 5 or 0% abroad, there would still be an incentive to locate new jobs abroad. And that's exactly what you have under your bill. You have a purported disparity of 20% at home and 10% abroad, but in fact, thanks to this Swiss cheese erosion provision, it will effectively be zero for many of these transactions. And this new language has been written to help clever attorneys and accountants avoid paying tax on their foreign operations.
Will the gentleman
This is a
yield?
job killer bill. It is designed to outsource and export American jobs so that someone chooses between San Antonio and Stuttgart. They're going to choose Stuttgart because they're going to be able to match it up with their no profits in the Caymans and in Bermuda, and they'll end up paying no taxes at all on their foreign source income. That's wrong, and that's why I think this amendment, along with this bill, should be rejected. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The committee stands in recess and will convene immediately following the votes. Gavel?
Yeah, don't
You know, this is
mind.
my dad's gavel.
You let me know. Let me know who I need to call.
The committee will come to order without objection. Chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. Where we left off, we are considering the Brady Amendment. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Paulson, is recognized to strike the last word.
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman. To the amendment, Mr. Chairman, I want to just thank you for including a provision that members on this committee are very familiar with. It's essential to encouraging startups to keep and retain talent as a part of their employee labor pool. It keeps America on the forefront of innovation. I'm referring to the committee's actions a year ago when we passed the Empowering Employees Through Stock Ownership Act. And if members don't recall, this gives incentives, make sure that the incentives that are given to employees at companies that are startups that need stock options, because often they can't pay a high wage or a high salary to these employees, they get stock options as a part of their incentive. But what we found is that in many cases, these stock options either expire or else when they are set to expire, the IRS hits these employees with a really high tax bill because there's no market for the employee to sell the stock. And so there's no opportunity for these startup employees to actually leverage their opportunity to get a piece of the rock and have employee ownership. So this passed the committee already, Mr. Chairman. It passed the House with bipartisan support. Representative Crowley and I introduced this bill together. I want to thank you for including it here today. It's just two simple, very important concepts that I think is key to us, and that's making sure that the United States is on the forefront of innovation and that we're promoting employee ownership. And with that, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me. Thank you. The gentleman from Minnesota yields back. Yes, Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins, you're recognized to strike the last word. Excuse me.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to place this record from this letter from the mayor of Calistoga, California, in the record.
Yes, and they recognize that these property losses can be written off their taxes without objection.
Well, no, I don't know that they do, Mr. Chairman. And if that's really the case, why did you grandfather in the hurricane victims?
So I think you know, as a longstanding member of the committee, when these occur, the current property tax provision has both a floor and is available to itemized, those who are itemizing their deductions. That is available to them today. In the hurricanes, as we have done in the past, whether it is Katrina or the hurricanes recently, we expand that to make sure victims can get that property tax relief regardless of itemizing. So it helps more families be able to get that relief. That is the area, better than current law, which is in place, that I believe we should work together to extend in the hurricane package that is coming, I'm told, in
Well, as I said, I'm all for
November.
working together on this, not only for my disaster victims,
Thank you,
but
Mr.
for
Thompson.
everybody on the committee. But it
Thank
just
you.
seems peculiar that we would grandfather in one group.
Say, Mr. Thompson, look, you'll have opportunities to offer an amendment to that regard. At this time, I'm going to recognize Mr. Higgins to strike the last word.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, again, American businesses are holding almost $2 trillion in cash earnings in U.S. Treasury bonds. And this corporate tax cut is intended to boost the wages of middle-class workers. I don't know how it gets to them, but it seems to me that the best approach would be to shift and give direct assistance in the form of more generous tax cuts for those making under $200,000. The American economy is 70% consumption. Where people have higher wages, it creates aggregate demand in the economy. Aggregate demand creates increased growth. Growth reduces debt and deficit. We saw that in the 1990s, where we had sustained economic growth between 3.5% and 4% over a 4-year period. We turned deficits into surpluses, created 22 million private sector jobs. People were less dependent on government, more economically independent and self-sufficient. The most efficient economy is one where the American workers share in the gains of productivity gains in the American economy. That doesn't happen today. Between 1945 and 1980, we had 97% productivity gains in the American economy. Real wages and income grew by 95% in that same period. From 1980 to present, we've had 93% gains in productivity in the American economy. Real wages and income have grown by 11%. American workers need a break. American corporations do not. They're recording record profits. As I have said previously, there's 150 American corporations that are highly profitable American corporations that pay between 0 and 10% in an effective corporate tax rate, and there are 50 companies who have a negative tax liability. It's about time that we recognize that let's put the money in the hands of those who will spend it in an economy that's 70%, which will produce real growth, which will create surpluses and put more people to work. Just simply doesn't do it. Finally, just another argument for infrastructure. The budget bill that was passed proposes to spend $200 billion over the next 10 years on American infrastructure. We just spent almost the same amount in the previous decade in rebuilding the roads and bridges of Afghanistan and Iraq. That's not producing jobs here in America. That's not providing the kind of incentives that are necessary for the private sector to help grow the American economy. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yield from New York.
I yield, yeah.
My expectation from listening to the White House and others is that we will see recommendations from administration for infrastructure improvements and financing following tax reform, is my understanding. I don't know the exact timetable for that, but my understanding is we are going to turn to that at some point in this Congress. Thank you. Mr. Martin, gentleman from Texas, recognized. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. I would just like to thank the chairman as we begin this process of the next few days for being so responsive to members. When I go on the floor and I see the chairman, he's not just surrounded by Republican members, he's surrounded by Democratic members, members of the House. My constituents call his office. He has been very responsive to our constituents. And I consider this amendment today to be a direct response from members and our constituency in pointing up some things in the original bill that needed to be fixed. So one specific example, when I got home this last weekend for a very short visit, on the front page of our biggest newspaper, it had a story about the private universities. And so I think that the case was made over the weekend that it was punitive to private universities, and I appreciate the change in here, raising the limit from 100,000 to 250,000, but mainly for being so responsive to the committee, and I commend you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Gentleman yields back. Ms. Sewell, you're recognized. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my questions deal with the amendment, the chair's amendment. And Mr. Bartold, can you help me figure out what changes were made to improve the integrity of the Earned Income Tax Credit Program, Section 1004 and Section 1005? From what I mean, it's really hard for me to understand exactly what you're doing, but it suggests that there's some fraud in the Earned Income Tax Credit, and it's trying to get at that. So can you explain a little bit to me, can you explain to me what it's doing, and most importantly, what the effect of this amendment will be on revenue?
Yes, Ms. Sewell. Among the changes in Section 1105, for example, it provides that for purposes of claiming their earned income tax credits, the amounts have to be substantiated by the taxpayer in forms that include returns filed under third-party information.
How is that
reporting
different from now? They
requirements.
have to also, not to interrupt you, but how is that different from now? I mean, are we suggesting that this, by doing this, we're just delineating more restrictions for people to earn income tax credit?
I'd say it's not more restrictions. I'm saying that this is, some of this authority is within the discretion of the Secretary of the Treasury under present law. I think this is just being a little bit more prescriptive.
So, in being more
saying is that-
prescriptive, what is the effect of this on the actual revenue?
Well,
What
the
I'm-
effect in this case is it would then be as part of the instructions, for example, and this would relate to primarily to self-employed income, since it's substantiating records of expenses, for example. So the instructions would probably make more clear that you had to be able to substantiate deductions that you claimed in order to arrive at.
So, Mr. Bartol, who normally takes earned income tax credit? Isn't it true that it tends to be working class, middle class folks that really do take advantage of the
Lower
earned
middle
income
income
tax?
and low
So
income,
are we
yes.
trying
I
to
mean,
actually
it's-
shrink the amount of people who can actually get earned income tax credits?
I wouldn't say that they're trying to, that the proposal tries to shrink the amount. I think it's saying that this particular provision is saying accurately report the amount of net earned income.
Well, what would be the effect of this on sort of distributional equity?
This would, to the
Wouldn't it expand,
Actually, it's-
it would
actually, it's a
shrink the
def-
amount
it's
of
a-
people in the middle who actually can take advantage of HR 1, this tax bill?
the question you asked is actually a difficult one. If someone were making a false claim, this would say that, and this precluded someone from making a false claim.
Well, do you know what's the percentage of false claims for earned income tax
I wasn't
credit?
suggesting that there are any false claims, Ms. Sewell. I was just suggesting that if a false claim were precluded by this, it's not clear whether you would want that recorded as a burden or a benefit. But in terms of who is affected by the earned income tax credit, it's quite clear that it's lower income individuals and lower middle income individuals.
Exactly. And so I guess I'm just trying to understand how restricting the ability, I mean, I think it's trying to get at fraud. And all the evidence that I've looked at doesn't suggest that there's some sort of, people are trying to fraudulently say that they deserve an earned income tax credit. That in fact, what the earned income tax credit has done is really helped low income and working families be able to, benefit from our tax code. Before my time is up, I'd like to know also Section 3804 for stock options. What exactly does this amendment do with respect to stock options? Isn't it for those employees who actually get stock options in lieu of compensation that would benefit from this?
Yes, it is, Ms. Sewell. It was as Mr. Paulson was just explaining a moment ago. It's largely in the case of non-publicly traded companies. It would establishes some rules under which they can create qualified equity grants, and then sets up rules for when the business may claim its deduction for an employee business expense for having.
So
made
for
the
small
grant, and
businesses,
when
family-owned private businesses, is what you're saying?
non-
I don't know many that are not, that actually are set up this way. I mean, I know a lot of them are set up as C.
non-public.
I understand that, but I'm just trying to get at who benefits from this particular proposal, this amendment.
It's a benefit that managers and the employees. It's the ownership can grant the stock option to any employee under the.
Yeah, they can. I was just wondering how much they really do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Roscom, you recognize strike the last word on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the weekend, I went to a college play, and it was a really good play. I mean, these students were very persuasive, and I complimented them at the end, but I really think they could learn a couple of lessons from members on this committee who have a brilliant acting career. That is to come here tonight and to be shocked and appalled that a chairman of the Ways and Means Committee is offering something called an amendment in the nature of a substitute, as if that never happens, as if this is some new process as if this is some new procedure. And as the chairman has pointed out, many of these things are the result of member input and member discussion. And look, the name of the game is focus on the action words in these amendments. When it says an amendment continues something, it preserves something, that's what the status quo is. I mean, the only argument on complexity within this whole amendment in the nature of a substitute is the international provision, and it's been nettlesome and difficult, but now there's language and we're expecting feedback and so forth. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm here to, like many others on this side, to thank you for being willing to take feedback and so forth. In particular, I'm appreciative of your willingness to review the endowment issue, and I think that where your amendment places us is in a very good place, and I appreciate that. And also, there was some discussion early on about, well, how does this amendment in the nature of a substitute score? Well, if that's the standard, then every one of the amendments that we're going to be hearing from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would need to be scored before it could be considered. And we're obviously not going to do that because that's not what the rules of the committee call for. All these things will be scored again at the end of this process before we go to the floor. So I think that the drama, hey, you know, God bless them, but the Claude Rains routine that people are shocked that something is going on in the Ways and Means Committee, I think was a bit much. I yield back. Well, I won't yield back. I'll reclaim my time quickly and yield to the gentleman from South Carolina.
I just wanted to respond to Mrs. Sewell about the no indication of fraud in the earned income tax credit. I was sitting here on Google. You know, there have been several hearings, bipartisan hearings with various state officials, Secretary of State and Attorney Generals from people around the country. I believe that the Attorney General from Alabama actually came to talk about the earned income tax credit, indicating that up to 25 to 30% of the claims for the earned income tax credit were fraudulent. There's a report here from the United States Treasury from 2015 from the U.S. Treasury.
Will the gentleman yield?
Saying that, let me finish and then I'll yield, saying that the range of expected improper payments on the earned income tax credit is from a low of 24% to a high of 29%. And I'm sitting here looking at an actual story from Montgomery, Alabama, of a ringleader of a $24 million stolen identity tax refund fraud ring sentence for stealing identity and claiming the earned income tax credit. $24 million, one group. So no, this is a rampant problem. This is something that we have needed to, you know, nobody wants to deny folks that are entitled to the earned income tax credit every dime that they're entitled to. But too often we hear anecdotal evidence or direct evidence about folks who are claiming this credit that are not entitled to it, taking advantage of the government, using our limited dollars that are supposed to be directed to folks who desperately need the money and misusing it, stealing it. So that's all this amendment is trying to do here, is to put in place some mechanisms to stop things like this from happening, where $24 million is mailed to one mailbox in Alabama.
Let me reclaim the time and I'll yield to the chairman.
So first I want to thank you, Mr. Roskin, for bringing us the endowment reforms on behalf and reflecting concerns of a number of members of our committee. Thank you for that. Secondly, just as a reminder, the stock option provision here has been passed by this committee in a very bipartisan way, so I think we're familiar with that. And then on the international reforms, let's be very honest. This is a complicated area of the code. We are stopping businesses from exporting their jobs and profits and stopping companies from importing their deductions and exclusions so they can game the system. You know, we'll continue because we put forward a very strong proposal to stop the gaming the system, but it is complex. We'll continue to make improvements in this area, as you would want to if you want to get jobs back here in the United States. I yield back, Mr. Roskin. Thank you. Ms. Sanchez, you recognize strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Levin.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we respect
the fact that in a few cases, bills have been introduced before. I think the Earned Income Tax Credit bill, from what we determined, is new. And we need to look at it and understand it. I asked the staff, and we haven't found anybody who's seen this particular bill before. And out of respect for this committee, I think you should give us a chance to look at it. The same is true of the erosion, and in terms of the universities, I just think we needed to discuss, because I notice in Michigan that one college, Kalamazoo, is 151, and Albion is 146. And I don't quite understand why the line was drawn where it was. And I think it's another reason for us to have some discussion. Let me ask, please, okay. Mr. Bartholt, the provision on carried interest, you know, we've worked on this a long time. We've passed a carried interest bill that I introduced, if I might say so, through the House. It's hard to just take this and understand it, though I thought I understood well the issue. For example, the substitution of 3 years for 1 year. What's the impact of that?
The 3-year holding period that's in the chairman's amendment relates to sales of partnership interest. If the sale occurs within a 3-year period of time, it is treated actually as a short-term sale, and under present law, short-term sales are taxed at ordinary tax rates.
So changing
whereas
it
the
from
normal
one-
holding period for capital gain treatment is 1 year, the chairman's amendment says in the case of sales of these qualifying partnership interests, if it's a holding period of less than 3 years, it would be treated as ordinary income, short-term treatment.
So does this raise money or lose money?
We've not analyzed the proposal or the whole amendment yet, but this should raise money. I could not tell you at this instant how much, but this should be a revenue raiser.
And the provision, the special rule, we work so hard in this area. Can you describe in a minute or so what the rest of this does?
I didn't hear quite all your question, Mr. Levin.
The rest of the provision regarding carried interest, can you describe what it does?
Well, what it defines in terms of partnership interests are interests from businesses that the activity of which is raising or returning capital, investing in or disposing of specified assets, and developing specified assets. And the specified assets, to step down another layer, securities, commodities, real estate, cash, derivatives, interest in partnerships that hold those assets. So it will look down a tier of it will look down tiers of partnerships.
So if I might ask, does this bring more people under the carried interest rule or fewer?
Well, there is no carried interest rule per se. You mean in comparison to your legislation?
Yes, sir. Yes. Or in terms of this legislation.
Again, have not fully analyzed this for the quantitative impact. Believe it is likely narrower than your legislation, Mr. Levin.
That means there'll be fewer people, there'll be more people who can use a capital gains instead of.
No, that's not correct.
Well, not compared to present law. This.
I mean, compared to the
bill.
bill.
This reduces the ability of people to claim capital.
I know, but compared to the bill that we introduced and passed through the House.
In comparison to your bill, Mr. Levin, this amendment is probably not as broad.
Okay.
But it is a restriction.
No, I
under present
understand,
law.
but so this is. Okay,
Gentleman's
that's
time
why
has
we need
expired.
to have a full
So,
discussion.
Ms. Jenkins, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and you can add me to the list of members who is appreciative that you've offered this amendment. In particular, I'm pleased the committee is going to extend the tax exclusion for the Dependent Care Assistance Program for 5 years. As a working parent, I remember the difficulties of balancing work and family life, and more relief is always needed. For most families, including single-parent households, they have no choice but to work one or oftentimes two jobs just to make ends meet, to make a better life and a better future for their kids. For working families, the Dependent Care Assistant Program allows for up to $5,000 exclusion from taxation on qualified child care expenses. This provision encourages employers to set up child care flexible spending accounts for their employees in order to help them manage one of the costliest expenses on their balance sheet. This program is very popular, and this provision is not the darling of well-heeled DC lobbyists, as the minority party would suggest. It's the darling of hardworking taxpayers. This, along with other provisions in this bill, gives hardworking families a break, and it helps make our tax code fairer. It will allow them to benefit from the child care flexible spending accounts to offset child care costs. This is a real tax benefit for middle-class families. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins, for your leadership on this issue. Ms. Delbany, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bartol, can you explain on the dependent care assistance programs what current law is?
Under current law, an exclusion from income is provided for employer-provided child care, and that's what the chairman's amendment would restore for a 5-year period.
So it was this program, this important program that Ms. Jenkins just said is for hardworking taxpayers. The original bill that we saw would have gotten rid of this exclusion. Is that correct?
That's correct. H.R. 1 and the chairman's amendment, in the nature of a substitute, repealed the exclusion of present law.
Yes, and then this amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute changes it, but only puts it back in place for 5 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So for working families that that are able to make sure they can deduct the $5,000 today, they're only putting this back in place for 5 years. So if you have dependents who are growing up who might need care for more than 5 years, you're stuck at the end of 5 years based on the way this is written. Is that correct?
It only extends present law for 5 years. That's correct.
Thank you. It's disappointing when you talk about the needs of middle-class families and how important it is. The other side talks about how these are important programs, but they're not willing to put them back in place altogether. They're actually putting something in that's going to expire in 5 years. So when we talk about the benefits of this tax plan, we're really talking about how many of the benefits are put in place for corporations are permanent, but again, benefits for middle-class families are only temporary. In this case, actually not even a new benefit. It's something that already exists, and they're just proposing getting rid of it in 5 years instead of right away. So this is a really disappointing part of this amendment. I wanted to yield to Ms. Sewell for a follow-up question.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the earned income tax credit. The fact is that in Alabama, that particular hearing that was referenced, it was shown that most of the problems with the earned income tax credit was due to errors in overpayment, not due to fraud. In fact, the earned income tax credit for low and moderate income workers, the same our Department of Labor, the Department of Labor for the state of Alabama noted has been shown, the earned income has been shown to increase work, reduce poverty, lower welfare recipient payments, and improve child's educational attainment. It's clear that the earned income tax credit does help low and moderate income families. None of us want to encourage fraud or to allow fraud to be in the system. So I'm not, I mean, it's, you know, I'm not here to defend fraud. I am here to make sure that I set the record straight that in Alabama, most of those 25% of the earned income tax credit were due to, quote, overpayment of rates, not fraud. So I just want to clear the record on that. And look, I just want to be clear that the folks back home that I represent, many of them who can qualify for the earned income tax credit actually don't do it because the rules are so complicated. So to the extent that the majority is trying to simplify those rules, I'm all for it. But if you're simplifying them in the name of integrity, when in actuality you're trying to characterize something as fraud, solving a problem that doesn't exist, I have a problem with that. So I thank the gentlelady for giving me time, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yield?
I actually yielded back to Susan.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Meehan, you're recognized. Strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for taking the time to work with all of our members, but as has been articulated numerous times, the members are speaking on behalf of numbers of the constituents that they represent, and I appreciate the work that you've put in and the committee's put in to looking at the issue of the dependent care credit and the working families who are struggling oftentimes to meet the costs associated with daycare and other kinds of associated realities. And I recognize as well that when a couple or a single working mother is out in the workplace, oftentimes it's by choice, but it's also sometimes by necessity. The bottom line is it's making a remarkable contribution to our economy and to our workforce and the skills that are delivered to it. So letting those people know that you care and you're hearing them is an example of working to try to find a way to make that family's situation just a little bit better. So I appreciate the changes you made to put that in. I'm also grateful for the work you've done on the base erosion. Complex area. One is simple, another more complex. And appreciate that some of my colleagues, even those on the other side, have been looking at the kind of ways to avoid the gaming of the system, which has been done for a number of years. But at the same time appreciating, and it's important to point out that the very benefit of something like this may actually be for those members now who are talking about the calamities that have taken place in their states. This is one of those things which may actually have the impact of allowing us to broaden the opportunity for effective and cost realistic insurance to be able to be there for them when they're looking at dealing with calamities. And I think that that is an important outcome that recognizes that we are able to take advantage of a larger pool. So I think that this is something, frankly, that would be supported by members on both sides of the aisle. And I'm hoping that with respect to that particular provision, even if the vote isn't there, the support will be there for it from those who will articulate the recognition of how important both of these accomplishments have been. Mr. Chairman, I yield some of my time to Mr. Renacci.
Thank you, Mr. Meehan. And I want to thank, I actually want to thank the gentlelady from Alabama for talking about the earned income tax credit. Remember, this amendment doesn't affect it, it doesn't stop it, it doesn't allow it, disallow it, it doesn't restrict it. I think Mr. Barthold had mentioned that already. What this amendment does is allows credit payments in instances where it's impossible to resolve reporting discrepancies only after verifications are requested. So it's really an auditing technique that where there's a comparison between 941s that are going to be filed and an individual who has requested the credit. So again, this does not restrict. I know there's been words used, restrict, disallowed. Mr. Barthold, would you agree that credit is still the credit? All this is an opportunity for hardworking Americans who are paying tax dollars into the system to make sure that if there is fraud and abuse, it's not being, this is at least an opportunity for it to be caught.
There is no change to the terms of the credit under the proposal in the amendment.
I appreciate that, because I think in some cases we're trying to, it's coming out as though there's a change. There is no change. This is really just making sure that the IRS has the opportunities to justify the credit amount. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and again, I thank you for your leadership in these issues. Ms. Chu, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Well, I want to continue this discussion on the earned income tax credit because it has been the greatest program, one of our greatest programs in bringing people in families into the middle class. And in fact, in 1 year alone, it lifted 6.2 million people, including 3.2 million children, out of poverty and into the middle class. So we don't want to have anything that could erode its effectiveness. And the research in the field demonstrates that EITC has large effects, particularly large effects in increasing employment among single female parents, that it was a single largest factor behind the impressive increases in employment among single mothers, and that the employment gains attributed to it were considerably larger than we could have even have understood. So my question to you, Mr. Bartold, I mean, the amendment seems to have new rules with respect to requiring claims for the credit to properly reflect any net earnings from self-employment. And if there are any problems, isn't it true that many who claim EITC make unintentional mistakes on their tax forms?
There's no doubt that there are errors in meeting qualifying standards and filing for the earned income tax credit.
And so if there is an unintentional mistake and these rules were implemented, how many workers would lose EITC with these changes?
Under these rules, if there was an unintentional mistake, something as simple as mistranscribing wages off of a W-2, there would be no effect. That's not what these wages. That's not what these proposals go to. In the case of self-employed persons, it goes to essentially reminding the taxpayer that they need sufficient documentation for expenses of determining net income. That's not a mistake issue as a general matter. In the case of a wage employee, there's actually a burden put on the employer to ensure that you're supplied with the name and address of the employee along with the amount of reportable wages. That might be seen as helping the fraud mill cases, which do not benefit a true EITC recipient, but it would ensure that it would give the IRS a way to check and say, oh, is there a person at the, do we have a real person at this address, or is this a case of a fake?
But if the IRS...
So in the case of someone who had a mistake, there should be no effect.
But if the IRS discovers the discrepancy, obviously there'll be some action taken.
I think this is largely to provide potentially additional tools, additional help in a verification undertaken by the IRS.
Well, if this measure does so little, then why are we having it in the first place? I mean, obviously this is a way of checking fraud and a way for the IRS to not let people on EITC who might have filled out those forms in a mistaken way. And then, is there any method of recourse for those who unintentionally made mistakes on their forms when filing?
Again, an unintentional mistake does not preclude someone from correcting the mistake and receiving the correct amount of the earned income tax credit under this proposal. And as I'd noted before, we've not analyzed the revenue effect of this. And you might gather from some of my comments that qualitatively, my colleagues and I don't think that it will necessarily have a very large revenue effect.
But actually, there has been no analysis done on this, and that is what I object to. I object to this being dropped in at the last minute and us not having an actual revenue analysis of this particular measure.
Thank you, gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Pascrell?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, with your permission, first of all, to gather unanimous consent to enter into the record a following report with your approval.
The report relates to?
I'll tell you what the report is. Two reports I want to.
And they are?
One is the CRS report on EITC, which goes into the very thing that has been discussed here, and the reason why I felt that the poor and certain people within the EITC have been demonized.
Okay.
Demonized. I want to use that word into the record. And the second report is a report just this recent January from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. And I would say to you, Mr. Chairman, if we're not really going to benefit the program by changing this part of your amendment, then what the heck are we doing it anyway?
Thank you. So without objection, both reports will be included in the record. Mr. Holding, you're recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, throughout the process, our work in drafting this bill and indeed the amendment we're considering now, my guiding star has been economic growth. At every decision point that I've faced, the question has been, what will promote economic growth? And there's nothing more important to economic growth than entrepreneurship. You know, entrepreneurship, to me, incorporates American exceptionalism, optimism, aspiration. And entrepreneurship has driven the creation of countless businesses and innovations throughout American history. And our tax law has long provided capital gains treatment for entrepreneurial investment. So in this amendment, we handle carried interest. Carried interest is an important tool that rewards sweat equity and encourages patient, long-term investment in businesses of all sizes across all industries. Private equity and venture capital funds utilize their unique experience to invest in businesses such as innovative startups in need of capital and guidance in order to successfully expand their operations, or struggling businesses needing to help to successfully get back on the path to growth. And further, this popular investment strategy is utilized in every congressional district throughout the country, often financing real estate developments. Now, these funds provide the necessary long-term investment and know-how needed by many businesses and only receive a return if these businesses actually succeed and grow. In my state of North Carolina alone, there are $14.1 billion invested in long-term private equity investments, employing more than 188,000 people statewide. Nationwide, 11.3 Americans are employed by companies receiving similar investments. And these investments and jobs are crucial to the economy in my state, the economy of America, and crucial to promoting economic growth in the future. So the amendment offered by the chairman takes a very responsible step to preserve the integrity and usefulness of this provisioning by lengthening the holding period necessary for carried interest to be afforded long-term capital gains treatment. This amendment will ensure that short-term hedge funds do not get the benefit of long-term capital gains rates on short-term investments. And while at the same time ensuring that long-term investors, like real estate partnerships or other Main Street businesses, will continue to have their investments in growing businesses appropriately recognized as long-term capital gains. Again, at every decision point, I ask myself, will it promote economic growth? And I'm confident at this decision point, it certainly does. So this amendment, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for, because it strikes the balance, the right balance, which will help ensure that we do not punish long-term investment or economic growth. So I'm happy to support the amendment, and of course, I'm happy to support the underlying bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back, and thank you for working on economic development issues in general. Does anyone wish to strike the last word on the amendment? Questions on agreeing with the Brady Amendment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A roll call is requested. Questions on the Brady Amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Ms. Black? Aye. Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Renacci? Mr. Renacci, aye. Mr. Meehan? Mr. Meehan, aye. Ms. Nome? Ms. Nome, aye. Mr. Holding? Mr. Holding, aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice, aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, aye. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski, aye. Mr. Curbelo? Mr. Curbelo, aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Neal?
No.
Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Doggett?
No.
Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez, no. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins, no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Marchant? Chairman Brady?
Aye.
Chairman Brady, aye. The gentleman from Texas is not recorded. Mr. Marchant, aye. Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will report the vote. Excuse me, how is Mr. Thompson recorded?
Mr. Thompson's no.
That's a double no for Mr. Thompson. The clerk, the clerk will report the vote.
24 yeas, 16 nays.
There being 24 ayes and 16 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. The committee will stand in recess.
Until 10 tomorrow morning?
The committee will stand in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
We're going to meet, okay? We're going to go into the library.
Okay.
Didn't he just give us an extra? Didn't he give us an extra? Don't worry, extra time. I thought originally they said
We're going to meet.
Test one. Can you hear me? Hey, Catherine, can you hear me? Can you? Test one. Is that louder? Or is this louder? Wait. Or is this louder? Huh? Is this louder? All right. I changed microphones and plugins. One. Can you?